What is up, one and all? That's right, we've survived, we've recuperated, we've recovered, and we are back for more Midweek Muster. Happy Tuesday to all of you. God, I had to double check myself for a second there because I have been a little bit under the weather. Apologies, folks. We did not go live yesterday. The goal was to go live, but dude, freaking migraines is all I can say. Holy crap. It's been a while since I've had a migraine like that. That knocked me the hell out. I spent most of the day laid up in bed. We feel a little bit better today, though. I just noticed we are looking glowing, probably not in a good way. So I need to, first of all, I need to change the zoom point because I keep doing this. And then let's lower it. There we go. Look less like we're in a Puff Daddy music video from the 80s. But yes, we've got a fun day. We're going to be opening up with Dumu versus Deniska. This is an interesting set, actually. Deniska's been making deeper and deeper appearances in the Midweek Muster. I'm curious to see what we can do today. But we've got a long day ahead of us. If you looked in the Discord, you would have said my roughly sketch schedule, things we want to cover. We want to cover B versus Giving Anxiety, Voldemar versus Myriad. We'll be doing Dumu versus Deniska into the winner of that up against Sword of, which will be immediately afterwards, by the way. Then we've got Anasan versus Neo Micah. And we'll be looking in on probably Numedan Sass as well as winner against Wham. And the possibility of the semifinals on the southern side of the bracket also happening today. So busy. Freaking crazily busy. But we're opening up with Dumu versus Deniska, the D&Ds. Curious to see actually how Deniska's going to do, because based on some of his games, I think the only maybe issue with Deniska is sometimes his strategies are a little bit, I want to say almost memey. Like, this dude loves camels to an extreme. No surprise then that there's literally an Arbit pick right there. kind of says everything it needs to. Opening map for this week, by the way, is going to be Regions. That's right, we're returning to a little bit of a more classic one. Regions not really seen as often in competitive play at the moment. And opening game is going to be House of Lancaster going up against Byzantines. Not really sure what to think of this matchup because I haven't really seen it much before. Okay, 1 second, my game just crashed. I noticed one or two players moaning about this. Regions is funky. I need to double check because there's multiple versions of Regions, I think, which is where it probably caused the problems. But yeah, careful clicking on the bracket. Actually, that one's not updated yet. I will warn you, remember, we have a mixture of live games and recorded games. So if you don't want to spoil it for yourself, you shouldn't click onto the bracket. You can see the bracket when we occasionally pull it up like this. Ta-da! Alright, so let's try this again. I need to quickly go check mods and search for regions. Because there's multiple versions of regions, and that's where you can actually end up getting crash issues. Yeah. So this one needs to go. It should be this one, I'm pretty sure. Wait, is it this one? No. It's the other way around, isn't it? It's... Oh, God, this is so confusing. I think it's meant to be this one. Okay. So we're going to find out. If I crash, I'm going to be molding. Yeah, we have different versions because there's still the Red Bull Wall Law version. For reasons. But let's give it a try. Wait, no. It's just freaked out now like it's downloading. So I definitely had the right version, and I'm probably going to crash again. Yep. All right, there we go. So that's our confirmation of which version's being used. Honestly, someone just needs to delete that version at this stage. Or update, the naming convention, because, both of them, if I remember correctly, when you load in, they say regions. So, you can see where the confusion comes, where people end up with the wrong version. This is something we didn't think of, because we thought, oh, well, we've never had this problem before, right? Right? So give me a sec. Sorry about that, guys. Kind of important to fix it as well, considering we've got regions a lot of times this week, as it is the default map. Same name thing can cause crashes? Yeah, just people should update the names. If you're EGC, just add EGC. It's do I play the game as well or only casting? I focus on the casting content. The fact is, Age of Empires 4, a lot of people prefer just to see the top players. It's we've built a decent niche creating content around casting. It feels like a step backwards to then be let's play the game, and then half the viewers disappear. But I've said we'll do a Road to Conk series if we ever get to 700 plus average viewers. reliably. That'll be like that's the milestone we've set. So it's like not something I'm just gonna jump into willy-nilly. More a reward for ongoing and growing support. Okay, let's try this again. I have unsubscribed from the other map, so we should be good now. Apologies about. I mean, how am I meant to cast the games if it keeps crashing, right? Because if this is like... If this doesn't work, we have a really big problem. So bear with me a sec. I didn't think to check this beforehand because I thought, like, I don't know, maybe the mods map section would be less stupid. But we are stuck with this issue. So give me a sec. What we'll probably have to do, I think, if I'm not mistaken, you have to go to My Mods. Alphabetical order is overrated, apparently. This game doesn't have it. So we just need to scroll down in my very never-ending list of mods and find regions twice. Both versions do not allow you to enter. But, like, is that happening with other series as well, Stopper? Alright, so there's Red Bull Wall Law regions. We'll delete that. And I need to find the other regions in here. Where is it? Like, it should not be this hard to view a map, to be honest with you. It is quite silly. Am I blind? Did I miss it? Or has it already been removed? Like, also, why don't we have a search option on mods? That's crazy to me to this day. Okay, so I think I've, like, deleted both. So now when I go to load the game, we're not going to have a problem, right? Because, like, it should just force download the correct version. Duraz, I'm not going to update that right now because I'm trying to sort this. We'll get around to it. But, like I said, when it comes to that bracket, if you click on it, you're going to get spoilers. So... Alright. So it should be downloading it now. Unless it's... Oh my god, dude. This is like so cursed. I don't know why it does this when you want to... Like this. When you want to have a look like... Oh, fuck. Alright, Control F4. Or F4 rather. So they were using Red Bull Wall or regions. It did show on the overlay. So if this doesn't work, I'm genuinely going to punch the screen. And my screen is expensive, so please work. Now I'm stuck waiting because the Alt F4... I don't know what it is about Age of Empires 4 compared to like any other game that I played on Steam, but if you Alt F4 it, it takes significantly longer for it to register that it is closed. When you unsub, you must delete. Okay, but I didn't see regions. Oh my god, I guess we're gonna like quickly sort this. So they're using Red Bull Wall Law regions. I think that was communicated as the official one. But let's quickly have a look through. Alright. This is not the area I want. I want to go in here. I need to... Oh my god, dude. Why is there not an alphabetical order? Like, bruh. Okay, so we're looking for... It should just be called regions, right? Just called... Just easy. Just called regions. Bruh, like, why am I punished for actually enjoying mods? I'm being punished for enjoying mods. 180 entries? Oh, god. Oh, I don't really need that one anymore. Yeah, I never uninstall stuff. But, Shouldn't be a problem, right? If you load your mods in correctly as a developer. It shouldn't be a problem. Maybe Regions is already gone? I'm like slow scrolling just to make sure we don't miss it. There we go. We had a local version for some reason. Alright, there we go. My mod count is rookie numbers, bro. Like, don't start. That's because I have in the past deleted some and then ended up with more. Alright, apologies about that, guys, but now we should be able to do this now. Because there's no conflicting mods. I hate localized versions so hard, like so bad. Okay. We'll probably fast forward the first 5 minutes of these games. Oh, just because we're now behind schedule. Apologies about that, guys. So I think we're ready to roll, though. And that is the wrong stuff. Oh my god, it's moved the map again. I can't, bro. Like, I'm just going to redo my scenes when I get a moment. Which isn't going to be yet, but like when I eventually get a moment, I'm just going to redo the scenes to fix this permanently. I don't know why it keeps doing it. It's annoying the crap out of me, though. And then we also need to go ahead and remove that. There we go. All right, we've done it. What and all, hype it up! We've got something special for you here. It is gonna be Deniska up against Dumu, the D&D showdown. And we've got House of Lancaster for the first time ever that I could recall on Regions. Actually, no, second time. We saw it from Anatan before as well, right? But curious to see what Benny Boy's got in mind with this pick, going up against Deniska, a player from the CIS region, who's been grinding up the ranks, playing as the Byzantines in the blue. Yeah, so a matchup where both players usually lean stone pretty aggressively. It's just a curious question of like what wins, the static defenses, the stoic defenses, or maybe the relentless aggression of a Byzantine merc timing. Yeah, curious to see how these two want to try to approach this. So guys, if you're not familiar with Deniska, I already know people straight away going, well, Dumu, he's got this. I mean, it's Dumu. How can he not have this? I wouldn't write Deniska off entirely. The guy's been grinding pretty hard. He keeps consistently in the top 100 on the leaderboards. And has had some decent games up against top players, actually. Even if he's not able to get sets, we have seen him take games from like top 16, top 20 players. And overall make the series look close. So Benny Boy, I don't know where that villager is going. He looks a little bit drunk right now. I wonder if there's a world in which you do Abbey of Kings here. I know last time when we watched Anatan on this map, that was his targeted strategy. But on this map, you've got a really good spawn for going House of Lancaster's Lancaster Castle. You can just Lancaster Castle drop here, mana spam around, and then you feel really cozy. Both weird picks on this map, especially House of Lancaster. In some ways, I can see where you're coming from. Not really a civ that uses the flanks at all, and you can say the same of Byzantines to a certain extent, except berries exist, right? And I think, although it's a long daisy chain, if you're ever able to get out here, you have an infinite mercenary pump, it feels like. But, like, I don't know. I'd say Byzantines can be okay on this map, right? Because, like, if you think about it, there's nothing overwhelmingly negative here. It's not like you've got a looser stone or a lack of berries. It's just, obviously, you don't have as much fluidity with your berries. It's pushed into one direction. So, like, I wonder if Deniska... I mean, if we look at the draft, there's maybe something telling here. Maybe he just didn't expect aggression, so he thought he'd be able to move out for the berries. Because Sushi, Chinese, these type of things are probably thinking pro scouts instead of aggro. So if it comes down to it, you can eventually move out here. Because usually Byzantines do like to have options on the flanks so that they can move to resources unpredictably. AKA the berries. Oh, and I forgot. We're going to be 2x speed. Let's go 4x speed for the early game here. Okay, so Lancaster Castle's coming in as expected. Not protecting the stone, though, is a little bit odd. Yeah, he's a little bit far away. I think he could have been closer, but he's paranoid about the gold, I guess. And he's going to be mana spam on the gold straight away. Meanwhile, other side, it's going to be level 3 assistant coming in. And I wonder, in this matchup, do you just go Longbos? Longbos can make a lot of sense because Hobolars are kind of underwhelming. So you just play Longbow Limitane into aggro. We haven't really seen this matchup much. And that is interesting to me. He goes Stables beginning, and this is Longbos, yeah. So, makes sense you don't really want to go Limitane into potential Yeoman, even though Yeoman aren't really that scalable at this stage of the game. But Horsemen are going to be better for the dive in general. And this just kind of balances out quite nicely for the reason why Longbow Horseman feels so good where it might not for other civs. For example, English don't really do it. Is because of the fact that you are able to afford the Horseman because all your Longbow production cost is coming out of the berries. So you get a better gathering rate by going on these anyway. And then you're able to balance that out between LB plus Horseman. And right now, it looks like Deniska is holding onto the resources. But he did already commit to the contract. So I guess he's waiting for like the double Merc pump, maybe? He's going to be pushing in. I guess he just wants to poke right here. Yeah, sorry about the 2x speed. We want to use a little bit of it just to kind of catch up. I think we do... I don't know. I don't know if people like it when we kind of dynamic speed, where it's not just fixed 2x speed, but we kind of speed up, slow down when things are happening. And what? Dumu, this is crazily greedy. Yeah, he's not stopping at 6 manas. This is a full 9 yards. Map control's heavily rewarded on this map, which Biz generally struggle with. Yeah, but I wonder if it's because of the picks we talked about, right? Like, a lot of Dumu's options probably just want to either pro scouts or, like, House of Lancaster hunker down and do nothing. I'd say in the weird way, House of Lancaster almost feels more encouraged because of what you just described there, where, you know, you're rewarded for map control, but House of Lancaster doesn't need it. And yes, Deniska is already going to Castle Age. This is pretty much like that classic Byzantine timing, where you go for the Longbow push and then you just do a little bit of poke aggro into attack. The funny thing here is he hasn't really poke aggroed at all. That was a notable nerf with the change to the systems that kind of made this Civ a little bit weaker at this specific timing. They used to be a lot better at getting that first Longbow group across the map in your face. But in fairness, with the way this is spawned up, the mana spam, probably didn't feel like you could do much. I was a little bit surprised by the fact that Dumu didn't actually insulate the gold vein, by the way. The mana spam is very condensed, but this means that if there had been Longbows arriving here, there'd be no protection for the gold workers. So, a little bit funky on the placement, actually. Maybe he was worried about the timing, but like he had the opening mana. There was no way there was going to be Longbows there at that point. So instead of placing it, I believe it was like here, it was here, right? He could have placed it maybe here. Tiny bit more walk distance, but definitely worth it to kind of protect you. Okay, so Deniska with the age up. I think you just do straight up Varangian here. Varangian is a little bit bold against this, just because obviously they're focusing on arrow fire to defend themselves. And Dimu, I mean, considering it's fast castle from your opponent, I think you just go white tower here to be safe, no? It's tricky because, you know, he might feel like he's already got enough safety against just 2 horsemen and Longbows. Like, normally you get forced into white tower when your opponent is being aggressive, right? And, like, although the age up is coming and there is going to be 10 Longbows, this isn't overwhelmingly aggressive against static defenses. Love the Cataphract choice by Deniska, though. Talked about the Varangian being weird against this comp. Cataphracts makes a lot more sense. Catalombo. Pretty damn strong. Remember, Yeomen actually are weaker than Longbows in multiple departments. So for a start, they have got less range, but they've also got less damage. Their only advantage really is they have better movement speed. But the point is, if you have too many Longbows, then the Yeomen don't do anything. Because they can't. Dimu. He actually did slow down the tech up, by the way, to start spamming these Yeomen. I wonder if the idea here is tech, indefecturancy, and then you pull the trigger on the Shire Levy. But that requires gold, and guys, Dimu has no gold. Oh, sorry, 6. He has 6 gold. You know, this is like when someone's like, technically I'm not poor. I live in a cardboard box, and that cardboard box is worth 10 cents. Like, what? Okay. So King's Call is coming in. I kind of get where Dimu's coming from. Because he's adding an army already and Deniska's not diving, he probably feels like he can get away with this. I think for Deniska, the thing that would make so much sense right now is actually just to get your hands on a Hero Siphon. A Hero Siphon could actually do a lot of damage to this formation. Because you could burn through the mana and hit the other one. I think you do have enough range if you stand here. So you can do multi-damage. Dimu, he doesn't know about the cataphracts. This is crafty. Deniska is just edging the range. Just letting him know he's always here. Army's starting to bulk up a little bit for Dimu. He has got veterancy on the way, and he has started to gather the gold again. So remember, he needs 600 gold for that Shire Levy play. It would give him advantage in numbers. And look at him fly, Deniska. We talked about this play down the line. He's going for it now. He feels confident he has good map control, and this is a huge deal, guys. He's already at level 5 Sistan. If he connects that in, this is going to be mercenaries for days. Lombo, Yeoman count are the same right now. I think Dumi probably wants to wait until he's got a numerical advantage here. He's also being beaten in text. Like, this is worrisome, what he's trying to do, where he's racing up the blacksmith play now. Because remember, your opponent with Dialecticus level 5 can bum rush these in a matter of seconds. It's ridiculous how quickly Byzantines can transition blacksmith. I can't believe he's just allowed to be out here. I mean, the funny thing is, like, you'd think, okay, Dumu could just raid with the yeoman now onto the farms. One, he doesn't know that the berry's being gathered, but two, even if he did, he'd be blind punting yeoman out into cataphracts. Now, he doesn't know about the cataphracts, but he knows there's at least horsemen. So do you send the spears as well? If you do, that slows down your formation. That gives your opponent time to rotate with the lombos and cut you off. And also, the alternative is you might block his berries, but then he might just dive your base. Because remember, the problem for Dimu is he didn't take out an insurance policy. He didn't go for the White Tower. So his army, because of that, is anchored to the base. Okay, I like this idea into a few Olsgard. You just want to let them in with the spears. Crossbows, it might just be that crossbows will be his answer to Katas. Can be a little bit tricky against Lombos. Like, the thing that Dimu's doing right now is he's trying to full-on edge sitting in his base. So if you look at his comp, you can very much see he's just leaning into ranged to try and leverage the choke points more and more. And that's important because Deniska, of course, with the cataphracts, has an issue getting in comfortably. I love this. It's on the way. We've got siege engineering. It's going to be Muster the Nobles coming out from Dimu, so he's going to get his Dimu Lancers to try and protect him. He does have an ability to make these quite strong, by the way. Remember, the Collar of Esses tech would be worth it with this many Demi Lancers. Just to try and bog down the cataphracts. So Pope does reveal what he's up against fully. Hesitation to engage, though, despite the fact that Dimu actually looks like he should have the numerical advantage. But remember, this is open battlefield. Nice sink shot. No reaction out of Deniska. Loses one batch to the Lombos. Deniska can kind of afford some losses, though, because remember, behind this, he's picking up all relics. He has got berries for days. Economically, you'd say Dimu's ahead, but like remember, it's not always as simple as saying, oh yeah, he's got 9 manas. Deniska has got a 26% buff on all of his villages. An extra, what, 12 villages at the stage? Quite notable. And then you add in the berries, plus the gathering rate from the olive oil. It's all looking good. Now this looks brilliant. Cataphracts charging deep. And full aggro goes onto them. Sink shot's coming out. Deniska has to dodge. But right now, these Katas need to melt. Dimu trying to get through them fast. Spears trying to focus fire them down, but there's only 5 of them. They never got upgraded either. The Cataphracts, there's enough of them to sustain through the fight. Dimu gets pushed back into the base. And the Yeoman now outnumbered 2-1 by the Lombos. It'll be a reset. Deniska definitely paid a high price for that fight. But will be worth it to keep his opponent pinned in his base. He got 4 worker kills amidst all this. This Berry Gatherer is not life in life right now. Deniska, the most important thing is to kind of control this center because he needs the gold to keep this catapump going. I don't know if Dimu can actually contest the bow count now. He's still trying, but like this is an overwhelming advantage now. 35 Lombos to 20 Yeoman. And there you go. Oh, my mistake. I spoke too soon. I forgot. Lancaster Castle has buttons. So he's about to summon an additional 17 Yeoman, which is going to get him back on track with Deniska's timing here. I swear to God, this landmark. It just feels like one of the top landmarks. I don't know, like it's powerful because of the mana strategy around it, really. And apparently, we are now looking to address that mana strategy. Kira Siphon's on the way. It took a while, but we are getting there. Yeah, this is really what has been missing. Just 1 or 2 Kira Siphons can burn through this fairly fast, even with the 1700 HP on them. I mean, you guys have seen how quickly a Kira Siphon can take down a secondary TC, so you should never doubt these things. And that... Okay, that's a little bit wild. Dimu's going back into spears. He's committing this time. Now, the reason that's wild, and oof, good dodge there. Didn't take too much damage. The reason this is wild, guys, is that the spears, like, you're playing into Lombos. If you ask anyone what the worst civ in the game to build spears against is, practically everyone's going to respond English, right? And the reason is because they have ALBs. See if this bold strategy works out for me. The Yeoman shot count is at least good. And the cooldown is low on this ability. So decent spam ability there. Kirasov's actually go off the mining camp. Wait, what? Huh? Okay. But the Lombos are staggered, so you're not seeing any high-value sync shot. The melee mosh pit is decent to take out the cataphracts. I don't know, man. Like, Deniska all of a sudden just equalized the LB count to Yeoman's, even though Yeoman's ahead before. The Katas are definitely getting a little bit weak here. But this is just weird, man. I don't know what the Kira Siphons were doing. That was... They killed a mining camp. That was it. What? What? Oh, no. And, you know, I think Deniska, what we're seeing here is the fatigue from the classic Byzantine all-in is, like, you don't have all your firepower on the front line. Like, what kind of shocks me is when people play this type of strategy, but they don't just, say, build a mercenary house here. Deniska's really slow on getting these troops to the front line because Lombos are insanely sluggish to arrive. And a sync shot in. Now, Dimu is lacking spears, so cataphracts could actually get really good value. It's kind of a snowball effect as the fight reaches the end, that each remaining cataphract is substantially more valuable. Problem, of course, is Deniska doesn't really have a reliable way of healing these boys. And he is non-stop pumping. Man, he's already gone through 4k of the 8k in the center. Love that he gets back on the aggression, though. Remember, Yeoman, it's all about the disengage, but if you can bait Dimu into a slight overextension, then cataphracts can kind of bait the fight. Problem now is, like, once you dive this deep, you see how weird it gets. For Dimu, if he can actually force these type of deep dives, he'll get to mop up the Catus for free, but... Man, there are definitely problems building. Like, for a start, we're talking about now 6 worker kills in total, up from the previous 4. And then the other thing to keep in mind is Deniska... Well, there's clearly been some idle TC here from Dimu. Like, the count doesn't mathematically make sense, right? Like, he should be at 57 to 63. So that's a problem. On top of that, remember, as the numbers get bigger on each side, the value of the systems gets better. Right? You know, 25% added on to 50 is much lower than 25% added on to 100. Another problem for Dimu is he's burning through food so fast. This is the final piece. Kira Siphon's finally going to move into attack and mana. Turns out Yeoman actually kill it pretty fast. Slingshot not getting as much value against these line formations, has got to be said. And the villagers on the front line again. That's more going down. Cat has cut off the retreat. That's now up to double-digit worker kills. And more still to come. Deniska is going full balls against the wall here. Going to be diving in. The cataphract count is still decent enough and is bogging down all the yeoman fire. There's no spearman here. No spearman, no debuff means no damage done. Cataphracts with free ranged armor in these fights. Yeah, he got the unique tech, the teardrop shield. So these guys right now, they are getting hit for a mere 2 damage on a 360 HP unit. And the villagers, they're going to get cut off as well. The sing shot nowhere near good enough to get the big money ball. There's going to be a second one that's going to hit a lot better, but the damage is already done. It's now almost 20 worker kills. And I can't believe this. Benny Boy, in a lot of people's eyes, just would have been expected to cruise and bruise through this 2-0. But Deniska is already looking to provide an insane upset in game number 1. Unorthodox picks from both of them on this map, it would seem. I mean, regions, I think Byzantines, like we've seen, if you can make this type of play, it's crazy. But like in theory, it shouldn't happen. And oh my dear, that should never happen. Please stop. Like, it's okay, guys. All roads lead to Rome, and all aqueducts do too, I think. Now, keep in mind, Dimu's also starting to lose manners here. I just think the cataphract count is just a bit too high now. It's not about keeping more longbows than yeomen now. It's about keeping enough longbows to finish off the yeomen, while the cataphracts bait all attention. And yeah, you're seeing Doom has had enough of this crap. He dives past to mop them up, but that means you're running into the waiting arms of the heavy cav. And now you're completely out of position. Oy, oy, oy. I guess Dimu's going to try to run the troops away to buy time for reinforcements as he's bulking spears now. But the problem is, you know there's always going to be more lombos coming. Oh, this is ugly. That's a complete womp. And that looks like it's going to be game. It's 71 to 49 eco now. Kind of crazy the way this one played out. Props to Deniska for really just leveraging the ironic English composition. And what I mean by that is that if I have lombos, you can't really build spears. So if you can't build spears, surely I'm just going to build the best heavy cav that exists in this match. Just kind of a sick read. I wonder if, like, in hindsight, Deniska maybe would have, Demi rather would have been served better by something like Night Play into Collar of S's as an answer to Katas. Because, like, this comp basically begs build spearmen or build crossbows. And either of them don't really like lombos. And he did fix it. There we go. Gold clappers. He got a gap in the fighting. He was able to connect again. And this is actually, I think, a big eye-opener, guys. Is like, since we lost regions with Byzantines, because of the system change, this type of play is buffed. It used to be that if you had to extend systems out like this, really big negative because the price kept escalating per system past 5. Now it's a locked 125. So adding in the additionals is actually quite well rewarded. Deniska, even out on the deer now. Yeah, he's doing everything he can to minimize the olive grove investment. We've got some coming through, but not crazy abundancy. More Curious Siphons into the breach. Dimu does rebuild the manners. I mean, he's done a good job of getting the numbers back up, but remember, this is 21 spears into 20 lombos. Landsknecht are at least going to be cut short of cutting the villages. I like this from Dimu, from Deniska. Why do I keep saying them the other way around? Deniska is just poking down the Lancaster Castle because once this hits the floor, all these static point defenses are disabled. So many Katas! Meow, look at them go! 23 cataphracts, only 16 spears. There's no hope. And all of them are wasting their time right now taking out the Curious Siphon, which means they get massacred. Dude, this is a crazy week. I'm God, we didn't get to catch this yesterday. So, Deniska is going to be leading against Dimu in this best of 3. You heard that correctly. All it takes is one more mistake or one other big success for Deniska to knock out one of our most consistent quarter into semi-finalist appearers, Dimu. I think he's just processing the loss at the stage, but crazy opening game. Let me know what you guys think of this. Longbow into Mascata, I mean, you know, we've seen this with the Gulper builds, but this was very different. Cool execution as well. Almost felt like he got away with it because House of Lancaster was so greedy. You know, 9 manas is pretty insane. And you see how with the Assistance Rush, you can somewhat combat this type of economy. Especially if they concede the map the way they had to here. Okay, let's go. That's insane. Yo, what's up, Jet? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. How am I feeling? Still a little bit rough. My head's a little bit floaty up in the clouds or whatever else. For those who don't know, I had a severe migraine yesterday. So, like, I done my physio. I came back. I sat down in front of the screen, and like it hit me like a bag of bricks to the face. I couldn't. So I like spent most of the day laid out in bed yesterday. Then squeezed in like an hour to Clair Obscure at the end of the day because I felt a bit better then. I was like, nice, we should be able to stream tomorrow. And here we are. And what a place to be. Deniska with the opening win. Game 2, we're going to be heading into Lakeside, by the way. And it is going to be Order of the Dragon versus Shushi. Now, this is pretty much Deniska's go-to. I don't think I've ever seen him pick anything else on this map. Not a high-value pick currently in competitive AoE 4. Let's see what he's got cooking. Oh, yes. Want to know? You are seeing that score correctly. Deniska leading in this best of 3 up against Team Liquid's Dumu. Now, Dumu, he takes to the Baldy Boys. He channels his inner boldness to try and come back in this series. But Deniska, well, he's relentless with this. I don't think I've ever seen this man pick anything other than Order of the Dragon on this map. And it's an interesting pick, folks, because OTD is not looking great. If you look at recent tournament performances, they are underwhelming in terms of pick and underwhelming in terms of performance. But we are talking about a water map with an interesting kind of pivot. That being how thin the rest of the map is. I think Order of the Dragon's biggest weakness is wide maps because they can easily get flank rotated. Because remember, they focus on quality instead of quantity, right? They typically have less army than everyone else in terms of raw entity. So when you talk about a map like this, where it usually becomes the sacred sites on a funneled objective, it's actually an enabler, I think, for Order of the Dragon, more so than most maps that AoE4 has. Now, we are getting in 2x speed just for the early game, as the boys rotate around. Looks like Deniska done a bit of a miracle worker here. He snuck around the back, and oh my god, Dumu, what? No freaking way. He ran all the way to the corner. Deniska cut the center ahead of him. And he comes away with the whole kit and caboodle here. Yeah, look at Dumu. He's going where Deniska's already been. So it's going to be 6 sheep to 16. Oh my god. And here's the worst part. There's still more sheep to come for Deniska. He hasn't checked the back corner where there's going to be, what, an additional 3? Dumu is out of house and home here. This is crazy. And in a serious position where he really can't afford to be. I can't believe this. He's going to find 1 more sheep, which is like, what, about a 15% increase to your sheep count at this stage? If he loses water now, he's kind of screwed. I mean, they have berries, but the only other option is if you go Pro Scouts. And Pro Scouts has historically looked really funky on this map. There was a time when people tried it, but it just felt inferior to the fishing. Deniska, wait, is this 2TC? By God, it is. Alright, so we'll stick on the 2x speed for the time being. Because we haven't got any aggro play. Dumu, he's not rushing gold, so this is not Pro Scouts. I guess because it's 2TC, he feels like he has to go all in. Okay, no, it's not. Okay, Deniska just wanted a lot of stone. So he just wants the full outpost emplacements, I guess. Yeah, fortification plus arrow slits. He's cheap. He's short. He's actually missing 8 stone here. So if that was the idea, he kind of miscalculated. It would be interesting, this to be the reaction, by the way. Like, the possibility otherwise is, there you go, naval arrow slits. Now it makes more sense. Because I think there's kind of a flip coin logic here that Dumu could try to aggro you on the gold to shut down your fast castle plans. So it could have made sense for the arrow slits. But instead, I think for Deniska, he just wants Dumu now to waste his time on water because he needs to. So this is a great read by Deniska. He's basically saying, okay, I know you can't exist in this game without that fishing now. So I know you're going to work doubly hard to secure it. Arrow slits gets revealed, so Dumu already in a bit of an annoying situation where it's going to be harder to kill these boats off. He can force some idle time, but difficult to do things beyond that. I swear, if he does Regnants, I mean, low-key can kind of get away with it. It's greedy, but at the same time, Dumu's not doing anything. And there it is. All right, guys, this is a phenomenally huge deal. This is insanely greedy what he's doing. But he's warranted to do it because Dumu from an inferior food position is rushing age up as well. So the reason why Regnants are so greedy for Order of the Dragon is their units take very long to produce and they're very expensive. So if you wait until you're aged up to start producing units, you're waiting substantially longer than most other civs that Castle Rush. On top of that, you miss the biggest edge that HRE gets, which is they can have prelates out ahead of time to pick up the first relics. Puts you in a really shaky position. But when your opponent puts up literally no resistance, all he's got to do what he's tempted to do, you know? And good timing as well. First prelate's going to be hitting the field soon. So you should have, what, 1.5 prelates by the time Shaolin Monastery is complete, maybe? Nah, it's Shushi build speed. I think you'll have the first prelate coming out as the Shaolin Monastery completes, but the Shaolin monks are going to take some time to arrive, and also it's another strain on Dumu's limited economy. He's already moving across onto berries, And he's going to be forced now to invest into very expensive ball boys. Yeah, the Shallow Monks are definitely not cheap. He's up the first, though. Deniska, it would kind of be sick if he could actually afford a Gilded Knight here. Very pricey, though, so instead it's just going to be the standard Gilded Crossbows. But with the first product already in the way, there's an argument that he should have the clear edge on Relic Gathering here. He even takes the closest one first. Makes sense because remember, they're both going to be racing for these. So if you go for a deeper one, there's more chance you get intercepted. Second product's already on the way. I think they're going to split the center relics. The only way you get two here now as Dimmu is if you camp this, but like it's risky. If your opponent is opening with a Gilded Knight, which is what I think Dimmu is suspecting here, then you're dead. Like, there's not really many other reasons you'd rush Gilded Crossbows without any front line. I guess you could argue... sorry, Crossbows without any front line. I guess you could argue Shallow Monks are kind of a front line. But it feels like he's either expecting MAA or Gilded Knights. So he's in for a rude awakening when he realizes it's Expos. So Deniska did experience some idle time, but was able to go to the Shoreline Fish in the end. Yeah, Dimmu's boat's almost completely wrecked, had to come home. The prelates are lingering. Double Shallow Monk here should be capable of beating a Gilded Crossbow. He's giving Yoink the Relic on the north side, and he will be chased into. Yeah, so the first prelate's definitely going to die. Warlord does not work on Shallow Monks. You'll never convince them that having hair is an improvement. Horseman follow-up now come from Deniska. Yeah, so he kind of got short-changed on this opening play then. The timing seemed a little bit off. I thought the prelate was definitely going to be able to snatch the secondary. He's already garrisoned one relic, I think back in the Regnets, no? Yeah, he's bringing it home now. So even if it's just two, it's still going to be more raw gold than Shushi get, but definitely feels a bit crippling not to get that third. Okay, props to Ben. Pretty good position to be in. 3 relics for Shushi. Pagoda Rush actually could be warranted here just to get the food sorted. Either that or he's going to need to start considering going into Song Dynasty for farms. I don't think you really want to be rushing out into the field here. Wait, did he go Pro Scouts? Oh, he did. Okay, very delayed Pro Scouts. That's interesting. It seems very suboptimal, but I kind of like the idea from Dimmu here. If he went Pro Scouts, he would have just got eclipsed on the age up and lost to 4 Relic Regnants. So he can't play this with this fast castle wit of his own, and it works. And it goes back for his second layer, agreed. Now, the danger of this is you've opened crossbows, and you haven't got a good front line to deal with horsemen, which is now coming. In fact, like at this point, Dimmu should be wholly expecting horsemen, considering that he revealed crossbow Shallow Monks, right? It's like you don't really want to be going Gilded Knights, too expensive, too slow at this stage, and gets counted. Instead, Dimmu himself is also going horseman. Wait, but he has... No, I mean, well, the Pro Scouts, if they get home, he should be good for a while. And no, relics do not show when controlled and carried by Shallow Monks. This has been an issue for a long time. At this point, I don't even talk about it anymore because I feel like a broken record. All right, one's if you think Denise is going to win this. Two's if you think Dimmu is going to take it. Is Xiangnan now? Remember we said this is going to be a weak point for him. Deniska, the sheep have ran out now. He's on the berries. We're at 2x speed here just at the moment. We're slowing it down when we look like we're getting towards some fights here. We do have double Sacred Site control. It's a lot of gold to work with for Deniska, and that's going to plump up that Gilded Crossbow count quick. Which is bad news for Dimmu, who, for some funky reasons, is actually switching into Lances. What? Against Gilded Crossbows. I guess he thinks that Deniska's going to have to come out for food, so he'll be able to raid him. That's the only reason I could think you'd want to go Lancers here into Crossbows. Love the Plain Inspired Warriors tech, by the way. Just such an underrated technology, still to this day. Herbal Medicine as well. Wow, so Deniska's trying to be super efficient. He's going to go in and snipe the boats. Turns out having a big crossbow means equal very good against things made of flimsy wood. I mean, what do we expect, guys? It's got junk in the name, you know? So it looks like Dumu is just getting a little snoop in, seeing what's up. Sees the production, sees no switch into infantry, so this at least emboldens his idea of being into cav. Shivs out from the villagers a little bit ambitious there from Deniska. Does lose one. You gotta be very careful when these reach veterancy, especially with duddy horses. Outpost control coming in, so Deniska. It's gonna turn into a classic hold the line on Lakeside. He's hunkering down for those secret sites. Burger would have been better, or 2 relics for Regnant's not worth it. Yeah, but the timing in his mind made sense. I get why he went for it. Like, realistically, with the advantage he had, 3 relics didn't seem too greedy. And 4 is the Gambler upside. So I think his play made sense. Definitely agree that, like, Burgrave, if he wanted to produce units infantry-wise, would have been worth it. But then that's the big question. Did he ever want to produce infantry from Arax? Because your opponent didn't begin Spearman. And if you think he's going to rush into Shaolin Monastery, like, the Shaolin monks aren't bad at brawling with melee infantry, right? So maybe he feels like his timing would have been a little bit sacrificed there, because he had to open Gilded Crossbows to begin with. I think, like, the Gilded Crossbows made the most sense anyway. If your opponent is going to play Feudal Age, like, Gilded Crossbows are the go-to. So you're probably opening the Age and not using Burgrave entirely, which means it's very inefficient. So I'm kind of okay with this play. And I love the prelates just being spammed. I think it's really important here. Remember, 15% feels like quite a lot when you consider how high the base damage is on Order of Dragon units. And the +1 armor goes a long way in some of these exchanges. Like, if your opponent was still playing crossbows, he'd be heavily disadvantaged at this stage. Even the horsemen use this very well, though. A little bit melee armor goes a long way against these ponies. Outlaw Academy now coming through. So, Dimu, he did end up going back for the 3rd age landmark, but this is looking a bit weird. He built Jiangnan and done nothing with it. I think he thought he was going to have a lot more time than he actually was given here. Yeah, because if you think about it, you know, you go Jiangnan to build farms. He's done 0 farms because of what's happening on the secret sites. So, for Dimu, maybe he was expecting like a fast Imperial play out of Order of the Dragon here. Whatever it was, this just feels really inefficient. Because remember, if you go into Jiangnan, you lose the Tang Dynasty, which means you lose the 15% discount on building this landmark. It's very inefficient. He's at least going to get pagodas for this troubles, but pagodas with 6 minutes on the clock, it's not really the long runway you're usually looking for here. And we do have the regional inspection on the way, so big supervision booster coming in. Deniska is probably looking for more static emplacements here. We already have spring emplacements with relics being garrisoned. This shows you that Deniska is all in on this. If he doesn't win based on Sacred Site, he will lose immediately. And I don't mind this. I think this has proved a quite popular play on this map. Would benefit from having more outposts, by the way. Just leverage that discount. Spring emplacements go a long way here. This army might not be able to. Hello, Dimu. A lot of cavalry now revealing. Deniska will steer away from the second wave of horsemen. Has got the spring replacements hitting in as well. The scholars actually just stand their ground there with the horsemen. That's paying a lot of aggro. Actually well played there. He keeps leaving the scholars behind because even though they'll die fairly fast, it's only going to be half the damage to the ponies. Like, if this was knights only, then throwing the scholars away doesn't do anything. But against horsemen, it's super effective. And you can see it in the numbers. This is ridiculous. Full Hodor moment as he gets back behind the outpost. Dimu punting a lot of this fight, but now at the point where he's essentially trickling lances against the counter. Yeah, only a few horsemen layered in, not enough. And Deniska, well, he's still got Sacred Site control. He's got horsemen that were cutting the reinforcements. And on top of that, he's now got all the stone he needs to double down on securing this area. Damn, that was crazy. I swear, Gilded Crossbowmen sometimes just blow your mind. I mean, remember, they don't have that bug anymore with the faster attack speed. This was just OTD flexing their best unit they have in the game. Deniska played it very well. Now it looks like he's in a quite firm position here. I'm wondering what Dumu can do. Because at this point, just pumping more Lancers doesn't sound like a solution to the problem. You could maybe blob Spearman, but you just don't have a great abundance of food. The reason why Lancer seems affordable is because he's got a balanced economy of food and gold. Remember, Pro Scouts only got his deer. Not even all of it, actually. So, overall, reasonable value for his position, just not great. I think Dimu is thinking about punting a castle onto the central sacred site. It's probably the only way he's going to be able to get a decap here. Problem is, Deniska's already up in his face. Uh-oh. Even the wolf, Deniska. Come on, bro. At least leave the doggy alive. It seems appropriate because Deniska's on course to make Dumu his... But I'm not going to finish that statement. Fair to say, it looks really bad for Ben, though. And there's the pull. Mass villages across. That should be enough to get it up, right? Unless... Well, the horsemen are here. Deniska. Not the quickest of reactions. Wait. No. Don't do it to him. He's coming in with a wall. He's going to cancel the build. Surely Dimu has to walk away. But some of the villagers get stuck in. A conversion that works and buys enough time for the crossbows to arrive. Deniska looks to end this series in style. Dimu Castle might go up, but for what? He is down 35 to 58 economy. And Deniska already has a castle here as well. What a sick play. And Deniska, that shows you the value of having these relics in the outpost. If he didn't do that, he wouldn't have had that move. It would have been back in the Regnets. This stage, I think we're just running down the clock. Dumu is going to try to play this out. You might as well. He's going to go into a Siege Workshop, but I don't really see the way here. Raw economy, you're dead. You put everything into this push. And he has no farms at home. He has no reliable food source. I think he's actually completely dry. Okay, he's got 6 food workers. Yeah, there they are. So very limited food income. Even if he can clear the keep, the problem's then going to be fighting the army. Damn. So, usually when it happens, there's like a reason behind it, but I don't know about this week. Dimu, though, going out in the round of 16, a humongous upset here. Means Deniska's going to be booking himself a day up against sort of. Bloody impressive out of the CIS member. Small repair crew just to slow this down. Also, remember the relic gives additional armor. Makes you a little bit more annoying to dent into for the hand cannon shots and whatnot. Well, they wouldn't do anything anyway. But we're 45 seconds out. And that does not look like an army capable of decapping a site. I don't like statements like that. Dumu trolled hard in this game? No. Like, he lost. He lost, like, the sheep rotation put him in the gutter. So maybe he felt like he had to do something unorthodox, but, like, that's not devalue Deniska's win. He played well. He got the victory justly and deservedly, and he will be making it through to the quarterfinals. Hell of an achievement. Yeah, I hate statements like that. Like, oh yeah, he's just trolling. No, he's not. He's trying to win. I mean, like, that game felt as if it was decided by the opening sheep rotation, to be honest with you. So... that means we have got a sort of versus Deniska series, which I believe is going to be happening now. So let me check the brackets. And I'll update it. So yeah, we're going to have best of 5 quarterfinals between those two. Oh god, dude. Like, I'm getting worried. I feel weirdly dizzy. I'm getting worried the migraine's going to come back. Please don't. Oh yeah, sorry. I forgot to actually update the bracket. Remember, spoilers, be warned. If you click on there, you might get answers you don't quite want yet. So 2-0 for Deniska. Kind of crazy. There you go. So next up, we're going to have Deniska versus Sortov. And then afterwards, I think we might have Anatan versus Miyamaika lined up, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check our scheduling. Yep, so possibly if this to smoothly play Deniska sort of into Anatan versus Miyamaika. And then later today, we'll be looking on the BGUA Voldemar Mirror side of the bracket. So probably going to be having all quarterfinals happening today. So we've got a lot to get through. But let me update and reset everything here. So we're going to have sort of versus Deniska. Have you seen any H3 players go Black Riders in a serious match? The thing is, like, H3 very, very rarely makes it through the banning. And then even if it does, the games are usually long over before that. But, you know, believe what that person on Reddit told you about them being OP. Very OP. No, I'm not selling on this. It's almost like they're not OP. So. Let me double check on how things are looking. Yeah, draft literally just started. So we should have the boys beginning in a sec. So reminder, we're now into best of 5 territory. A little bit more runway. Yeah, is this right? I'll say. Did Chum just send it to me? He might have. He usually does. Okay, I thought that's what happened. Appreciate the confirmation, Chum. So, by the way, like what happened between CSO and Sort of is that it was a concede from CSO. So, Sort of got a default win through because CSO just couldn't find time. Scheduling has kind of been an issue with him in the past on these things. It just is what it is. Obviously, this weekend, a little bit more understandable considering the Elite Classics finals. Finished watching Elite Classic last night. It was awesome. Hell yeah. Had some really cool games there. I'll be real, you guys. At first, when the broadcast started, my brain was kind of like a, oh man, I kind of hope the day is quicker. Because, like, I don't know. The opening game or two was like, no, not opening game. I think it's like the opening series, which is the third place one. Like, I don't know. Maybe I was already feeling a little bit ill, but my brain was not there. And I was like, also, third place. I don't know, man. Third place matches are weird. They always have been. One sec. And I'll finish my thing. Like, third place matches are just filler content, right? That's what they are. Like, if we're being totally real, not many people care about who's the third best player. But, like, the thing that I don't like about third place matches is you should just make them do something fun. Make it a real show match. Have them do some like weird memey game mode or some crap. You know? Like that's how you do the filler content. Just create something entertaining. Because the thing is like I'm not saying the players won't try over $500 or whatever it was, but like they're not deeply inclined to care that much. Because to them it's like their journey is over, right? And I did find it hilarious when there was some people like, why no interview a beastie? It's like, why are we going to interview a guy for winning the third place match? It's like you interview the people who win like the best of the round of 8 match and the round of 6 match because they still have the potential to win the tournament. So it's a narrative weave to be woven. But with a third place like interview, it'd just be weird. So I don't know. I don't blame them for not doing it. My setup was nice. Thank you. Work hard to make it all look polished and good. Apparently, I am one of the most professional content creators. Oh, wait, that's not true. There was one guy, I can't remember what thread it was. I was like glancing through Reddit. The guy's like, KP is just always so inappropriate and just making all these jokes all the time. It's like, bro, if you cast the same matchups 50 times a week, you would probably try to keep things fresh, especially in the slow points in the game. I think people really misinterpret that about like Age of Empires 4 and a lot of RTSs in general. It's like if you have the same openings over and over again, there are sometimes this cool situation where you can like analyze the tidbit differences. There's other times where you've just got to find something entertaining to do. ICRS clan. All right. Appreciate you, V's. Another Asian viewer. You are something of a rare commodity, my friend. There's a good old AoE4 rather is usually quite EU dominant. PC is probably just another Tuesday, but for CSO it's probably a big deal. In some ways maybe. Like, it's an opportunity for him to set a new high record for his finish, but it's still also like he can't frost the trophy. Hey, what's up, Ark? Yes. Opera GX, like, I've been enjoying it, man. We've been using it in the background. We use it in the background for all our stuff, so, like, here you go. Let me switch over now so it shows. So, yeah, we've got the draft happening live here. But I love the little features. Like, I think still my favorite feature they have is just the gaming corner, where you can find all the upcoming releases. It's so handy. By the way, guys, downloading this and creating an account for free does support the channel. I know a lot of people can't afford to sub. Appreciate those that can. But if you can't, this is an easy, free way to do so. They've now been sponsoring us. This is the second month they've sponsored us for. Let's see if we can get them to come back again. Yeah, like, what we got? Dune for June 10th. I'm hyped for this, by the way. Ghost of Yotai, 2nd October. And then GTA, of course, next year. Got delayed again. There's already rumors going around, by the way. I don't know if people saw this. Rumors going around that it might get delayed again. Any sponsored link? Yep. X-Making Arc Opera GX will get you there. Hair loss treatment? Yep. That's because we have a sponsorship we do with him. So if you're not aware, on Fridays, this is literally the place to be because we have a show match featuring top players from Age of Empires 4 in a best of 9. And we've been adding in new and new maps time and time again with those. You're hearing static noises? Is anyone else hearing static noises? Eh? Oh, no, it's just you. Okay, yeah. Like, bruh. Why you gotta make me worry like that? Freaking me out. Okay, anyway. How about this for a freak out? Why is there a Roos in our drafting? Huh? I need a Red Bull. Is that legal? Bro let through Roos and then second picked Abbasids. That is wild. I was fighting. Wait, why was it doing it at all though? Okay, that's got me like super paranoid now. Now we're good. What the hell? This audio setup should be impeccable. Ree. So we know Deniska is likely to pick Byzantines for map 1 and regions, right? I guess Sortov's going to be going on regions. Malians has usually been quite desirable. Nice Templar can make a lot of sense because you've got split sacred sites right and left side, so it's very hard for your opponent to block you out of both. I kind of rate KT on that map. Could be tricky against Byzantines in some ways. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but Byzantines like to have this weird little perk that rewards them quite nicely for sniping all of your traders or your pilgrims. So the Exploratorius tech that gives you 20 gold for killing workers and bonus damage against them applies to pilgrims as well. So you can basically like open 2 horsemen and keep sniping pilgrims all game. I've done it. Done it in a free-for-all. Milked my opponent for all their cash. So let's see. What are they going to be opening game 1? I'm wondering, like, why does Deniska put so much value on the Abbasids? I think it is just a comfort pick for him to a certain degree, but then again, we do have Kawasan in rotation. So he has basically got Abbasids and Japanese Kawasan, 2 civs that are considered to be the best picks for that map. So maybe that was the logic, is to lock that out early. But sort of got a decent backup option with China. I think they can function all right there. Let's see a mix up in the drafting. Maybe add in some random bans. All right, here's a like alternative crazy idea. What if the devs nerfed HRE? That would then allow you to see some different bans, wouldn't it? So my feeling on like changing the draft format is we're so deep in the hole now, like 5 weeks left, it's probably not worth it at this stage to change things up. The other thing is I'd rather be able to get additional funding, which is probably not going to happen, but it would have been nice to have gotten additional funding to create like different formats. Kind of like what we do where at the moment we add in new maps on the Hims Cups, and then we basically are using them every other map. Things like that, right? But yeah, it's... With this, we tried to keep it balanced from a competitive standpoint because it's very important to do so for the players, right? Like, the reality is we don't have much money to offer, right? Like, $300 sounds aight, but then you remember we're splitting it between 4 players, and you can only get $1,200 split between 4 players, like maximum a month. So there is an element of like you want to keep things competitively viable so that people can use this as a means to improve their skill level and then also use it as a means to get extra tournament elo points. So that's why we keep the system the way we do. And our flip point is we introduce new maps. So there is some variance, but we don't try to like stress these. By the way, we will be looking to bring in brand new maps the next 2-3 weeks anyway. There's my bad. I didn't communicate through to Tume like some changes I wanted to make this week. He's now aware of them. Because like I wanted to bring in some of the new maps we've been testing because I think some of them are going to be epic for this. But yeah, it's... I hope that answers why we don't do more crazy things for the drafts. You know, there's like a time and place for those. It just doesn't really fit into the current KPMM and what KPMM is about. Okay, so we're getting into the Civ picks now. Things are a little bit slow on the move, but we are getting there. Likely we're looking at... We said it was going to be, what, Malians versus Biz? You could play French, actually, if you're Deniska. I can see French making a lot of sense on this map, just because you can deprive your opponent easily, play for Pro Scouts yourself. I think it comes down to whether Deniska's expecting a repeat of what he got against Dimu, where House of Lancaster got picked. If it's House of Lancaster type pick, then it's a defensive pick, and you can get away with your own greed. Oh, by the way, with the Hims Cup, we have got a new map happening this week. And we're also in works on a new game mode. I think it still needs a few more iterations. In fact, I need to get back to the modder about that. But yeah, we're cooking up something special for month number 2 of Hims. So yeah, for those that want something different than your normal like drafting and whatever, that'll probably help. Yo, what's up, you candy? And what is up, Ark? I appreciate this Prime sub. Smart lads. Getting them on in. Remember, those Prime subs need to be renewed manually every single month. So be smart like those two. Make sure you hit the sub button every time. Oh, blimey. I still feel a bit disoriented today. I'm not going to lie. Oh. I mean, at least it's not active head bump and pain. But, like, I do feel very weird. Yeah, like, it's not as bad as it was yesterday, because yesterday I was sitting here, I was like, why is there, like, there's, like, blotchiness or, like, blurriness in areas of my vision? And it's because it's, well, I got a migraine hit, like I was being hit by a truck. So, sort of, he doesn't go for the Malians. He does something in the same light, though. It's going to be Chinese for map number 1. We've been seeing Byzantines do, I want to say a little bit worse against China in the last 2 seasons than they historically were doing. It's a workable one on this map, but the problem is, like, you are a little bit linearly predictable. So, like, for Byzantines, it's very easy to know where Pro Scout's going to be and block it out. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Deniska do something a bit funky, like a Spearman opening, so that his Limitana can push in his first deer stack, and then you move across and you block out the major deer. Because remember, region spawns all deer on one side, all berries on the other. Draft almost always leaves Roos and HRE. Yeah, and that comes down to balancing, right? Like, there's not many fair and competitive balanced drafts that could allow HRE and Roos to get through. Yeah, we're just talking about Caillou. It's like a mixed bag. How many times you stream games in a week? We usually aim to stream 4 days a week. So I stream Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. We didn't stream yesterday because of the aforementioned migraines. But yeah. So we do 16 streams a month. Oh, yo, I just saw the bits as well. Appreciate it, David. Oh, that reminds me. I need to... here's how things are. Sorry, I'm just literally quickly signing contracts. Look at me doing deals live on stream. You guys can't see the contracts though. Don't know if you know this, but most contracts do have a stipulation that you can't show people them. Because it's private. Okay, 2,000, yes, nice, fantastic. Doink! Money! It's like I click buttons and it prints money. It's awesome. Not for me, but like it prints money for someone. How many Red Bulls have I chucked lately? I've been doing I do like one a day, usually, if that. Like I don't really consume that many Red Bulls. Sometimes there'll be days where I'll have two, but I usually try to stick to one at the moment. But yeah, like that's not the problem. Like I was a little bit paranoid it was the glasses switch. I'm starting to wonder if going back and forth between like the gunners and normals is like causing issues. Because like I had a headache when I switched glasses. Well, I thought it was because I switched glasses when I was in... Yo, what's up, Yakimo? Your wife is in labor? I'm expecting a girl to... Yo, congratulations, man. That's awesome.
I'm expecting a girl tomorrow.
Congrats, man. I don't know if it's your first, but if it is, it's a life changer. Really gives you a different perspective. What's that saying as well? Like, you're not a real dad until you've had, like, a girl, is usually what I was told. I can see where they come from, man. It changes your POV on the world. Sometimes the better, sometimes the worst, but soak it in. Enjoy every moment of it. Super nervous? Dude, you're, like... The fact you're nervous is good. If you weren't nervous, like, arrogantly thinking like you knew everything, that would be bad. Good fathers are those that worry, not those that have no worry. You'll be fine. And what's up to Milk Dobe? I see you as well. Thank you very much for the gift sub. Thank you, thank you. What ledge? Wait, what were we saying? My brain, like, switched off when we got the subs coming in. Oh, yeah, the glasses switch. Like, the last time I had a migraine was technically when I was on the LAN, but, like, that might have been the other illness, so I'm not sure right now. Because the lack of sleep? Could be. I don't really get much sleep between the kids and then working, like, 3 different jobs. Yep. I put more hours into my crap than I probably should. But anyway, let's get to... Oh, do we have a mod sub prediction? Save me one task, please. I guess I can sort game 1. Sort of. And I don't know why tab is not working to go to the next line. But let's go. Thank you, David. Appreciate the bits. Oh, yes. One and all. Last time we were on this map, we witnessed one of the finest players that Age of Empires 4 has to offer get slayed by Deniska and his Byzantines. Or back again. This time in the quarterfinals with sort of on the other side. He's sort of a big deal. A decent player. Guys, you might remember him from Red Bull World Legacy, a top 16 player back then, returning to Age of Empires 4 and blessing our midweek musters with his presence here. China to open up with him in the red. It's going to be on regions. This is a map where you have got a lot of gold focused around the center. And then, well, as the name suggests, resources get cut into regions. So you have all the deer on one side, all the berries on the other. You don't really start with too much outside that near your base. Then again, this boar spawn is a little bit outrageous. I don't know like who sort of kissed to get this, but boar, berries, and gold, if he sees that, that's a very easy extension. For now, though, he does just rotate on the east side, gets as many sheep as possible. Deniska does a little bit of a different rotation, does get scouted, which means now, knowing this info, sort of can just pivot the other way and try to check areas like the center of the map. So, expectations with this matchup. Likely we're thinking pro scouts here from China. It's a pretty organic go-to play. For Byzantines, they're usually looking at just rushing up the distance. We've seen Deniska do this before against Dumu in his round of 16 game, where he'd eventually extend out onto the berry mass. Now, that game was very different. House of Lancaster is a lot more passive than China is, because although China might be greedy at first, they accelerate into aggression fast. I wonder, though, is there a world in which sort of goes fully aggressive in this matchup? I mean, he has a good spawn for a deer shove. It's already been slightly lamed, though. He's keeping 2 on the gold with Imperial Academy on the way. I think we're likely looking at pro scouts. Now, one thing you can do to try and deny this as Byzantines is you can play into racks and Limitane spam. The idea being that your opponent is going to be running across to this deer location, right? So if you open Limitane, you can shove your deer into the base and then guard all the remaining value on the map. It's going to be Grand Winery coming in from Deniska as expected. How does the spawn look for him overall? Berries leaning left, then into right is a little bit annoying for the spread. Normally what you're looking for here is just Sistan on the way to the berries. So like, you know, you'd want to have Sistan here, another Sistan here, and then berries all in the corner. But the spawn did not favor him for that. Oh, I think we're like 20 seconds out from live. Let's go 2x speed. Okay, so final sheep haul is going to be pretty even. Slight edge there for sort of. And with 4 on gold, yeah, there's no denying it. This is pro scouts. Deer shove never happened, unfortunately, from Deniska, which feels like a little bit of a waste. I wonder, does he open with the horseman like last time? I think it's a bit different here compared to his House of Lancaster matchup because China's probably just willing to open spears if need be in a rush. They can open horsemen and then pivot very well. That's the power of China, right? Is they are one of the best civs at transitioning due to the supervision and the build speeds. Yeah, there's really nothing weak about transitional play for China. They build the structures quicker than other civs. They produce quicker than other civs with the supervision from the taxmen. And then obviously they have additional resources to work with because of the supervision on the lumber camps and the mills to put to work. It's the dream. I guess like if you're low rank, it might be your nightmare because it's a bit more micro. But if you get used to doing that little bit of micro, it's all upside. All right, let's see how you guys predicted. 72% for sort of. Did you guys not just watch this guy take out Dumu 2-0? I mean, this is a matchup that I think has been pivoting back towards Chinese favorability in recent times. Before the Pro Scouts meta, I feel like Byzantines had a really good time just kind of rushing into you with mercenaries and then catching you in the middle of your tech. But now, you know, with the much more secure food income long term, China isn't as pressured as they once were. They've also diversified away from like the Nesta B spear comp, which is good considering how much got nerfed. One thing that did get nerfed, of course, was Pro Scouts. Maybe just not enough. Horseman now on the way. It looks like Deniska is trying a similar thing to what we saw last time. He's already extending out to the extra berry mass. So level 4 Sistan already online. Yeah, very aggressive longbow timing just behind us from this. He's already up to 400 olive oil. So the thing about this timing is your first mercenaries are weaker than they used to be, for sure. But your second mercenaries actually come in a little bit quicker, while also along the way you have secured maximum efficiency on your economy with assistance. Now, one other annoying thing here actually for Deniska, and it's why he's reacting with racks, is on this map, because the other deer are so far away, you have to play very predictably for your safe deer. Or you just miss the window on efficiency. right? Because your goal here is to have enough deer home so that when you make this long excursion, you don't run out of resources. A bit of horseman poke coming in, but the spearman arrives, so Deniska has got lombos on the way. Now remember, those lombos can intercept the west side deer, where practically all the scouts have gone. Good read. I love that by sort of. He's a smart player. He gets it. You know, there's a lot of players at the highest level that just neglect scouting. It's really important, even once you're pro scouting, because it informs what you can or can't get away with. So by camping here with the scout, he'll see the lombo timing, and he'll know which direction they're going in, so he has the best chance of dodging them out. Sort of. Oh, okay, so he does get info over here that is going to be secure on the secondary berry. Looks like this timing a little bit weird, though. The lombos are going to start creeping out, so we'll see him slightly late. And they are on a collision course for those pro scouts. Meanwhile, dive in on the Barbican. He's just trying to keep sort of honest. It won't be enough time bought for the lombos to arrive. Scouts are about to see the enemy pro scout play. Now, the spearmen can't really hang out here for long. If the lombos just keep going north, they should be able to intercept. Instead, they're kind of steering. Yeah, he's going to have to drop them. You can maybe try to get one home, but it's going to feel weird. So good read by sort of. He at least doesn't lose any of the boys. And look at what Deniska's doing. Exact same way he played against Spenny Boy, right? Just going for that age up behind this. This is, I think, Byzantine's most reliable build still. Just play a faceted aggression, right? A fake aggression, and then play for attack behind. And sort of is going to start mirroring now. He can still go back for the east side deer. One deer stat should be enough to see him through to the next stage. And that's going to be important for like the initial lance timing. Instead, though, sort of does not want to wait. Yeah, look at this sun pumping the horseman. We talked about the transitional timings, and this is proof of it, man. That was crazy fast. Lombos are trying to sacrifice themselves to kill the spears, but that's an ugly trade for Deniska. Second group of Lombos isn't here, and this is the exact same way he did play against Dumu. Instead of adding in more horsemen to prep himself for a counterplay, he stopped it too. There's no way he can hold on here. Whole army is going to get wiped. He'll at least have a tech coming, but sort of now with map control. So you could say he's sort of in a good position. Yeah, that would be a fair statement right now. Deniska has problems coming. He's on the secondary batch already. His sheep count is at least okay at 9. He's teching up, but he's playing cataphracts. And long-term food is going to be a little bit weird for him. Especially now with the dives that sort of's up to. No fortifications coming in, and instead Deniska just tries to run the villagers away. So Horseman will get more ability to poke here. In fact, yeah, he tries to get the pin. Not going to be able to. So Deniska does keep all the villagers alive. Good idle time achieved there. And behind this, sort of tech timing. Not that much worse off than Deniska's. Why did the Jiggly Cistern Age free rush drop off? It's a timing attack. I think you need an overwhelming advantage to make sense of it. It's also really, I feel like, kind of memeful against China in particular. Because China has all this hand cannon slits and static defenses that just stockpile up. Also, they can react very aggressively and fast with spearman spam. But yeah, the thing is, like, you know, when you see a cistern rush, just don't panic. Play a bit more defensive. Open spears and just get to crossbows as quickly as possible. And then you're safe. You have to think of, so you have to think of, like, the cistern rush with cataphracts, similar to how you think of, like, elephants. And it sounds weird because they're very different speeds, but it'll make sense in a second. Your counterplay is that if you start getting crossbows online, they can't get away. You kill secure. That's what you're looking for, is the kill secure point. But a lot of the time, people kind of panic and rush out to try and contest cataphracts when they are trickling troops. And that's where Sippy Cups works best. And yep, Marine Lord did just win another S tier tournament. Spoilers! Okay, you guys should have probably watched it by now. Yeah, M-Lord back on top. Probably will go completely Resident Sleeper unseen for another month or two. And then come back to try and defend his title. Stays away from our midweek musters. Scared of the volatility of B and Louis. I think that's how that works. So Deniska, what's the game plan now? He's intercepting the pro scouts, but that's very weird positioning for Lombos now. If he camps here, then he'll get killed off by Lancers. And good read, sort of. Knew exactly where the Monk was going to go. So one relic home, but no second for Deniska. Sort of himself is now going after relics with 3 of them nicely congested on the left side. So a lot of justification leaning your force over here. A force that should be stronger than Deniska's. Exactly, man. Like, everyone knows the real champions come and play the KPMMs and show all their strategies to all the other tournaments. Right? Like, guys, you see how Louis MT almost beat Marine Lord, and yet he was, like, here every single week? I think, actually, this is, like, the first week where he didn't sign up in a long time. Like, okay, is that not the most Chad move? You sign up for the KPMMs, you play them while you've also then got this S-tier tournament to play, and then the week after you finish the S-tier tournament, you're like, I'll take a break now. Bit of a clash here. Good micro from Sort of. Since the Lancers straight to the back. Cataphracts try to get back in position to body block in the choke point. Deniska, I mean, he should fare all right here. He's got a lot of Lombos over in this area. And Sort of, I mean, he didn't even upgrade the Spearman. Yes, that may have been premature out of Sort of. Is he out of food? Is that why? Yeah, he's running low. I mean, he's moving across into berries now. I think he's got like 2.5 gear stacks left, which is not a lot at this point. It's China. It's a great fight for Deniska. Keeps momentum, and I love this. Teardrop shields now on the way to give that extra +1 armor. Makes you a little bit more chunky, a little bit harder to slay. And now this might be the breathing room Deniska needs to take risks onto the berries. He's already setting up groves, though. This matchup's a little bit different than last time he was on this map, because this time he's up against a cavalry civ. So if you play for the eastern berries, you're going to get shut down. Instead, it's much better just to play it slower into olive groves. He's even blocking out relics now. Wait, what? That is an ambitious Monk. I think Deniska may have went a little overkill in his positioning here, just camping the safest relic for Sort of. It's almost like, yeah, we wait here and kill a single Monk, and it will be worth it. Well, will it? Oy. Sort of now in the berries. Cataphract's going to find them, and a clash is now happening, so you might not notice straight away. Deniska hasn't noticed either, though. And now it's going to be a sandwich. Cataphract's are low on HP, and they actually bail. They open the way to get on top of the Lombos. Deniska. I don't want to say it's a blunder, but definitely nothing that helped him there. Oh, my God. At that stage, the Cataphracts wouldn't be able to hold on long, but he pretty much just said, nope, and left them to their own sacrifice like lambs to the slaughter here. Lombo count has been completely removed. Sort of now has Knight lead, a notable lead at that. And full map control again. Deniska, if these Cataphracts actually paid attention, yeah, not 1, but 2 ran past that. That's crazy. And finally, one of them does react. So that's going to force huge migrations of villagers back towards the base for Chinese here. You know, it wouldn't have won Deniska the fight to have been attacking these villages earlier, but it would have made the aftermath look less grim. Oh my God. Okay, I say that. This is looking kind of grim still. Like, oh, guys, what are we doing? All right, he will get the cleanup. That was that 4 worker kills? I mean, not bad for a guy who's just a walking dead man. Now remember, we also do have Song Dynasty from Chinese, so although there's a system lead, a lot of it's starting to get offset between Supervision and the Barbican effect. Yeah, things are looking shaky for Deniska. Relapka map control, he's taking risks. He's going triple outposts. You heard me correctly there. Right now, he has 23 villages on the east side here. And another 2 go down. Okay, Sort of is camping. So, like, in some ways, this is good for Deniska because his opponent isn't actually counter-raiding. But if you keep trickling Cataphracts like this, it's over time going to build a big enough Lancer lead that Sort of goes hunting, right? Remember, cataphracts are not cheap, by the way. 330 resources. Yeah, you feel it in your bank account. So what does Deniska do now? Because he's still building the same thing, expecting something to change. You don't really want Landsknecht instead of Lombos. You're kind of stuck with them, right? Because if you go Lombos, yeah, you still die to Lancers, but at least you can kind of tickle away without being threatened. If you go Landsknecht, you get like one cleave in and die. So his Lombo comp still definitely makes a lot of sense here. It's just awkward for him, right? Because like you need your opponent to build things like Spears, Palace Guard, etc. to make your mercenary choice feel good. And that's the thing about this matchup that changed so drastically, guys. Remember I said in the older patches, China had a hard time against Byzantines. That was back when China didn't have pro scouts because the meta wasn't there. It wasn't good enough. And they would usually go Spim and Nesta Bees. Spim and Nesta Bees could die easily to Lombo Landsknecht. But ever since we saw this switch into heavy cav, China has looked more and more dominant in this matchup. And that domination is coming. Horsemen just sheepdog herding towards the Lancers. The villagers are going to hide near the towers, but that's not going to protect them for long here. I mean, he's got the cataphracts on the way, but that's just not a quick enough answer. So Deniska going to be even further behind now. Oy, oy, oy. And to make matters worse, remember, the upside we were meant to be praising Deniska for is that Byzantines compete because of systems. Well, that's a problem then, because he's got 17 villages out here. Almost a third of his economy that has 0 system buff. Deniska, at least at home, he has got more olive groves coming in for that permanence, but I think sort of, yeah, he's already mirroring. Granary farms being dropped, so he's not going to run out of food either. Nice little chop down there, does get a few of the cavalry units. Deniska does have military lead, he just needs to impress with it now. That was the whole risk of this berry play. It's an ambitious berry play, folks. Sometimes you just gotta take the big risk. This guy... His aqueducts are insane, I swear. A counteroffensive on the way. The good news actually for Deniska is that sort of building crossbows into Lombos. That's not great. Also, this Lancer count doesn't look that impressive. No. The cataphracts can hold on. Sort of overly ambitious in Deniska. After looking like he might be dead, gets the second wind here. He knows he needs some damage as well. Now, this is kind of expected. The reason why sort of is so weak right now is because of the farm transition. And Deniska is a wild man. So confident of his position, his reaction is to go 2 TC. I mean, of course, why not? We've got plenty of food. And plenty of it slowly coming in that everyone will be able to use. 5 villagers lost there for sort of as well. Farm transition almost complete. We're now at, what, 22 farms going up to about 30. Really, I think for sort of the problem here is he just wants to raid more. He's going to go shuffling out, looking for targets. Outpost will give an early warning. Deniska, do you hide north? He hasn't reacted yet. He's going to be diving in, finds the taxman. Sort of. He's angling for it. He splits into 2 groups to make sure he can get the surround. And Deniska, a little bit late on the reaction there. He was too busy diving himself. Does find a few villages on the tree line to make it worth his while. Some will make it back to the outpost. Meanwhile, the back of the base is a problem for sort of. He does not have the numbers to defend yet. And the granaries have been discovered. Now under pressure, a keep drop does come in. That should be enough to slow Deniska down here. I have to back up. Lombo's also being sacrificed. No, he clicked on the farm. Oh, God, that was not intentional. He at least realized quickly there and started moving them again. Yeah, you see, he just keeps trying to move through this area and he keeps hitting farms. He starts stepping away now. Sort of desperate for this food, man. This is all of his food income. There's nothing else being gathered right now. The Lancers were able to burn through the outpost and find the extra worker kills. Sort of now making his way towards the base. The longbow herd is thinning. Only 11 left alive. However, the villagers, what? No. No, don't all build the one farm. But it's more efficient if we work together. Apes strong together. No. Please, for the love of God. Sort of now diving underneath the primary TC. It's his turn to claim some souls here. But Deniska's still not done. The cataphracts are about to be wiped out. They've kept the economy in check. Reinforcements are now intercepting the Lancer raid from Sort of. Both of them are in pure chaos mode here in game number 1. I'll tell you, this is the way I like to see it, by the way. About, a year and a half ago, we saw so many rookie mistakes where people would go back to defend when they saw a dive coming in. That's bad. If you're already in position, go and counteract dive. Do damage to your opponent and have your reinforcements clean up their attack. So great read by Sorov to not overreact and come home there, because otherwise he would have found himself 10 plus eco down against 2 TC. Instead, he at least keeps things somewhat balanced here. His granaries are now free to work. And he needs to produce fast. This game is crazy. It's crazy how Deniska survived this. Now, he does have some problems after that pushback. He's no longer at the berry gathering, so the longbow pump is slow. Also, this longbow strategy he employed is very much a scaler. It was already bad enough when he got wiped once. Getting wiped twice is usually incredibly detrimental in the mid-game, because you're not really at a point where you can just vomit out a million longbows yet. He only got 2 relics. His olive grove count is not crazy. He's only sitting at 18. So the remax is going to be slow here. And the keep drop down the center. This is a big deal, guys. I want to say statistically 85% of Regions games are decided by this castle drop. The gold makes the world go round. It means that Sort of only has 3.5k gold to work with plus taxation. Lancers, though, he sensed it. Great timing. And remember, Deniska only has longbows, no crossbows. So Lancers will force a lot of out of time. He cancels the castle. Are you kidding me? Sort of barely had any Lancer left. And with a small group remaining, he found maximum value in pain. Dives into the economy, finds a few worker kills, denies the gold claim. And remember, behind this, his farm transition is almost complete. He's at 41 farms. That's crazy. And now look at the reaction straight away. Sort of just not skip on an opportunity. Stones being gathered. He's about to educate Deniska how to build a castle. Not just that. Apparently build a second TC. Wait, what? He's got enough for castle plus TC. And Deniska's going to come back, this time with one a bit more defensive. In fairness, this was insanely aggressive, right? The idea with this one was to block all gold that your opponent could touch. So instead, he secures his side of the free veins. And this is a big series as well, by the way. Reminder that this would be the best run either of these players would have had in the midweek musters. Definitely not going to be an easy week because B is on their side of the bracket. I also wouldn't underrate Myriad, who's been rising through the rankings. Okay, so Lombo count back up to 17. I think Deniska wants to play this slow now. It's not... I don't think playing Imperial is that bad against China for you. You have some advantages. Lombos are decent. The olive oil valuable for scaling that, and then obviously the system impact. Negatives are going to be things that rely on gold, right? Like long-term Varangian and Cataphracts might not be on the menu. And remember, there are no trade outposts on regions, so there's no crafty, let me just switch into mass trade and get olive oil play down the line. Once the gold is gone, you're out. Ooh, that's actually really good info for Sort of. He finds the Rax transition in its infancy. And when I say the infancy, I truly mean it. This is Dark Age Limitane right now. So he gets the info as early as possible, and look at Sort's reaction. Queues up Chugnu. Counter attack now from Niska. Sort of, but they really, really, really want to repair that mining camp. Oh dear. Now, Chugnu is a little bit funky into lombos. It's similar to the crossbow weakness. Like, if your opponent starts stepping, you shouldn't ever be able to reach him. That's why the horsemen are key here. Really forced to retreat towards the castle. Doesn't really have enough troops to contest. And the more and more it stabilizes, the better and better it's looking sort of right now. Remember, it's 2TC Song, so he beats 2TC Byzantines quite easily. Horseman just proven to be a nuisance, just sneaking these tree lines. Gets all the worker kills before being sent to Valhalla. Now the keep drop is going to be there. Sort of a lot more defensive of his placement. He's trying to do it out of range of vision. He doesn't want to risk it being intercepted right now, as it's only a force of 8 building it. I wonder, does sort of just bypass the age now? He's got 3,000 gold, then taxation as well, plus 3 relics. He could definitely afford to just go Imperial. And the idea here would be you keep drop into Great Wall Gatehouse here, and the Great Wall Gatehouse can then reach the castle. Great Wall Gatehouse has great damage. Insane damage, actually, into other buildings. Not quite Red Palace levels, but good enough. Deniska also thinking about Imperial Edge here. He's nowhere near pop. He's actually outnumbered. But he's choosing an age up. It would seem anyway. I mean, maybe it's just a miss macro, but he's floating 2k food. He's trying to reallocate it. It's just not working quick enough. Which is crazy, actually. I think with Byzantines, it's quite easy to be optimally macroed in terms of you shouldn't be holding big reserves of food. Because of how fast the production is. He produces out of these stables every 11 seconds into Horsemen. So that means each stable is capable of expending over 500 food a minute. And you can see he's got triple stable. He could use his entire income. I think slowing down momentarily, but sort of looking to accelerate them again. He is going to be seen building this Great Wall Gatehouse. He actually stopped building the wall just before it would have been scouted. That's big. Still, with 3 Nesta Bees, it's hard to see a way in which Deniska can dive him to stop this. And the problem is Deniska reinvesting in this age didn't really benefit him if you think about it. Sort of hasn't fallen behind militarily. Love the fact that he went for just a few Springles as well. Understanding the limit on it could be a problem. He's still waiting. And there, wait. Wait, what? All right, he chickens out. I am disappointed. No Great Wall Gatehouse on the front line. Is this a bait and switch? Make it look like you're building it here? He will think that it's coming and dive me here instead of my base. Like, is this mind games right now? Because it's not working. Deniska's just going around. He's like, okay, sure, you do that. Because if you build the Great Wall Gatehouse there, I'm going to kill your entire base. Nah. The mind games only work if you turn on your brain. I don't know if Deniska processed it. He saw a creeping wall and then just didn't maybe react at all. Sorov's just playing 4D chess while Deniska's like, bro, we're playing checkers here. Keep it simple. Be a wrap round to the back now. And a rut-row moment for Sorov. Deniska with the military numbers. Sorov needs to wait for the elite techs to come in. No supervision on those upgrades either. The crossbow upgrade is going to be slow. Horseman just cutting reinforcements and cutting down some workers as well. Still playing gold to work with. Second TC is going to get torched. Definitely sort of cares though. It's kind of at a point where you actually just want more military. And now the cataphracts and the dive in! Premium anti-siege. He gets on top of the Nesta Bees. Much needed as well as the massacre begins. Repair crew's going to be there. Nesta Bees being kept alive. Free still standing, and that means the Lombos are in trouble. He needs to snipe out, but I don't think he's got the power here, surely. Horseman's starting to ripple in a little bit. The villagers are coming into repair. It's a hard hold, but it looks like one that he should be able to make work. Not many melee units left alive. The longbows are now falling like flies. And despite the numerical advantage, Deniska will break. What a fight by Sword-Off. What an insane one at that. The villagers coming clutch there, and Deniska maybe a little bit too fixated with those cataphracts. Instead of diving them to different locations, they all charged onto one area. He got the initial nest of ease kills, but was completely out of position for the follow-ups. Body's just in the way the entire time. And after getting bodied, Deniska only has one play left. He has to play for the Age as well, so he did stop producing. Imperial Age is just around the corner for the Byzantines as well. They do still have more gold access than China. Guaranteed with double castle. Sort of should be capable of a healthy technological lead here. An immediate switch into hand cannoneers now on the way. I mean, I can't control when Twitch runs their ads when I'm busy doing casting, production, camera work, etc. So all I've got to say to, like, if ads play in a fight, subscribe. Even more so when you're literally a person with a Prime sub next to your name. I don't even need to say it. Look, the Twitch chat knows. They got it. Thank you, thank you. This is crazy for game one, though. I think some people just... I don't want to say they rate off Deniska, but I saw people saying, oh, yeah, Duma's not feeling well, or whatever it is. Even if he's not, Deniska played fantastically well against Ben. And now in this game... I'm not going to say he's giving sort of a run for his money for sure, but you definitely get that feeling, that air of it not being over yet. Astronomical Clock Tower now coming in, so sort of is going to start getting the more chunky siege. We saw what happened when he actually had normal Nest of Bees. Imagine when they have 50% more HP. Bombards are already wheeling up. Foreign Engineering Company means that Deniska can have an answer into Royal Cannons, but now with the Astronomical Clock Tower effect, it's going to be a lot more difficult. Fire off, Kings. Okay, that was actually really underwhelming damage. Can you try again? And I was like, is he looking for a neutral post to build elephants? No, Deniska was just... There's something that feels so much better about waiting until you can queue up 3 Royal Cannons at once. Oh, the feeling. And also the production rate. Remember, he's got Conscriptio. So pumps them out every 23 seconds. Pass guard switch upcoming, sort of. I'm not sure how I feel about that detail, though. He's queued up Fire Lancers. I guess it could be an answer to the cannons, right? It's a weird unit, though. I don't remember the last time I watched someone convince me that Fire Lancers was a good idea. You know, building Fire Lancers is when you convince a teenager to play chicken on the train tracks. It feels epic and, you know, adrenaline-inducing for about 10 seconds, and then you hear a train coming and realize you may have made a mistake. And good eyeballs, he is using Presidium. Yeah, the damage is insanely low here. 25% damage reduction. This one Bombard is taking a century to take this out. Royal Cannons are going to square up. That's cool. I very rarely see people utilize Presidium. It's just kind of overlooked. But with the new systems being so much cheaper, it's much easier to justify dropping a system just to get a 25% damage reduc on your buildings. Pretty damn powerful. Like Elsbach, but better? Well, Elsbach is better, right? Elsbach is 33%, but it's close to. And you obviously have more flexibility on how you can extend it compared to Elsbach. Sort of. His position looks a little bit shaky now that there's 4 Royal Cannons, actually. Remember, these are the anti-siege. Sort of doesn't really have his yet. 10 fire lancers feels a bit dubious. The clash is now coming in. Raw cannons are going to start sniping out the nest of bees. Knobs that aren't even taking out squishy targets. No, they're going after the melee mosh pit. And he's getting absolutely swarmed. Oh my god, this is horrible. Limitane into hand cannoneers just means hand cannoneers. A lot of damage being mitigated per strike. Sort of now into front line with said hand cannoneers. All siege is being splintered. The pushback is real here. Deniska has siege advantage against China, something that is not easily achieved for the majority of civs in Age of Empires 4. It's like we have got interception and reinforcements. The horseman wrapped around the back. But kind of crazy that despite the fact he's got Yuan, the mobility just doesn't seem to be leveraged at all for sort of. No, the horseman count needs to be a lot higher. Instead, we've got additional fire lancers now on the way. And that play has now been revealed running into the base. Don't worry, guys. He got that farm. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the farm. He got it real good. He shoot that grove who the daddy is. And Deniska in shock. What will he ever do? Look at this one villager. No purpose in life. Like, this villager is so disoriented from the loss of the olive grove that they've literally become an aqueduct column. They don't know what else to do. Flash in the center, though. Sortov's rallied his second army. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to break in, though. Yeah, because Sortov is missing a key tech here. Can you spot it? He can't play horseman to horseman because he doesn't have biology. In fact, he doesn't have any army tactics. In fact, he doesn't have anything of value from a university. Does he even have... Yeah, so he took... This is the weird thing. He took siege works. But, like, none of the other key techs. He took the serpentine powder, but he didn't take elite army tactics, biology, and these are the things that are costing the fight right now because Deniska just has more raw HP to punch at this. He has elite army tactics and Limitane. He's got the horseman biology. You're losing this game because of your health balls. Cannons go dive in deeper. They were trying to get that siege kill, not able to in the end. I think Deniska, like, primary concern here is just snipe the hand cannoneers. Your opponent's officially running out of gold. Have to square away, just backing up a little bit. Doesn't want to overextend. But the gold count is not looking good, folks. 2,000 gold remaining, and then sort of is taxation only. Without representation in the center. But Deniska, remember, he doesn't really need gold. Food, wood is all he needs with this comp. And olive oil. But the olive oil is a ton. Then again, he did lose that one farm back here. And that won't be able to afford cannons. Right? Like, definitely doesn't have 2,000 surplus olive oil in reserve. Oh my god. Well, we do finally have elite army tactics on the way for sort of. Okay, this is better. This is really what was missing to bring it together. Because now, like, your opponent doesn't really have much backline firepower against Palace Guard. Horsemen also getting added in. But another thing is, like, remember, he kind of prioritized Fire Lancers, never upgraded into Elite Horsemen. So yeah, it's, like, even worse than you thought. In theory, like, Fire Lancers can work with PG against Limitane, but it's weird. The interact point is, like, sometimes you do just get braced and you do nothing. And no, Regions does not have a trade post. So when you're out, you're out. Alright, these guys, similar to the Olive Grove dude, they are so confused by the deer and the tree lines that they become a palisade post. Guys, please. Guys, please. Please. The Palace Guard are coming. Alright, he's got cataphracts on the way in the cannon. Stupid, useless villages. Ooh, nice hit with the horseman. No expiratories is a little bit weird, actually. Deniska would benefit a lot from it because gold will eventually run out. And then the extra sliver you're going to get off of those worker kills, which will be easy to achieve with that tech, is going to pay off over time. Okay, so minimal casualties on the flank here in the end. We do have elite cataphract pump from Deniska. This is not long-term affordable, folks. He's down to just 3,000 gold. Needs a big hit, a winning hit. Formation shuffle is going to get weird. Luckily, sort of realizes it. The cannons are still a big question mark. A question to which sort of hasn't really provided an answer yet. Still isn't. He's got 7 horsemen, no upgrade into elite. He's going mass spearmen now. A little bit weird into Limitane because Limitane are just better spears. Rash is going to be coming in now. Those cannons are overkilling. So Deniska, really, this is where the extra micro gets added in. You want to be target firing down each of these hand cannoneers. Not doing it though, so has to retreat away. And we'll get caught in the retreat as well. Remember, these are Yuan Dynasty Spearmen. More cannons are coming in, but it looks like one of them is going to be lost here. So Village is not able to save the day. The walls are coming. Not this one. This is an aqueduct. Well, cannons have now arrived. Landstector in as well. Good for clearing that spearman line. A nice trample to the back. Muddies the formation. The hand cannoneers got stuck on top of them. And the cannon's now surging forward. Now, this is bad right now for Sword Off. He doesn't have much meat left in the pack, which means hand cannoneers are going to start getting sacrificed. In fact, they already are. Lombos, cannons, target him down. Sort of also losing in the bombard department. Has to pack up and run. And any hand cannoneer losses now are painful. It extinguishes your ability to keep remaxing when you don't have any gold veins. Yeah, at this point, it's taxation and relics is the only thing. Would love to see Deniska decap this sacred site because it's giving a little passive income of gold, 100 gold. That would also benefit Deniska because he's going into Catasteel. Win up to 5 cannons. Death to the taxes. It's like the only thing keeping you alive are those men and their purses. Nothing about what's going on. This is pretty entertaining. Welcome to Age of Empires 4. I've said this before. The only downside about AoE 4 sometimes is the early game as a spectator sport. If they ever fix that, chef's kiss, man. And I think new maps have started to fix that. We've seen Dark Age become more and more viable. I do think we'll eventually end up in a situation where like Villager Start will upgrade to, say, 9 Villager Start. I think it's an inherent pacing thing that happens with RTSs over time. But like most RTSs have had this. I think the ones that are most popular spectator sport-wise haven't had it to the same extreme like StarCraft. Yeah, glad the new maps are mixing things up a bit. This one a bit more of a classic. Maybe not the classic outcome. The one that people would expect. Deniska now with the full siege advantage. 5 royal cannons. Clearing the way. And it really is the siege. You know, sort of, he's just never seemingly having enough meat on the fire. And it leaves this kind of ripple over effect, you know, where the Lombos are hitting into the hand cannoneers and the cannons could also be doing it. Because at this point, when you're sending troops out and standing around here, the cannons are eating one by one these spears, these horsemen, etc. Hand cannon is going to make it even easier. They're just rallying into them here. I think Deniska probably would have had this game about 2 fights ago, maybe if he wasn't overkilling. It's tricky, it's a lot more APM, but if he just target fires down each of these hand cannoneers with 1 cannon, he kills them straight away. So if he could 5x his DPS into the hand cannoneer line. Speaking of said cannons. They are just going to stand their ground. Bombards are now going to start trading out. Deniska, wait, where are the troops? Yeah, okay, he held them in reserve. Formation betrayed him there. He selected them all together, so the Lombos slowed down the rest. But they are now here. It did cost him a pretty penny. 3 of the siege weapons going down. Sort of. What was it? 900 gold income? Now down to 680. Can't really afford to lose hand cannoneers again. Deniska has his own problems, though, gold-wise. He's down to 100 gold a minute. Oh, this hurts. If only there was a way to get gold-based units without paying in gold. I mean, like, Deniska's screwed, right, guys? He's in the late game as Byzantines. He's got no gold whatsoever. Wait a sec. He's got liquid gold. That's right. Streltsy now on the way. Okay, so this is how he views his win condition. Just keep throwing trash mobs at the enemy and scale cannons and smaller cannons. So, at the most American thing you're going to see in a series between a Swede and a Kazakhstani. More guns wins. And I think he's even actually... Is he trading? Because that's the other thing. You can actually trade olive oil quite efficiently because your opponent can't do it as well to get more gold on a small burst. I think he's been doing food for the time being because sort of kind of not in a position to do the same. Which is crazy to think when he's got 3k food income, but nothing compared to 5k. And Deniska is now getting exploratories. Okay, so the horseman will be able to raid the farms. But hold on a sec, sort of. Wait, what happened to the numbers? Deniska looked in firm position here, but all of a sudden sort of just vomits out a full company of spears. Able to scare him away. We do have horsemen now raiding into the tree lines. Exploratories did just complete. Deniska is desperate for pennies. He's even taking everything from sort of side of the map. Varangian? So Varangian is quite expensive too. The Varangian, not exactly cheap. I don't think you really want to be leaning into this at 40 gold a pop. Horseman though. We talked about this like here. Switch to his view. Ah, 20 gold, baby. Yeah, it's just a little bit of alchemy. We turn food and wood into gold with a little bit of blood. I, for one, think Great Wall Gatehouse should friendly fire. Oh my god, could you imagine? Like, where's the hold fire button? Where's the hold fire button? Why would it stop shooting? That's the thing. It never does. And we've got some counter raids coming through. Niska never actually secured the flanks with stone walls. There's only wooden walls. Hadn't really thought much more about it, right? Because so far, sort of has just been stuck defending in the center. And what on earth is happening here? Well, they'll eventually die. Why do they have 506 HP? Why? The dream. When you just get to click things without even moving. Ah. The nightmare when you realize you're losing everything else. Sort of is on the push. And Deniska has no front line. Horsemen are trying to show up now, but they feel lackluster here. The Presidium is doing God's work. It's making it hard for the bombards to clear the way, so it buys enough time. The horsemen are able to sally forth. Sort of is up to 27 hand cannoneers now. Still standing your ground underneath a castle is ambitious, I'll say that much of it. And the bombards still actually haven't cleared the objective. Deniska isn't repairing anymore. Oh, sorry, no, he's got some here. They're just well hidden. So it's just about keeping it alive. Cannon upgrade is about to come in, but the cannons are too strong. They'll bring it down. So Deniska has lost one of the two castles. Streltsy count is small for him. The cannon count is not. Oh my god. 8 royal cannons now. Sort of like, this is a good game for Pony. Remember, bigger gun always wins. Absolute insanity in this game. I mean, who wins this? It feels like at this rate, sort of keeping the hand cannon account good. At this rate, wood actually might be the deciding outcome. Because a lot of horsemen, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but a lot of horsemen have died in this game. I got a feeling my video is going to get pulled down on YouTube by PETA. Oh, they don't care about the human rights abuses here. That's fine. Like, those guys, look at them. Oh, look, he's got a hammer in his hand. Take him out! Looks like a clean kill to me, boys. He was definitely going to use that hammer to kill us. So, but the horses. The amount of ponies that have died in this game, it's no wonder that we don't ride them anymore in modern combat. I don't think there's enough of them left. Is this a normal game time? I'd say normal game time average these days is maybe like... Average is around 30 minutes. You can get late games like this. They are rarer in the last year and a half than they used to be. I'd say this is, like, what do you think, chat? Like 10% of games now, maybe? Actually, we're in like 5% territory. There was a meta where it felt like every third game at least was going out. But there's a lot more dynamic play in early game now. This is wild, though. It also comes down to playstyle as well. Some players just, like, don't like playing this late. So they'll just go all in to try and end the game one way or the other. Well, dose of irony now as Deniska's own village is getting hit up by horsemen. I think this is over. This is looking pretty grim right now for Deniska. Sort of just has leverage due to gold. But that's truly the biggest issue here. Deniska's been trying to combat hand cannoneers with Streltsy, and you saw exactly why no one builds Streltsy anymore. They're incredibly expensive for what you get on Olival. And the other big issue is these hand cannoneers are in every way imaginable better. They are faster. They have better range. You can't really beat Chinese hand cannoneers with Streltsy. And what the hell are the cannons doing? Oh no, he went for the bombards. Yeah, it turns out small gun can beat big gun. And no, that's going to be all the siege. The horseman rotation. Clears up practically all of it. He's down to just 4 in total. 2 in the battle. Sort of does need to start microing, as his front line is now dead. And this is where Limitana do get interesting. Remember we said a little bit earlier, because the hand cannoneer damage being classified as ranged, a 25% damage reduction is quite substantial here compared to other standard spearmen. And Limitana on top of that also have more health than standard spearmen. But still, for that huge ambitious opening that Deniska dived onto, he killed like what, 5 or 6 of the hand cannoneers? There's already more on the way. And wait, why? No, not again. I would really love to pick some of these players' brains on why Fire Lancers, because I feel like every time I see them, they actually cost you more than they gain. What you have to realize about this game, guys, is that he's running out of gold fast. And he's now producing a unit that costs gold. Maybe it's an issue of wood. Like, there's really not much wood left on the map. So he might be trying to just kind of squeeze every piece out that he can. So something scary to keep in mind here, by the way, is right now the game looks pretty good for Sort of. If we go for another 10 or 15 minutes, I think it's Deniska's. He has something infinitely that Sort of can't. An ability to produce units. When every resource is gone from the map, I sort of won't be able to build the trash units anymore. Wood, right? While Deniska, well, for a start, Limitana is mostly food, which is infinite. They still use food, but wood, but less. And he's got a huge tree line. You can see that. The other thing is the premium units. Olive oil is also infinite. And that's what makes olive oil kind of polarizing the late game a little bit crazy, is that compared to all these other units, which require two resource types, you only require 1 resource type to get 3 different units available to you. Well, 6 actually, because of the siege. And that's kind of, I think, what makes Byzantines a little bit crazy the most in the hyper late game. Pulse around here. Horseman not doing a quick job of clearing it, but the mosh pit just keeps on coming. Deniska did lose all siege. I think for sort of maybe just some fort production would change things up here. He's producing from really far away. Even with Yuan, it's quite the run. Deniska, I wonder, can he sally forth once more with a defensive strategy here? He has got the Mangonel towers. That's going to make sort of think twice about it. So he's going to wait for the bombard to arrive. Guys, it's 1 bombard now. Remember, wood is becoming more of a delicacy than gold at this stage. So much so, we can't even afford to build a lumber camp. Nope, it would just be too expensive. Deniska now switching into Nest of Bees. A little bit tricky, does make sense against hand cannoneers, but Yuan makes them hard to hit. Still, he needs some sort of backline firepower, because right now it's just melee. And a lot of it. Looks like he's sneaking in on both flanks. And those are Fire Lancers, so quick bonus on the Olive Groves. That's going to shut him down perma. Deniska, falling behind on economy. Nowhere near maximum military or eco at this stage. And please, no, the Royal Cannons. Where the hell are they going? I want to say Valhalla, but I don't think that's where artillery goes when they die. Back to Father's workshop? I don't know. Oh, boy. One Nesta Beast just trying to hold those hand cannons hostage. We do have now a castle drop coming from sort of to consolidate power in the center. I mean, this has to be it, right? Deniska's not out of wood. He's nowhere near out of wood. He's got plenty here. The problem is he's just getting raided all around. He keeps panic reacting to the front line because he has to because his hand cannon is. So you have to kind of double down on your defense here. That means you've got no one protecting the flanks. There's just small pocket groups of troops waiting to exploit that. And they're going to do it again. More farms getting shut down. And Deniska, the problem really isn't food now. It's wood. At this rate, it's going to be olive oil. He puts the last piece of gold into some cataphracts. I guess he wants the bombard gone? I think it doesn't matter. It's too late. Hankin is dive in. Nesta B's removed again. Insane game number one. He had a schedule to keep to, and they might already be breaking it. Because we still potentially have 4 more games ahead of us. And for anything like this, it's going to be the longest set of the week. Oh my god. At this point, I think Deniska's just going through the motions, but it's cool. GG comes out. An absurd late game back and forth that will end with the Swede on top. That was crazy. Oh, man. That was actually a pretty wild one. I guess, like, the focus point for that one is, like, the bait and switch, right? The bait gatehouse. Oh, is it a best of 1? No, it's a best of 5. Yeah, David, you know what I was talking about, like, the value you can get on, like, these type of broadcasts? It's not always guaranteed, but it can. And hello, Kixies, I see you. And yes, I agree that Dark Age is pretty active these days, but mainly because of the newer maps. But yeah, this is the thing, like, with Age of Empires 4, you could have, like, a day that's 4 hours long, or it could be 12. And I think, like, a lot of esports have that. AoE 4 has it less now than it used to. It's less absurd. And I think that's better. Like, some people don't like that it plays out that way. I prefer it that way. Because it means when it does happen, it's more special. If you had that every single game, you start to get bored of the fact that they're not running out of resources. So, yeah. I think the devs done right with the changes they made over time. So, G2. Let's see where the boys are going to be taking us. I imagine with this draft, Deniska probably picks... We said Kawasan's a really good one for his draft. I wonder if he picks it now or delays. It would make a lot of sense picking it now. Just to kind of get back on track so you're not playing from behind. Of course, it's got Order the Dragon for Enlightened Horizon. We'll save that. Sorry, not Order the Dragon, Enlightened Horizon. For Lakeside. Enlightened Horizon is a problem for him. I think we're probably seeing a Bassid for Kawasan and then Japanese for Enlightened Horizon. And then sort of has like Knights Templar as an answer there. You think you got the prediction? Well, let's find out. Payout for sort of. Doink. Oh, that almost made me forget. We need to double check. Because I should have had an email through on something. Need to send something across to Rob quick. Alright, there we go. Look, you know, I'm getting much better at doing influencer management work while also streaming. It's impressive. It's like a skill set. Big flex. What other job do I need to do at the same time? Oh yeah, I need to start doing outreach to get more esports events. I feel like that's the thing I've been letting myself down on at the moment, actually. I think sort of just went for a toilet break because that was a long game one. But yeah, I need to find more time to do outreach about esports events. I feel like I've been neglecting that because I've been focused on the content creation. In some ways, it's smart to focus on the content creation because like you have more control over your own destiny with content creation, if that makes sense. But I freaking love esports, so I don't know. Trying to figure out what the next new esports scene is going to be. Team game tournaments? No, I'm talking like wider esports. Not just like AoE4. Because AoE4 doesn't really have many events that will pay you. Right? Like EGC doesn't pay like life-changing money. Lands are incredibly rare, and like some of the lands don't even necessarily have budget to pay you. And I've got a family that I need to look out for, so you know. Even on the content creation side, right? Like we've said, like we're building it to a point where it's sustainable for me, and then obviously on top of that, we can start doing extra things, opening new tournaments, etc. But always about trying to scale it sustainably. So I think we're going Lakeside game number 2. I thought he would have taken Kawasan for the easy peasy win. I guess he wants to thin the draft of Sort of, and it kind of feels like it's worked here because Sort of is actually using Knights Templar on this map. Knights Templar looked really good on Lakeside when we've seen them here, but it does feel like it maybe weakens this draft a little bit when it comes to Enlightened Horizon. I wonder. I guess for Enlightened Horizon, then, he's going to go with Lancaster? Lancaster could work there. Welding is a profitable job. Somehow doesn't seem in the wheelhouse of skills that I've been applying, you know? Shocker. Men with hair like KPs did not weld. Make it sound like I can model. L'Oreal, hook me up. All right, let's get ready. All right, mods, if you can start predictions, please. It's appreciated. Let's get this show on the road. Oh, yes, you're seeing that correctly. One and all, welcome back to our quarterfinals between Sort of and Deniska. An absurd game number 1 that was almost an hour long. Finally got a victor. And now we hop into a map that is no stranger to the late game. Because this map tends to revolve around sacred sites and a siege wall. And Deniska, understanding that, loves this pick. He goes to Order the Dragon, which already was effective in slaying Dumu this week. But in game number 1, Deniska's choice of Byzantines, which also slayed Ben, backfired for him. Sort of, can he make it happen again here in game number 2 with Knights Templar? A really powerful pick on this map, actually. We've seen them look pretty good. They get close to maximum gold from this close sacred site and get it at max at the furthest. And also, if you think about playstyle-wise, this is a really good map for Knights Templar. For a start, they have fishing on the opening, which offsets one of their biggest weaknesses, which is, for those that don't know, Knights Templar have a unique upgrade system compared to most civs in AoE4. They don't build landmarks to go to the next age. They do something more reminiscent of Age of Empires 2, where you tech in your town center. But doing so means you're sacrificing villages, 1 minute worth, aka 3 villages, very early on. So for that reason, Knights Templar have looked phenomenally powerful on maps where there's fishing, because then you build the boats to offset the loss. Now, this map's a little bit different because both sides will build those boats. But what's a really big upside later on is that defensive play we mentioned. If you're leaning around sacred sites as a win condition, that's the dream for Knights Templar. That's where they can thrive. As long as they're not up against civs that play too early to that win condition, such as Delhi, they have a good edge in castle when they start building into the castles, the fortresses, which not only bolster their defensive line, but bolster their economy. So we'll see if Sort of can get to that stage. Deniska is probably not going to play H2. We don't really see much H2 indulgence from Order of the Dragon on this map. And in this matchup, it would feel a little bit weird, because although you could open Men-at-Arms, your opponent would have a decent reaction with Chevalier, which of course is the cheaper version of a French Knight. Alright, how's predictions looking? So Sort of with favorability here. Not too surprised by that. He played a pretty solid game number 1. I think Knights Templar is just a really tricky beast to tackle on this map. How did we do on Sheeppool as well? Okay, pretty even. Last time Deniska played this map, it was an absolute disaster for his opponent. I think Dimu ended up with about 6 sheep overall to 18. Whereas this time around, it's going to be a 14-11 split in favor of Deniska. Question is, how much water do you want to play here? There was a time where Lakeside was actually dictated by water control. The idea being that you didn't actually win by building too many boats. You either won by building 3 boats maximum and pushing your opponent off, or you won by ignoring it and staying alive against that pressure. I think that makes Lakeside quite an interesting match to watch, rather, compared to other Age of Empires 4 water maps. I know there's some people who like click on this and roll their eyes at the thought of it, but the reason I think this is a bit more enticing is that water is decided by small scale of boats, and that's cool. Where it gets a little bit silly is when you're watching like 20 Springald ships dance around like ballerinas on water. Like my classic joke always was that when you watch the spin to win meta, if you guys remember those days where you only built Springalds, you almost just needed to have the ballerina like ice dancing music, you know, like dun 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 playing in the background. Sort of is just gonna play Griefer here. This is a pretty meta play, by the way. Blocking this tree line is really important because it stops rotation around to the back. And if you do that, it means that your secondary gold is never really exposed. So that's why Deniska is going hardcore for it. That does reveal his intent, by the way. It means he's worried that Sort of is going to play aggro in H2, and likely Deniska wants nothing to do with H2 at all. And yeah, we do have the Stone Gallows. So this is going to be the static point defense. He's going to look to build naval arrow slits and not build boats at all. And that makes a lot of sense in this matchup because Sort of is playing a Civ that is incredibly impactful on water. Remember, this Civ doesn't build lumber camps, and when they gather wood, they get some food. So they're actually overall more efficient than standard woodworkers because there's no walk to drop off, they just keep chopping in. The problem with that for Deniska is he knows that if this turns into a water warfare, where you're primarily using wood to build units, you're going to be behind. So his idea of going naval arrow slits means he stops his opponent from pushing him off the water altogether, but he doesn't have to invest more than 160 resources to do so. Outpost up on land. Ooh, does Deniska just go straight up into Regnitz is the question now. I think Regnitz would be really hard to justify here because of what Sort of is doing. He opens with a Springald chip, but he's not over-investing. He's adding in stables and archery ranges. Now, if your opponent was full water, that allows Deniska to get away with Regnitz, which will allow him to go for his monks, just gather relics, because there's nothing to protect the relics. But with this type of opening, you know you have to play Burgrave here. Anything else feels too greedy. And we already have the monks, or our pilgrims on the way. Is that a bamboo shoot? No. It's just, it's flotsam. What impresses me most about pilgrims is how they all seem to have the exact same stick. Like someone was making a killing back in the feudal age by selling walking sticks to pilgrims. Okay, so age up just a few seconds away for Deniska. Sort of probably only wants to add in, maybe 2 or 3 more knights, maybe a few more archers. He's definitely going to need to trend towards a tech up himself. It does feel weird to rush Castle Age's Knights Templar. It's probably the least desirable play for them. Because remember, you've already sacrificed villagers teching up. If you do it again, at such an early point, it becomes a substantial percentage of your economy. That's why most Knights Templar players like long feudal age. For a start, they're very good at spamming archers, but the other thing is, when you do eventually tech up, instead of it being 10% of your economy to sacrifice, it's more like, 2-5%. Nice strike in here. Not able to get the first blood on the workers. Guild of Villagers just a bit too tanky. Fishing Boat Paul was ambitious, sort of. Actually does lose it. So this aggression not really paying off for him. He did have to go into Archer Ship just to guarantee the demo ship play wouldn't happen. Because remember, if you try to poke at this dock, you take like 2 or 3 hits, the demo ship can finish you off. So the Archer Ship almost becomes mandatory to harass the economy. Pilgrim's going the full distance now with those identical walking sticks. And yes, this map only has 1 fishing spot, deep water anyway, per side. There is also shoreline, but shoreline is substantially worse than deep water. There is a popular play if you do win water quick, where you can build a transport ship and then dock drop the enemy side as well to double your income. But it requires a very specific timing, because if it's later in the game, your opponent's a lot harder to dent off the water, and they probably have land units to kill you when you come across. Yeah, like if you can do this play where you secure a dock this side, when your opponent's side say it like, pre 10 minutes, they're not going to have much burn power to torch the dock quickly. And yes, sadly, demo ships have now been fixed. Breaks my heart. We should have kept it. It was so much better. Love this, I'm sort of playing out to deer. A little bit risky. Gilded Knights are going to be on the way, but he has good positioning. I like this from sort of. He's got close to the base, so he should be able to see the first unit coming out. And by the way, Deniska done the greed. He did go for the Regnants. Oh my. Well, Chevalier going to dive past the TC. Force a little bit of other time here. He now knows that Deniska is running out of food, because otherwise, why would you be on berries? He might even intercept the Prelate. We'll have to reset here. Yeah, the Chevalier don't hit hard enough to kill a Prelate. And wow, the info. Okay, Sorf got a lot of information here. He knows about the Gilded Knights. He's also spotted the archer range, so he's probably assuming Gilded Crossbow plus Knights, which is really, really pricey for Deniska. On top of that, he's doing a good job of actually maintaining enough units to block additional relics coming home. Sort of. He has got Genoa queued up. Oh, this is an interesting thought, actually. Genoese Crossbowmen versus Gilded Crossbowmen. I'm pretty sure Gilded Crossbowmen still take that on equal quantity trade in terms of resource investment. But, yeah, no, it's actually not that close, right? Because Genoese Crossbows are bonus against melee infantry. That's unfortunate for him. To be honest with you, like, Republic of Genoa, this choice isn't really about the commander unit. It's actually about the bonus. He's going to get 30% more gold on his pilgrims. And that's what this map is all about, by the way. For Knights Templar, it's all about fortress drop timings to secure sacred sites to escalate gold income. Why is EGC1 played? Isn't it meant to have small golds in base? It does have small golds in base. Here. What are you on about? The reason why the EGC1 was being used, and I think still is being used, is because I don't know if Lakeside Normal ever had these tree lines fixed, where sometimes it can spawn there and block you. I think I noticed something about it being fixed, but I'd have to double check. Great pin. That was sick. Sort of, with just Feudal Age Spearmen, easily able to take out that 500 resource investment that Deniska produced. And no, Deniska, what happened with the Prelate? He's going to try to chain heal it. Oh, that was sick, Deniska. He actually gets a home. Not enough archers here to get the snipe down, but he will be able to get a second knight. All right, this is kind of paid for itself. It's unfortunate that the relic got home, but you just removed 1,000 resources plus the prelates on top. And remember, those cost 100 each. You see the Gilded Crossbowman, you don't know what you're up against. He is going to keep pumping spears and those Genoese Crossbowmen. So remember, these units will not get bonus against the Gilded Expos, but they'll keep Deniska away from other infantry, which means he has to spend more food to be cavalry. And you've already prepped the counter with Spearmen. I weirdly enough actually like this idea from sort of. It feels a bit ambitious in some ways. Genoese Crossbows 1-to-1 are not going to do better than Gilded Crossbowmen. They should be very hard to target in these fights. Because remember, crossbows on both sides have the exact same range. It's just these guys have much better attack speed. Gilded Crossbows. Oh, Deniska. This micro is not on point for him. The chase down just too strong from the Vet Spears. And no, it is 4K in the base, just to iterate for Baltimore. It's meant to be 4K on Lakeside. Because Lakeside was made before the 1600 gold veins got introduced. 1600 gold would probably make it more interesting, though. Things are getting interesting here, sort of. He now goes into Sanctuary. So 2 Pilgrims now running out. Remember, these guys have 30% more, so they get 160 gold, 69 gold per minute. Per Pilgrim. And he's already started to gather stone. That this is the point we've been looking for. The only thing that's really missing from sort of timing here is Sacred Site control with capture. But that's because he needs to pick up relics first. So while he's got the breathing room, he's going to look to make it a 3-2 split, which with Sanctuary and Sacred Site control means that Order of the Dragon are not winning the passive gold game. Yeah, they are economically behind right now. Pretty ugly position to find yourself in. Sort of did go for a temporary increase in food income, by the way. The shoreline fish won't last forever, but he can set up a dock down here to extend the food income. Horseman, Deniska. Oh, no. All right, the engagements are just getting worse and worse for Deniska. This is like a desperate blind man looking for a public toilet at this stage. It's not getting pretty. And you're probably just going to end up crapping the bed. Well, more likely just crapping in public. There's not really much for him. I mean, Deniska is still playing crossbows at a huge disadvantage. I think this game is close to over. Like, I'm actually struggling to see what Deniska's move is right now. Farm transition is needed. That's going to slow him down a lot. And remember, for sort of, the farm transitions are actually a lot easier for Knights Templar because you gather the wood to get to farms, but by gathering wood, you're getting food as well. Also maybe a little bit annoying, but I don't know. The vet spears have just been on point. It's weird. I don't feel like I've seen a Knights Templar spearman game where they've looked this good. Maybe it's kind of partial on Deniska not microing optimally in the fight earlier. But I think he just got kind of ambushed by this stealth forest interaction. Happens to the best of us. Isn't Burger always better than for Order of the Dragon? I think if you get at least 3 relics, you're content with Regnants. The thing about the Burgrave concept is it's good in theory, but if you don't want to always produce infantry, it's bad. That's the catch, the caveat. And against this comp, like, you don't really want to produce melee infantry. Genoese crossbows counterplay you hard. So you're forced into horsemen anyway. And Gilded Crossbowmen are your best unit as well. It's like, I don't mind Deniska's idea. It's just his timings didn't make sense. I think sort of just had a great read building units in Feudal Age. So I hope that answers the question. Like, I know the maths of Burgrave is like you need to get at least 3 Regnants relics for it to be good, for it to be better. But the reality check is not every game is desirable for infantry. And this is a pristine example. Like, the only one you can maybe justify is Landsknechter, but that's a lot of value into single entities that Genoese crossbows once again counter. Once again, Deniska tries to square her up. Gets put in his place. I think we're probably close to like a GG call. I think this civ more than most, when you get in this position on Lakeside, it's more snowbally than any other civ in the game. Because you get encouraged to build more fortresses because it generates more gold. And part of the cost of fortresses is in gold anyway. So it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy with Knights Templar here. Now they dive onto the farms. A few worker kills coming in. Sort of will reset, realizing it's a bit of an overextension. He doesn't have to leave really fully. You can just camp on the side here. Another thing that's going to be coming in soon is likely Treasure Towers, guys. Treasure Towers is really important. Gives a 20% increase again, which then inflates your income up to 203 gold per pilgrim. And that's when you can start looking at siege. You can keep this Genoese crossbow pump going to ridiculous degrees, because remember, they're majority gold cost. Speaking of said fortresses, here comes another. Those crossbows look sick. Yeah, I love the visual design of them. The iconic shields really sell you on them. Interesting that we've got rams coming in. Clean way of dealing with the outpost defense. Also, if you force the E-repairs, you can start sieging the farms. Which just kind of has the same defeatist effect from Deniska right now. Guys, what do you think he's going to do after he builds another fortress? I don't know, man. Like, this could be for anything. 2TC, maybe mass outposts, or, hear me out, we take our tax deductions from all this pilgrim gold, and then we build even more fortresses. This is the snowball I was talking about. You know, maps like this are just king for it as well. This actually might be Knights Templar's best map for this strategy, I think. Other maps that come to mind are things like King of the Hill, but obviously on King of the Hill, you don't get the fishing on the side that kind of offsets some of your early game weak points. Gotta say, though, things are starting to look grim for Deniska. Going down 2-0 this early. Especially after that impressive performance up against Dimu. I will say one thing. It feels a little bit like Deniska's just tried to play the exact same strategies that he played against Ben. And that's dangerous because if sort of just replays those games, like looks back at them and looks at the VODs, he knows what he's up against here. Like, Deniska played this game a little bit different, but I think in particular game 1, he tried to play the exact same way and got forced into crazy town. And that is just condemning, isn't it? He says, okay, I don't even need more fortresses on the sacred sites because you're weak. I'd rather just deny food again. Or just drop it in your base. You know what we don't see enough of, folks? Imperial Age. We need to see more of those trebuchet emplacements on the castles. They're so godly. Flash coming in. Horsemen are trying to wrap around the side. The Spinman going to give chase, though. Wait. They all target one! Okay, that's a waste. Sometimes just a quick second select and A click is your best friend there. Deniska, realizing far too late, burns all the cav. And now we're into the farms. Other time to be achieved here. Deniska, I don't think he's got anything left here. No one would blame him for a tap out at this stage. This is like you're playing for the 0.5% comeback chance. And most of that remaining percent is sort of PC will crash. I'm impressed though. Janui's crossbows, I feel like they can often feel a bit underwhelming. One of the biggest issue with these units feels like scaling. Great when you've got enough of them, terrible when like you're low on the count. Because their attack speed is really horrible as well. But that's the interesting thing. I think this might be the best civ to build Genui's crossbows against. Because your opponent has less units and they have a lot of health. So you don't end up overkilling as much with your crossbowmen. So that issue of a slower attack speed isn't as painful. And this is going to be painful now for Deniska. 6.9 tower range. Guys, do you ever realize just how many references to 69 Knights Templar has? I think someone on the dev team was a very big Office fan. You have the 69 on the crossbowman. You have the 169 on the sacred site. I'm surprised Chevalier didn't calculate out to it. Sort of being a bit ambitious with the stone gathering here. Now Mango's on the way. Yeah, shows you what he thinks of the horseman, huh? Interesting that sort of is switching horseman himself. I feel like spear crossbow was working perfectly. And we do have the castles now being dropped. The stone walls rather now being dropped. What can become castles though? If you build them close enough to keeps, remember they get arrow slits. Yeah, I'm actually like there's sort of know about that because I feel like most people forget it. For those who don't know, fortresses and your primary TC, if you build stone walls in their influence range, they get more health, but they also each get an arrow slit. So you get like an arrow slit here, an arrow slit here, an arrow slit here. Quite frankly, it's like ridiculous. Considering like a tiny stone wall will give you arrow slits for free. We'll dive into the farms again. Deniska's still not convinced this is over. I mean, some players don't get the mental burnout of playing these out, but I wonder what kind of player Deniska is. Is this more out of frustration to try and like resist the obvious? Or is he just like calm and tempered and just doesn't feel it? Oh, you do have the Trebs now arriving. This can start to just be farms permanently lost. And there it is. Okay, he finally gives in. GG gets called. Sort of a masterclass reminder on why Knights Templar love and thrive on this exact map. Yeah, my son is not very happy. He's not even in the room. He's outside. And he's being picked up on mic. That boy screams. Like, when he did... most of the time, he's calm. He's chill. But when he's not happy, oh my god, does he let you know. Like, you know, poor little Ezra's out there going, I don't get it. Why do the castles make the walls shoot? You thought that sound was a treb? Let's just imagine it was. So GG's, well played to Sort of. That's now 2-0 up, one game away from making semi-finals, which I believe would be Sort of's best performance ever in the Midweek Masters. Wonder. Is this now... Do you just go in Lion Horizon now? Because Knights Templar is gone. But do you think that Japan can beat House of Lancaster is the question now he has. I think you get kited if you try to play Japan into House of Lancaster. We've seen Lancasters willing to play the Dark Age. The reason is that they're actually in the mid-pack in terms of spear civs. Their spears already have good value later in the game because of the Billman effect for the minus armor. But also, you have to remember that Lancaster have a quirky little element to them where they gather food from sheep quicker. I believe it used to be 25%, got nerfed down to 20% because it was a little bit too good. Yeah, gather from 20% faster. But even just a 20% increase is good enough to afford the Spearman early on. What's the other maps and why is Abba the second pick? We've got Kawasan in there. Deniska, I think, overvalued Kawasan. If you look at his draft, front end and back end, it's overloaded for Kawasan. But, like, if you draft this way, half of your picks have now been oriented towards one map. That's a little bit linear. I think you really want to draft in a way, like, maps like Lakeside here, you should have a second pick that your opponent's threatened by. I guess you could have theoretically pulled out Japan, but I'm not so convinced by that. And yes, House of Lancaster spawns with 4 extra sheep. Mongol and Japanese are also good on Light Horizon. Mongols, I get the value of Mongols. Mongols will at least force Lancaster to build the racks inside the base. But like I said, I think Japan versus Lancaster, Lancaster's fine there. I don't think that doesn't feel like a pick that scares them. But we'll see if we get there next. It looks like for the timing, it's going to be Kawasan. I'm not surprised. Like we just said, if you look at his draft heavily favors Kawasan. So it makes a lot of sense. And it is going to be a comfort pick. He's gone for the Abbasids. Sort of does something sort of funky. He goes for the Rus. I was really not expecting a Rus pick here. Maybe Ibids is what I was anticipating. But then again, like, Abba's better than Ibids on this map, right? Because the Ram Rush timing is better. And, like, no, you don't put Japan out here because, like, the remaining maps, Abbasids wouldn't make sense. You're not going to pick them on Coastal Cliffs because they can't 2TC easily. And then Enlightened Horizon, I think, is very weird for Abbasids. I don't know, maybe this is a throwaway civ for Sort of. He probably wants Ibids for Coastal, but, like, he has Malians there as well. But Ibids would fare better against French. Interesting pick. See if it pays off. Oh no, what's going on? Why are you bringing him in here? Oh, you're going in a minute, and he's very cranky, and I'm working. This is going to work. Emma's trying to palm Ezra off on me when he's very upset. Alright, let's get predictions up. Oh, we need to do that. Oh, folks, this right here might be the weirdest pick I've seen in a long time on Kawasan. That's right, one and all. We hop into game number 3. Sort of has built a dominant lead. And I don't want to say this sort of sounds like a throwaway pick, but in some ways it does, which is crazy to say of the Rus. That's right. Kawasan, of course, the map where you've got 2 ponds. Fishing is very powerful. Rus has not been seen here in a very long time. Deniska's pick has been seen in abundant seas. We've got the Abbasids coming out in the yellow. This is not only a very powerful pick for this map, this is also a very comfortable pick for Deniska. You might notice Deniska's name from pub games, from previous tournaments. This guy loves camel civs. Like, truly, I just feel like he looks for Abbasids or Ibids. Any draft, he can get them. And this is a good map for them. The military wing play has proven dominant for Abbasids on this map. You open melee wing, and then you just rush your ram to deny your opponent's dock. Rus might find themselves a little bit more susceptible considering the fact that their fishing boats are very expensive, a very big investment. Okay, so How are we looking prediction-wise? Wow, it's still 71%, sort of. So even after I hype this up, then again, like I can kind of see where people are coming from. You know, whenever you see Roos get through a draft, you're already question marking everything. But you got to respect us for delivering the games. You guys keep moaning that Achery and Roos never make an appearance. We've at least delivered one here. Yeah, no Achery this draft, by the way, as you can see there. That one was never getting through. I'm still a little bit worried for Enlightened Horizon for Denisko. But we'll cross that bridge if he gets to it. Because so far in this series, I mean, game 1 was close. Game 2, to me, didn't feel close at all. Sort of demolished him in that second. There's a way. There is hope. House of Wisdom down the way. Some players like to go the double dock route here. I don't think you do that as Bastards in this matchup because your opponent shouldn't be more aggressive than you. Normally, you expect this double dock opening against civs like Mongols, for example. Civs that might actually try to rush you on one of the pawns. And why do people want to see my shoes? You guys think I can afford shoes? Not enough of you sub for me to be able to afford shoes. Like, bro, do you know how expensive leather is these days? Even those fake materials, the price keeps going up. Hey, Fiday's helping out a little bit. Thank you for the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. And 53 is a good number. If we can get 53 subs today, I might be able to afford some secondhand Nikes. How about that? Seriously, guys, shoes are expensive. Anyway, Milliwing should just be around the corner. I'd be surprised if we see anything else here. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Is that why he sort of picked Roos? Because if you get Ram Rush, you don't care. Yo. I think our boy's cooking. Guys, like, remember, these fishing boats don't need to drop off. So if you lose the dock, you don't care. And if you build boats out already, you can build one archer ship and camp here and stop your opponent from getting on the pond entirely. So then you just have fishing economy and just shrug at the rest of the equation. So Milliwing's coming in a minute 30. In that time, sort of could easily get out like 2-3 more fishing boats and an archer ship before he gets contested. This is... I mean, it's so long since we've sim Roos on water, it's easy to forget this little detail, that the boats are very expensive, but they don't ever have to move. It's a big advantage. And remember, they actually collect a lot quicker than fishing boats standard, so it pays off. Oh. And we have reactions. Deniska says, true KP, fair point, but double dock. That's wild. Okay, yeah, and sort of, because he went hard in the fishing boats with free, maybe anticipating the military wing rush, he now doesn't actually have the timing to stop this. Millie wing in 45. Probably won't be teched up until about then, which means Deniska will definitely be able to get the initial boats out. All right, this game is cool. Why don't Roos fishing boats work like KT lumberjacks? Oh, I think it's just a development difference of when they were made. I think I've heard someone suggest it as a change. I don't mind it. I actually like this idea of having certain civs that have incremental drop-offs instead of bulk. I think it provides a cool like dynamic. As does my co-caster Ezra, who might be heard in the background occasionally. Okay, so the boy's now on the way. So remember, this play is all about that ram timing to block reactions. Now, sort of, we'll have a way of fighting back, but I don't think he's ready for this. Free dogs? Bruh. This is a little bit out of hand, surely. I mean, we're definitely going too far here. Why free? Like, 2's enough, no? Yeah, but, you know, free guarantees he doesn't ever try to cross you. Yes. We've got war on the ponds. Galley conversion is coming in from sort of. Oof. A lot of damage taken, but he has got the repair crew nearby. Demo ship reaction is interesting. Deniska, he was expecting to be a Springle ship. Okay, but yeah, now he has the answer to the archer ship. That's expensive. Demo's looking to dive in. This is getting messy. This is pure chaos on the pond. Good repair. Comes in clutch to keep the galley alive. Fishing boats are starting to be sunk a little, though. And the demo is going to have to ring a roses here. And I've got a very unhappy son. Now I've got to try and somehow rock him while he's like this. Thanks, Emma. Demo does get detonated, but nice backstab there. Brings the attack ship low. However, the fishing is making the difference here. We've got no arrow slits play coming in from Deniska. He is rushing the ram, though, so that's going to be the commitment. And expensive, but in some ways damage done. Takes out the other archer ship. Double fishing left over. And with the ram coming, it means he's not going to be secure anymore. Sorry, guys. I have no answer to this right now. Except to say, this is what happens when you let them pick a bastard against you. Because that right there is not my son crying. That is the tears of sort of being heard half the world away. He's lost water. He's trying to produce knights on land, but I mean, you're just double pond versus none now. I don't really know what you're meant to do with this. Yeah, like I think Deniska just full out played him. Like, who the hell ever expects triple dock? That is crazy. And so cheap as well. Remember, the Bastards, they only pay 75 wood per dock for this. So it's not like he spent an arm and a leg to do this, which is why he was able to afford the ram as well. Our wall's now coming up, sort of needs to buy some time. If he makes a comeback, it's going to be a long road to recovery here. Perfect hunt cabin. A pretty good one, yeah. Wall's going to buy some time, but unfortunately, this is the problem with this defensive strategy, is if you lost the water, your opponent already has the answer to the wall as well. Knock, knock. Is Deniska rushing castle? We don't have active unit production. He's got double pond, mass fishing boat. I mean, why not, right? Like, what's your opponent going to do? You could even just think camel archers, and I know that Deniska loves camel archers more than, I want to say, any active pro at this stage. We've seen him even win games where there were probably like 15 easier ways to win than camel archer spam, and he still does it. So Knights Revealed makes camels feel a little bit better even. It's gonna be stables drop though. No active gold gathering. Knights did harass him off of that. Sort of got a little bit of damage in there. Got the one worker kill. I mean, this ram, it would be nice if it was just hitting a hunting cabin, but I guess at least it's idling the archers out over here. And sort of, he's rushing castle. Like, props to him for not just being dead straight away to this. I wonder if Deniska maybe over-greeded, as he's obviously been producing fishing boats out of all three docks. So that's a lot of delayed return on investment, which is opening the door for sort of potential recovery arc here. It's going to be a bloody hard one, though. And I mean, sure, why not? Your opponent's building no military units, so you might as well take the most greedy location for it. All right, get your numbers in, folks. How big are we going with this high trade house? Is this a high roller? I gotta say, it does look pretty bloody good. Emma is still to the side of me, trying to figure a way to palm him off on me successfully. But she's realizing the moment she walks away, Ezra is going to scream. She might have to take him with her to pick up our daughter. Because I definitely can't handle him if he's screaming, Emma. I think one of these days, I'm going to make Emma just sit here and do like all the camera work and commentary on one of these streams. Just so that she knows how many different jobs we have to do. Because then if I have to add in Ezra on my lap, it gets a bit janky, don't it, mate? All right, chat. Like a little bit of RL deep dive. What do you think would keep my child entertained? Do you think it would be rocking? A for rocking. B for a baby's toy. C for being picked up. Or D, a cat's toy. Looks like it's going to be 162. Yeah, it's D. Like, it's just shaking a cat's toy right now. We had the same thing with Freya where we bought all these wonderful, like, kitty toys. And in the end, she spent most of the time playing with, like fake mice and stuff that were for the cats. The look he's giving me right now. Oh, dear. He's looking at me going, yeah, daddy. Sort of is going to win this game. With that big boy high roll, 163 gold off the high trade house. Deniska is still in the same age. And we talked about his love of camels. It can be his downside. He's not being here. Culture Wing did just get triggered. So 2 minutes away from an age up. He does have overwhelming economy lead here. This is ridiculous. The guy is sitting at 23 fishing boats. And he goes for the full hunker down. He's like, well, you can't kill my boats. And with walls, you can't kill my land. I'll just outbloat you, my friend. Looks like he's going to lose one night. It's not even able to get out. So overall, Deniska in a pretty good position here. I think the next move for Sorov would be Relics. And yeah, we already have the first Warrior Monk on the way. My kid is pretty much just smushing this ball cat toy into his face. It's looking like a kid would if they stuck their face up against the window pane. All right, Knights have at least kind of milked every ounce they can out of these wraparounds, but now that shutdown, there should be a push out onto the map for Deniska to try and block Relics, as I think it's becoming maybe increasingly obvious what's really happening here, because Sort of hasn't sent in more troops yet. Would anyone remember that Springolds kill boats? Ah ha ha ha! You would think that Springolds kill boats, but you'd actually be kind of wrong. So the problem with Springolds as an answer to boats is here's what usually happens. A Springald shows up here, does the full Darth Vader speech, I have you now, and then all of a sudden, the Springald ship, with better movement speed, sails away. Does your Springald A, stand its ground because it's not an idiot and won't be baited, or B, follow the Springald very innocently towards the shoreline, where the Springald will then come back and beat it? If you said B, you're correct. That's normally what happens to Springolds. And that's why Springald ships weirdly beat them. Hold position. If you hold position, you just don't reach him ever. Like, you get to a point where you have to go in because they'll hide here. And you need to get in anyway, because if you're not getting this close, you're not going to kill the fishing boats. And, like, your opponent can even get Springald crews, which means there's only one tile difference between you and the Springolds. Which means you can kill them. Kill harbors as well? Yeah, but Springolds don't do that. Hello, Purple Duh. I guess you're thinking back into 2021, where Springolds kill buildings. So if you really want to answer this play, you have to start by ramming. And then you can maybe think about the Springald answer. But you need another reason to. Now, the good news for Sort of is Deniska's given him the perfect reason to. Look at this. He's spear spamming. So Springald's actually validated here. And in fairness, it's Sort of's move that kind of forced this from Deniska, because he's got knights. But I'd argue Deniska had a more obvious play. Why not Camel Rider? For a guy who loves camels more than most. Oh no, he's dropped his ball. He's going to start crying. Where the hell did he put it? Uh-oh. The ball may have gone under my desk where it's very dusty. Yeah, you know, like some bacteria will help you grow. We'll just wipe this down quick. There you go, bud. Okay, looks like he is getting ready to actually try and take out the docks. They're fairly well embedded, so demo ship shouldn't be a concern here. And he pulls everything for this. Spring ship should be able to scare away the archer ship now. And we do have camels on the way, by the way. Camel handling is coming in. So there's going to be a switcheroo into the camel. Wait, actually, horseman now after he sees what he's up against. Well, at least it's Deniska not rushing Imperial Age. That did actually have me a bit worried for a second. High Trade House is 186 gold now, so it's over 2 relics in a game where he already has 4. So 6 relic Roos gaming. Yeah, this is the thing that I usually find makes Roos just as crazy as HRE. You can talk about Regnets all you want and the gold gen it has. But the thing about Roos is, like, if you're in a relic race game, and let's say you're playing Regnets, you get 3 relics, that's 6 relics worth. If you're in a Roos game, you do that. You know, you get High Trade House straight away, very early on. That's going to be usually 2 relics at least. Plus, then you get the 35 gold per minute from gathering on the deer. And then you get 3 relics. So you're actually not that far behind. You're normally at about the same count. It's just, compared to HRE, it can feel in some ways safer. I wonder. Choke points might actually benefit sort of here against the cavalry. It's a lot of spears though. And I think he realizes his spring count isn't good enough yet. So it does start to back up a bit. Love the camel just littered in there, just the debuff. I do not love the micro. Deniska, I don't think he meant to send those in. No, this is the annoying thing about Springles. They bait you in. Because you get hit and your units run forward. Well, it's going to be me in the mosh pit here, the Spearman. Trying to scare the Knights away. Springles will stand their ground. They even have the Saint's Blessing to give the extra damage and, more importantly, the armor. And where did the Spearman go? Most have already erased. I'm impressed, man. Sorv is fighting really well for a guy who should be completely out-ecoed. And the Knights are going to last longer. So yeah, now it's Archer Springles versus your backline. He did clear a decent amount of those Springles. But sort of now with the military lead, able to shove him away. Deniska needs to be careful about hanging around here. You're now trickling troops. Your backline's exposed. Your crossbows are more expensive than the archers. So 1-on-1 trades are terrible for you here. And sort of just brutalizes him. Wow. Deniska behind this needs a farm transition, I think. Either that or play onto the deer, because it's just fishing that's keeping him in it now, right? Like, so this isn't an insane food blob that lets you go horseman spear non-stop. Make matters worse, sort of is now gathering stone. So possibility of 2 TC. Could be a keep drop to get back on water. Damn well played by him, though. My boy switched on today. I mean, this is the impressive thing. Sorv's only been back at Age of Empires for a few months, but like a duck to water, right? You know, it's like swimming, you never really forget. Usually the thing that makes you look bad when you're old trying to swim is like, not that you forgot how to swim, it's just your body can't keep up anymore. But sort of, although he's an old man, he's not that old. Keep drops now from Deniska. And I have an unhappy baby again. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, how about this? How about this for next level? We're doing camera work, we're doing casting, and we're rocking a baby with our foot. I'm stretching myself here. That's crazy though. Roos going horseman? Wait, what? So he's switching horseman while going 2 TC. Alright, that's a bold strategy. He has got the deer for the time being. Horseman raid is going to hit onto the gatherers on the deer, so well played there. Walls are not quite up yet. The intent was there, but the timing was off. So great strike by Deniska. But I think he's about to discover that it's 2 TC. Yeah, he knows. Okay, so 2 TC has been discovered. I mean, what does Deniska do with this? He's trying to scale camel archers, but guys, that's a really slow comp to escalate. Yeah, you guys see what I have to deal with when he, like, isn't happy? This is what I mean. Ezra is adorable and easy when he's sorted. But if there's one of the, like, triangle wrong, whatever it may be, this kid goes crazy. I think the way I've described Ezra's crying is you'd think someone sat on him. Okay, so castle drop coming in. This is how Sorf's going to solve the food issues. Not your typical from Roos, actually. Like, Roos is one of those civs that you wouldn't think of this for. Normally, it's the berry civs. We've seen things like Abbasids. We've seen Byzantines look great here. Kind of crazy the Roos player is the one who has to secure this. Gotta say, I'm kind of leaning more sort of the more this goes on, actually. We have got 2 TC now from Deniska, so he's looking to not fall behind on the eco department. Neither player has made that farm transition just yet. But sort of is beginning. I hope he's not too audible, guys. On my end, the mic doesn't pick him up too much. Oof. My boy's loud. Nice, Springle play. Now, one thing that is different about Springles compared to what they used to be, since we last saw Kawasan, is that you can snipe multiple boats at once. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, if he lines it up right, he can kill all 5 fishing boats at once. That boy's very audible. All right, I'm going to turn the mic away from him a little bit. You can tell he's my son. He has a very loud voice. More hunting cabins. So sort of is just full commit to this. Like, do or die by it. And I think he's getting ready for Imperial. And not bad timing, right? He's at 170 population. Not much runway left to do there. Sacred Site control is with Deniska, though. So there is a risk of what sort of is doing here. He's traded a timer for food. All I will say is shout out to Ezra for really trying to bring down the average age of the boomer caster squad in Age of Empires 4. Youngest caster in the history of the game. What a legend. Okay, so 8 minutes on the timer. Sort of. Do you just like Kremlin to secure the center and then play flanks? It would feel really bad to give up the armory. Deniska is kind of going crazy though. It's happening again. This guy loves camels way too much. 20 camel archers. Now I've got horsemen sneaking out on the south side. It's only a wood wall. Stone is being gathered though, so Deniska does intend to castle drop this as well. Love these walls. That's smart by sort of. So just kind of cutting the approach on the center. It gives your siege a soft reset point always. Okay, how many camels is too many camels? We're not there yet, right? I mean, there's still more camels that could be built. And there we go. Sort of, he does get away with the greed. It's going to be high armory. He already set up the 4 siege workshops. I like this configuration. So he's going to get that big 20% discount. Which doesn't sound that big when you remember the Ibids get this as a golden age. Just food for thought. Does have some unique text, though. I think, actually, like, this might be the type of game... No, I don't think Springles have value anymore, so... Probably no adjustable crossbars. Sorry, roll shut triggers down the line. But adjustable crossbars is going to be vile here against the Camel Archers. The Horseman is a concern, so sort of probably going to want to try to lean more into Spearman still. But you can pretty much just play poor man's China here, right? Like Siege plus Spears. I actually don't mind the idea of Camel Riders against this, by the way. Camel Riders get the armor barding, so they get melee armor. They have high HP. And something that usually gets forgotten about Camel Riders specifically is that they don't just get bonus against cavalry, they get bonus against siege as well. And Deniska is aging up. Now, it looks like a lot of gold, and it is, but remember this as well. He already got Culture Wing, which is going to discount you a little bit, but gold costs are still very high in Imperial Age. This is going to allow him to just upgrade 3 or 4 components immediately, including Unitex. Now that's interesting, sort of straight into the pack-up tech. So Siege Crew training on the way. That's the one that allows you to insta-deploy and fire. I don't know if you do fine-tuned guns here. Your opponent's playing cavalry, so it doesn't have much value. Yeah, it's kind of sucks for sort of what Deniska is doing. Like, staying cavalry is really smart against Rus here because of the extra text they get. that make them, I'd say, quite infantry focused in terms of counterplay. Unless we'd have a decap on the way, but oh, the timing. Oh, he's at least paused the timer, but this is not enough horsemen. He's going to have to throw more at this if he wants the decap. Guys, it's happening. Ezra's eyes are slowly closing. I'm trying not... I need these two to not have a hype fight for like 2 minutes. 2 goddamn minutes is what they need to give me. Just 2 minutes. Deniska, just stay in your base. Don't contest him. My son is almost asleep. I think Sorv's going for an aggressive castle drop. Definitely has the resources for it. Raiders still proving to be a little bit of a pain in the arse, though. He never shut them down. The secondary rules coming in, so Deniska is going to try to prevent a wraparound. Cavalry is in position anyway. We are 4.5 minutes away from the first win on the board in this series for Deniska. And it's looking more and more realistic. Right now, Sorv doesn't have a clean answer. He could start wheeling the bombards over to this left side fight. It kind of feels like that's where he's committed. Or we could just go down the center. Well, the army has just revealed itself on the left side. But you'd think with that, you'd go east. He's just full on sending it. I mean, I guess he needs to also secure the additional berries. You have to remember that the farms sort of only added 9 of them. So he isn't ready for non-stop meat grinder. All the text coming through. Deniska's only getting stronger from this point. And remember, Deniska's also answering the food issue. He's always got infinite food with the deep water, but he's got 26 farms on land with agriculture and improved processing. That's a big advantage. Stonewalls as well. He knows there's only one weak point. All he needs to do is lean west and stonewall up east. It's going to be an archer punt into the center, sort of just trying to see what he's up against here. And he's moving the sea. Okay, I see what he's doing. Sort of is trying to get a reaction to the archers. He wants the enemy to counteract him here with the full army so he can dive in on the sacred site. But Deniska, it looks like he's reading it. Stonewalls are coming up. And he's already pulling the troops back to the south side. The upgrade's already in for him. Some of them lacking still for Sort of. Doesn't have the elite crossbows. And nicely played. Builds the wall on top of the wall. Now, mangoes are going to be a big deal, but no adjustable crossbars yet is a problem for Sort of. There is a risk that Deniska's own walls could actually cripple him in this fight, as it is a choke point fight. But I think if you see your opponent overextend here, you delete this wall and you wrap around. You hit him from both sides. But yeah, the deeper Sort of goes, the more risky is of a full envelopment. Yeah, this is going to feel like blitzkrieging it into the heartlands of the Rus, ironically. Just roles have been reversed. It's going to keep trying to open the way. 2 minutes away from a sacred site victory. Camel support now also on the way. For, you know, all those infantry that Deniska's building. Those 3 crossbows are going to be unstoppable. Flash underway. Still no adjustable crossbars. And lackluster front line here. Camel archers counter out the spears. Sort of is going to get erased on this dive. Bombards are trying to siege into the castle, but it's not going to be quick enough, and the siege has been accessed. And this feels like an inevitable GG. Sort of is going to discover the wall, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just calls it with that detail. There's no counterplay here anymore. Deniska has done it. Damn. I mean, he had to work hard for it as well. Props to Sort of for actually looking this competitive this long, but inevitability strikes. A reminder why Abbasids are kings here. And the Rus, I mean, that may be a throwaway pick now that Sort of comes to regret later in this series. Yeah, that was weird. That was brilliantly weird. Okay, so Deniska on the board now. I think my son's asleep, and I'm hoping he stays that way. the biggest Abbasid brain on the pond, maybe? Something like that. I'm trying to think what we call that. But that means we get a deeper series. I'm going to try and quickly move my son away from me slightly so that he doesn't wake up. I'd show you with the camera, but then readjusting the camera would be a pain in the ass. I really need to attach a second camera. Okay. I think he's staying asleep. Hopefully. Sorry about that, guys. The duties of being a parent, you know? Yeah, because he's sleeping, we won't show him on camera today. Okay, so where do we go next now? Well, we still got the Enlightened Horizon. There's still, like, the Lancaster threat there, I think. And then you have Coastal, which the remaining picks are sort of pretty good. Probably Deniska does Japanese Enlightened Horizon, and then you're looking at, what, French on Coastal? Probably feels a little bit safer. But the Hybrids does feel like a little bit of a hard counter. So maybe Mongols to kind of flip the script a bit, because they can contest Malians somewhat. Yeah, I think we're probably going to be seeing Japanese into Mongols, and then for sort of it's likely to be Lancaster into... Do you go Mali? I think either works kind of equally decent against these options. A Civ that's good against Pro Scouts? So Civs that are good against Pro Scouts, I mean, like, Malians, but they play it themselves. I mean, it depends on, like, whether you want a Civ that kind of, like, is good against Pro Scouts because they can play it themselves or something else. I'd say, like, Civs that are good against Pro Scouts. I think Byzantines have been doing okay against Pro Scouts in the current meta. So Byzantines can be a decent option. Japan works as well because you do the initial deer shove to get it all into the base. So that's kind of a counterplay. I think we're waiting for the lads to still Civ pick, so just give us a second. Which map are we on? I got way too many tabs open. No, he's awake. No, he's awake again. This goddamn kid. All right, back to rocking my feet. So yeah, like, you see how I'm leaning like this? Like, literally right now, my foot off to the side is just rocking my son back and forward. And I'm having to, like, lean like this. Like, this is how I was while casting that game. Like, this is full on, like, behind the scenes of how it looked. So I'm just, like, almost kind of dwarfing it. And stretching it. And then I have, like, a weird angle to mouse arm. It's a bit chalked. I'm surprised the camera work was as good as it was. But yeah, in terms of what we've got coming up as well, by the way, guys, after this, we should be able to get into... we might have Anatan Miyamika series. I believe it's coming up soon. And then on top of that, there might be the potential for, like, semis afterwards. We'll see. And then later on tonight, we have got the top part of the bracket. So BGA, Voldemort, Myriad. So a lot of things to do. But it is going to be House of Lancaster versus Mongols. So I guess... Wait, really? Did he go for... Okay, so I wonder if, like, the counterplay here to Mongols is, like, you don't participate in the Dark Age entirely as House of Lancaster. You just kind of skim it with the play into the merchant camp. Because if you can rush Feudal Age and get the Lords out, you're pretty strong here, I think. That's an interesting pick. I'm assuming that we are going to be going to Enlightened Horizon. To get confirmation in a sec. Yeah, it's going to be Enlightened Horizon game number 4. So, Lancaster pick into Mongols. I'm surprised he left Japanese for final map. I think you can just play Ibids there quite competently. Alright, let's get ready to load in, though. I need to go to the tab. Tab. Oh my god, I just realized the amount of whining he's doing, I'm going to be stuck like this the whole time, aren't I? Oh. I can already see what's going to happen. I'm going to feel old. When I get into bed tonight, I'm going to be like, oh, my back. It's going to be gone. The comfort of this chair is not going to matter. I will be destroyed. All right. If someone can set up predictions, that'd be great. Let's get underway. And let me flip the score. One and all, he actually done it. He proved that the sweet Swede can bleed. We head into game number 4, Enlightened Horizon. Personally, my favorite map so far of 2025. Sort of, with the House of Lancaster in the red, going up against Deniska on the Mongols. Now, this is an interesting choice, folks, because he actually had Japanese available to him, a civ that's quite popular on this map. But Deniska wants that overwhelming might onto the map. Remember, this is Enlightened Horizon where you have to play towards merchant camps and Wolf's Den because they offer way too much economy to usually ignore. Now, love the way that sort of done this. Notice that he begins with the racks in the base. So 2 advantages here. Step 1 is your spin production is going to be stronger than Mongols because they are delayed twicely. They have to go Uvu and then they build the racks in their base as well. Step 2 is the fact that you have a 20% increased gathering rate on sheep, and you start with more. So you can actually contest Mongols' timing somewhat. We're already seeing that by the fact he already has 2 spears out, and Deniska hasn't even started producing the first double batch yet. Yeah, so good timing. Means he's also going to have the merchant camp early, which is going to snowball a slight spear lead. I'm wondering if Sort of plays a long Dark Age here, or if he just plays quickly for the Wolf Den and then goes to Feudal. Because remember, Feudal has a lot of momentum value here. You can either play Defender, which you do very well with Lancaster Castle, or if you feel that you've got a lead against Mongols, you can overwhelm them by playing into Lords of Lancaster. That gives you not only tanky men-at-arms, but more HP for everyone in the fight. And spears are going to be shuffling across, so Sort of's going to turn it into a micro battle. Deniska has got double pump production coming up again soon, but there is a window here where he's outnumbered. And Sort of does get the start of the clash better. Yeah, that was well played. Deniska wasn't looking. That's important. That extra strike means he has to back up. So Merchant Camp, Sort of's going to start capturing it. And he knows it's not about him capturing, it's about his opponent not. Because it means he's one Merchant Camp up, and his opponent has nothing to contest. If this becomes double Merch Camp, this is going to be snowbally. Super snowbally. Yeah, this is why I'm like not convinced Mongols is as great as some people credit it with. If there's a civ that has some small eco perk, like for example Lancaster gathering food faster, there's a timing you can overwhelm. Because remember, for Mongols, they don't start producing spears straight away. They always build Uvu first. That's 150 wood. So you have to make a 300 wood investment to start producing units, while your opponent rushes a merchant camp. Feels pretty rough. I mean, the upside is meant to be that your opponent has to build his racks in his base, but you do the same thing. So it's not really an advantage. I love that. He comes in on the flank again with the injured. So a few health bars low, but like notice what's happened here. There's saturation damage versus targeted damage. Now, targeted damage is good when you can secure the kills with range units, but the Mongol hits very, very light with their Khan earlier. So it's a bit better to have saturation damage because it means that Deniska can't forward with, 3 units that have full HP and then come in with the others on a second wave. So if you're on point with your micro, like this is weirdly kind of better because you just leave these guys right here in the center until last to engage. And sort of, remember, he's now got the merchant camp. Look at what's happening here. Normally, this is interesting. This map usually becomes about the Wolf Den. Sorv's not doing that at all. He's just gathering gold. He's getting ready for an age up while winning double merchant camp. That is crazy. Deniska, he already wasted maneuver speed hour and done nothing with it. He's got more spinning coming, so numbers will favor him soon. And it is going to be greed. Lancaster Castle from Sort of. Oh, this is such an overwhelming lead. So Deniska's now going to have to overreact. And are you guys realizing why Lancaster feels particularly good for this play? You're against an English variant. What is the worst unit you could build? I've heard enough Reddit threads moaning about the unit. The worst thing you can build is Spearman because your opponent's now going to have access to Yeoman. And bro, what's the best for hours? I don't know what that means from YouTube. The best for hours? Age of Empires 4. I already have 3,000 plus hours on this game. Best for hours. So yeah, now Deniska's just burned so much economy into a unit that's going to get inevitably counterplayed. To make matters worse, his tech timing is abysmal. Yeah, because he's going Wolf Den. Oh man, he's going to lose Merchant Camp again. Guys, it's worse than that. What can sort of do from here? You're looking at the map right now and you see your opponent is not contesting you. If you scout in, this is a free burn. You can take out the Uvu. Rax should be safe just about in TC range, but the Uvu will not. So that's going to be minus 150 wood. And now, because your opponent's teching, you can't contest it. And we're seeing Deniska. I mean, I'm a bit shocked he didn't shift over to gold. Look what's happening with food. 700 food? Guy's trying to raise awareness on Mongol starvation in the north. Jeez. Great intercept as well. Deniska caught not looking. Hardened upgrade just kicked in. He definitely can't turn around for a fight at all. All right. Deniska, a little bit of advice, buddy. We need to go Feudal Age before we can go Castle Age. So Deerstone now on the way with 15. 15 villages. If you needed to know how bad the situation was, look no further than that. That's absurd. And sort of, we talked about that torch. I mean, how do you stop 14 spears? You don't. Because you're going to have to wait for Hardened as well, which is going to take you 15 seconds. Uvu will be gone by then. That is sick. Sort of goes straight into Billman. This is smart. Like, it just guarantees, even if your opponent had a good tech timing, he won't fight you now. Billman's usually pretty expensive at the start of Feudal Age. How's Billman react with 0 armor? I believe it doesn't change your damage. You can't get people into negative armor to my understanding, unless I missed something. But it means if your opponent now tries to play Blacksmiths, it's worthless. If he plays Keshiks, he melts. I don't know if someone double-checked that on the Billman thing. Like, I'm going from experience with these numbers, because we don't have many negative interactions. My understanding is you don't get extra damage from being in the negative. We're not an ARPG. Even as John Pickers think we are. And shout out to my co-caster Ezra for saying absolutely nothing this entire cast so far. If you read certain Reddit threads, that's apparently how I cast with everyone. We all self 5. In my defense, when that does happen on a broadcast, it's usually because I've checked the Discord chat and I've heard my co-caster say, going toilet BRB. Yeah, like, I'm providing all the behind the scenes. Guys, next time you hear me talking non-stop for like a few minutes, it's probably because my co-caster's gone for the bathroom. Don't blame them, though. Old men got weak bladders. Oof. Deniska now with the Archer switch, but sort of with the double greed. He's only got 1 mana built so far, and he's already going for level 2 mana unlock. I mean, this is the other awkward thing now. Deniska just so far behind on economy. Remember, this whole time, sort of has had double merchant camp. It's doing crazy things for his gold as well. Just passively, gradually over time. Like, it's making it much more efficient and fluid to unlock the additional levels of mana. So Spearman Clash coming in. +0, +0. Great math. It's a sad, sad look right now for Deniska. Archer count is high enough to scare sort of away, but remember what happens with this mana spam. It's going to unlock the Muster of the Nobles, which will then contest the Archer timing. So don't think this is Deniska out of a shaky situation yet. Because now you've got an opponent who's greeding, but will also be rewarded for greeding in about 2 minutes timing. Like, actually, I wonder, does he just go... I think he might just go 6 manas and stop there. And then go castle. The macro definitely seems to be leaning that way. He's got 11 on gold now. Yeah, so this is going to be a rush to the... Wait, what the... Food? Kind sir? Like, wait. He has 0 people on food right now. He's got 9 sheep. These goddamn Lancaster players only know one thing. It makes sense. We're British. We're all about manners. But this Civ really takes it to a whole new degree. A whole new level. And Yeoman now being produced. I guess he's not aging up then. Like, if you were aging up, you would have put some people on food. It's just kind of crazy to put 11 on gold on a map that has so little gold. Like, what else do you need? I guess blacksmith tax? Or more manners? Yep, there's that too. Okay, Rams are on the way. I would have thought this was about mustering the nobles, though. He's got the food. He probably wants to delay pulling them for the manners, but like that's a bit risky now with Rams coming. Hobbler swap, that would involve maybe eating some food. I know you get a decent amount of food here, but come on. And there it is. He's siring a new line of lancers. The demi-lancers are on the way. It's only a single ram as well. And Deniska has a grand total of 5 spearmen. Also, wait, the archers aren't here. Okay, so that's going to be a push away. That is going to force him to dive, so now the manners can start sniping him. And this is a bit of a bait because of what's about to come out of that building. Look at the timing as well. He gets the 8th. this button is so pay to win. 10 demi-lancers out of nowhere. And practically no spearmen. Ram just gets ignored. He dives on in. An overwhelm opportunity. A full pushback. And from here, you can just peel the spearmen to kill the ram and leave the demi-lancers to kill the archers. Now, he does have steeled arrows, so with no under mesh, the demi-lancers aren't going to last as long as they normally would. But it's all about space, breathing room to protect your investment. Okay, so demi-lancers will have to reset. Space has been created. Villagers repairing the man up beyond the point of fire. And we do now have under mesh on the way with Yeoman. And remember, Sort of is now up to 8 manners. This is ludicrous. Like 3 villages worth of gathering per manor. Now, Deniska does at least have some upsides himself. He's got double merchant camp, which is like an extra 2.5 villages between them. So reasonable. He still has military mass advantage, but he knows he needs more rams. I like this. The problem is your opponent has added in all the layers. And remember, when you upgrade to unlock more manors, you also are upgrading the health of each of these buildings, making them more difficult to kill. So the additional rams makes a lot of sense. What's annoying is I quite often find Yeoman kill your rams a lot quicker than you'd expect. Demi-lancers are also keeping reinforcements away. Yeah, like he got... Like, honestly, in this game, I think sort of got forced to use demi-lancers in the worst way possible into the main army. And they still created a lot of space. Normally, you'd use them to cut reinforcements or raid economy here, which is where they get ridiculous. Like, you know, if you're looking for a game where demi-lancers are absolutely broken, this is at the other end of the spectrum. And I'd still say they had a huge impact. Double ram is going to start moving in, though. Yeoman really want to be trading out against that archer line. Love the move of the Deer Stone. This is smart by Deniska. He needs that extra movement speed to gap close. But he's now diving deep into the mana spawns. Actually, it's ambitious with the move in there. Will be forced back. Sort of. Wait, where's the... No. Okay, he does have it on the way, thank goodness. I looked at his gold and I was worried. It looked like he was just shy of Steeled Arrow. Still, some manas have been taken out, so props to him. Deniska has culled almost a third of the mana fleet. Yep, that's what we call them now. They're the mana fleet. However, enough time has been bought that the yeomen almost outnumber the archers. In fact, in this fight, they are about to. Villagers get pulled. Somehow the archers end up aggroing the spearmen instead, though. So the villagers will get away. Yeomen are going to retreat back into the base. Now, the ram is still alive. But Deniska is at risk of being outnumbered. 15 to 15 right now. Demi-Lancers come sallying back in. Nice backstab there. It's going to be another mana loss. The Yeoman, I think the other tricky thing here is Deniska. Yeah, he can see on the high ground, unfortunately. Otherwise, this would get super ugly. So Ram definitely got his value. You're seeing how he's kind of struggling to stay here now. It's costing sort of to defend this. So a few more villagers going down, but I think that's the hold. Yeah, 18 to 21 archers total. But of course, you have to get them in position. I think Denise's done a really good job. It just feels like he needs more off the map now. Like maybe a play out into the ball would seal it. He's definitely done good damage, but remember the damage he done was the easier manas, the forward ones. Now we're reaching deeper in the territory where you've got these weird choke points, you've got high ground, then you've obviously got the manas lapping behind to add in additional firepower. Now, I think that Hobbler was... Yeah, that was about the Rams, right? Like, there's no way you want to be scaling hobby mass here. Right? Wait, what? Alright, sort of is crazy. Hobblers and Feudals a bit wacky. But it's the Ram spam. In fairness, every time Deniska adds another one in, he kind of justifies a Hobbler investment more. Because the Hobblers, like, they will counter archers, they'll counter rounds. Remember, Hobbler's terrible against Keshiks. But the thing about hobbies is compared to normal horsemen, they have extra ranged armor. So it does weirdly make sense against this comp. I've yet to see a game where Hobbler Feudal really, truly made sense, though, because it's a Zerg format. It needs a lot of economy. Flashing towards the choke point, and it is going to be Hobbler's contesting into Keshiks, but the Spearman's a big deal right now. Yep, that debuff is huge. The Yeoman clear the way. Hobbler's going to start poking at the Rams. And Deniska is now outnumbered. Yeah, and he's not even attacking. Wait, what? No. It was... I can't believe I'm about to say this. It was all looking so good until the hobbies. All right, those Hobblers actually, like, I don't want to say they carried the fight, but their distraction was critical there. Yeoman Mass is now reaching critical point. It's double the archers. He does need to pull the villagers because that is a lot of ram spam. But the Hobblers just came in clutch in Feudal. Let me just put that another way. The worst Feudal Age horseman just found value in Feudal Age. And it only took a few of them. They soaked so much fire. You see what I'm talking about? Like, specifically against archers, it is a reasonable unit. I think the tricky part is compared to any other horseman type, Hobblers are much harder to win a fight with on their own. They're more of a support cast unit. And uh-oh, Ezra's woken up. He's got a weird look on his face. He might be happy, he might not be. No, he's upset. Like, how dare the Hobblers win? That shouldn't be legal. Let me tell you about Hobby, the Lancastrian house elf. Well, Ezra. Yes, just when you think you're at world's end and there's no coming back, these guys muster up a bit of magic. This is the thumbnail, just with, I swear, it was all because of the Hobblers. Alright, Deniska's coming back in, but this is looking grim now. He has spammed up the Keshiks, sort of needs to give a bit of space here to get into the spears. Luckily, Yeoman are very good at giving space for that movement speed. Needs to get back in the choke points. And debuff is being applied to some of these Keshiks, which means they're melting. So we'll hide in his base. More Hobbers are coming. Keshik count getting low here. It's just so many Yeomen to kill. It just feels ridiculous. I mean, these units are insanely expensive, but this is the power of manas. And now, with all Keshik's dead, Deniska has to reset. Village will be pulled to deal with the ram again. So I was like, just god damn it, let me have my 9. Nice, keeping him in check. We do have textiles coming in, so sort of aware he might need to pull again. Deniska's done a good job of actually catching up on the archer count. It's still an outnumber. And he is also going to lose some value on the map now as the merchant count gets taken. But on top of that, I don't think he can afford the deer stone to go down here. Because the reason he was able to disengage there really was the deer stone. After coming this deep, it's that yam that got him out. If he doesn't have that, then Yeoman actually just gun you down. He's also missing the Khan Hunter, so first hit engagement favors Lancaster as well. We've got more of these Hobblers coming through. Man, Deniska's relentless with this, by the way. He has moved out on the board now. Berries as well. There's still a lot of map for him to tap, but this is basically a race between finite resources and infinite resources. And oh, that's dead. The moment you pack up, you lose all ranged armor, so Yeoman just destroy you. Deniska is getting ready for attack, though. Is this Kurtai? He isn't going to have the Yam, but the DPS is important. I think step readout, like the temptation is there, but you're already losing economy. As in, you're losing the eco game because of the mana spam, right? So, like, maybe a Kurtai timing with Vet Archers is your best bet here. Oh, moment of truth is coming. Also, if he builds step readout, he's nowhere near the next gold. He'd have to wheel it all the way out. So, yeah, Kurtai on the way. Does he have pack up? Pack up's really important for this. Because otherwise, it's going to arrive too late. Nice rotation around the back from the Keshiks, but Spim in there to answer. Hobblars are sneaking by and... Oh, no. No. He seems to know. And what is up, White Walker? He knows. Resub is important. Perfect way to support the channel. Thank you very much. Yeah, did he look at the map? I think sort of saw the boar is dead. So he's going to find them without outpost for Yam and protection. Okay, Hobblars don't hit that hard, but... It does matter here on board where you've got a lot of injured villagers. No reaction coming in from Deniska just yet. He has to know it, surely. No? He's still not looking. Deniska? Is he going to lose this game to 4 Hobblars? Oh my god. No way. These are like the worst raiding cavalry unit in the game. And they're killing it all.
Nobody messes with Lancaster. For the house elves.
No. Deniska. That's going to be all of his food. I think he's got some maybe packing away at home. Yeah, a few berry workers here or there, but this is an absolute bloodbath. I can't believe it. He still hasn't realized. White Tower's coming up behind. He's going for the dive in, but he's not going to deny it. Nowhere near as many kills as those 4 Hobblars. Age up complete. Sort of now with a double up on military. A ridiculous economy lead. And no doubt about it, a seal of the deal in game number 4. Oh my god. Monastery immediately being dropped. The Hobblars aren't done. They're thirsty. You see, these ponies, they can be trusted to be around our kids, to be pet. But now these ponies got a taste of human blood, of meat. And they like it. It's chow time again. Finally, Deniska at least realizes what's been happening. But maybe too late. If you could only see a unit kill count on these 4. And so cheap as well. Remember, these were only 90 resources each. 360 resources invested to kill over 2 times that in villager value. And we actually have trade. Oh, God. Is there anything these Hobblars have not done this game? They secure the defense against all the archer spam because of the baited fire. They raid the economy. They discover the trade transition. I don't think you could ask more of Hobblars in this game. I think their time has passed. It's no longer going to be about them. No more being produced. It's going to be a focus on Yeoman Spears. 69 is a pretty good number. And scaling. And that Kurtai, I mean, you might think it's good, but remember, you need to actually be able to hit your targets. And Yeoman outrange and outmaneuver. Shout out to Ezra for being fairly well-tempered so far. He's probably going to be loud now that I said that. Kurotai's going to deploy, though. They could go and kill the Wolf Den. Yeah, that thing's still operational. We are 24 minutes into a game, and the Wolf Den hasn't been killed. I don't think I've seen that so far on this map since people discovered that meta. Great Kurotai, by the way. Just gonna have to retreat a little bit here. Just look at the pump, though. We're up to 110 military now. Yam, he's edging it. He's about to run out of the aura, at which point you get kited. So, good fight initially from Deniska. But he can't really pursue this much further. If he does, it's going to be to his detriment. He's lost both auras now. Like, sort of can actually fight. Like, this is the perfect time to turn around. I guess he wants to bait him in. Wait, yeah, this is a big bait. If Deniska keeps chasing, he's going to be completely out of position. think the key word here might be overly ambitious. Sort of also prepping Knights as his front line behind this. And here comes the clash. Spearman, they just melt the Keshiks. Deniska, the Kurtai isn't even unpacked. I mean, sort of compress this. And now the... No! It's going to be completely out of position. Okay, so he tries to deploy to the side, but this is too late. 20% damage buff isn't going to change anything about this. Damn, crazy series between these two. They really did deliver. No denying it, though. With a wipe of the archers, I imagine Deniska is moments away from a GG. The Knights have also found the trade. There is literally nothing left that is going right in this game for Deniska. So that means we're going to have sort of going up against BGUA, Voldemort, or Myriad. And his best performance ever in the midweek muster. What a series to do it with. Yeah, I already know what to call this one. I don't know if we've done one like this before. It was all going well until the Hobblars. I feel like if I've done this tile before, it's going to be a series. Going well until the Hobblars. Damn, GG's. So, folks, that means we know that sort of is through into the next round. Let me quickly update the UI. He's playing an Age of Myth tournament? Is he really? I didn't even know Age of Myth had a tournament going on. Like, huh? That's kind of funny if so. Well, B is like B. We might have him later today anyway, as he's got availability on the schedule. So it comes down to those results. We'll look to check in on some of this series anyway. So that is going to be a 1-3 scoreline. Sort of will be the first person through to semi-finals. His best performance so far in Midweek Musters. And yes, the baby sound is coming from the screen. At least it's Gugu and Gagang instead of Wawa. Yeah, props to him. So let me have a look at how things are going, because I think we have got another live series we can check in on. That we'd come in. Do you guys want to come in mid-series on a live series? I'm guessing you probably do. I know what you guys are like. And yeah, CSO wasn't available, so he defaulted. We don't mind as long as it's live. I mean, like, it would have to be mid-series then to be live. We can hop straight into Anatan versus Miyamaika. I think they're in game 3 right now with Anatan leading by 2. All right. Let's... Is Miyamaika... Oh, God. What? Miyamaika, stop, bro. Like, use a proper name. Brother. I'm pretty sure this is the series. Yeah, it should be. All right, let's get to it. Ezra asleep? No. Come get your baby. That's right, he's your baby. He's like this. I've been rocking him my foot so long. You're giving me a foot rub tonight. I've earned it. All right. Let's get ready to go. One and all, welcome to who might be my favorite player to watch playing House of Lancaster. It's Anatan! That's right, in the yellow as the Lancaster. The boy most likely to go for the Abbey of Kings. I hope we get to see it here. Up against his opponent, Miyamaika. Miyamaika, who got the Roos. You did just hear that correctly. I can't believe we're seeing that. In fact, what we're also going to do is we're going to update the overlay so that you guys don't have to get confused seeing the name. Like this. Boom. So yeah, we've got Miyamaika. He didn't change his name. We are here in the quarterfinals. So 2-0 lead already for Anatan. But things are looking good for Miyamaika. They're looking on the up. I think Roos is pretty damn good here. I haven't really seen them against Lancaster. It's just in general, if you can get your hands on Roos or HRE, I'd say you're in a very comfortable position competitively. Like these two civs are don't. Oh no! And now I've got Freya here. So first it was Ezra, and now it's Freya. Thank you, Freya. Yeah, Ez has not been happy today. All right, they left. I'm free. Let's see if we're going to get a free win for Roos in this one. Though we're going to go to 2x speed just to catch up to live. Yeah, interesting like matchup though. I'm wondering how this does play out. Like, can you actually play Greed as Lancaster? I guess in some ways it would feel quite safe here because like you should be able to outscale just Pro Scouts FC. Because if your opponent goes Horse Archers, then all these stat defenses are going to feel pretty damn good. I don't know. I'm going to see if I can actually get the draft and see what they actually picked here. I'm also quite curious with that. If I have a look internally. I don't think I have the draft posted. I'm going to have to check if it's available in AoE2CM. Okay, interesting. So Mia Micah... Wait, is this not Mia Micah? Okay, GG's. We're watching a ladder game. I'm going to cancel out of that. Yawn. Wait, but did the replays bug and we just don't have all games? I think the replay system bugged and we don't have all games showing. And now there's no point covering that one because the result would just be kind of ruined. Is over on Wikipedia? I mean, this is what I've got here. So, sadly, the system bugged. Unless I can... No spoilers, game free. Yeah, we've got... Like, I think maybe... Did Mio forfeit? Like, either Mio forfeited or the replay bugged. So that's unfortunate. That's fine, though. We've got other series. So what we can do now, guys... let me have a look. So Dundaniska, sort of. So Anatam Frio's Mia Micah, it seems. Apologies about that, guys. Yeah, because I, like, opened the draft. I was like, wait, there isn't a Roos pick here. What the hell? So that was just a random pub game against Yui, who I think hasn't been playing that much. Or I haven't noticed him recently. So what I'll do is I'll upgrade the bracket. Update the bracket. So we've got Frio there. Anatand. What do you guys want? Do you want B versus GUA, Voldemar versus Myriad, Numedon versus SAS? You guys want Myriad Voldemar? All right, let me get that one up then. Let me pick up the draft. I mean, in terms of matchup, like, this is a pretty good one as well. Because I think they're going to be... They should actually be quite tightly matched. So, Voldemar. And then we'll get Myriad in there as well. Okay. So let me list this all. Regions for game 1. And our next, so we've got another live series, another quarterfinals coming up in 3 hours. That's what I have listed here so far. Okay. Interesting draft as well. Nice Templar, and we've got what? Kawasan and Dry Arabia? KT getting quite high priority is a little bit surprising. Then again, I was saying on this map, like, regions could be actually a good map for them. Because of the very split sacred sites, it's like hard to block. Then again, like, that could be a negative because you don't want to set up fortresses over near those sacred sites. If you do, like, if you manage to sneak out that far, it's really secure camp because it's in the corner, so you can just drop one fortress to fully protect. But it's like a huge investment, right? Okay, so let's get ready for G1. Let's see. Regions, we've got Sushi versus Roos. I think those picks make a lot of sense. Sushi can actually rush out and build like a giga-stacked meditation garden. And then obviously Roos benefit a lot from like the Pro Scouts orientation of the map. Like actually both do from that. So let's get ready for G1. Let's we hop in. I just realized I need to stop recording. There we go. Wait, what the hell's MTE? Huh? Like military toned economics? I don't know. All right. One and all, welcome to what might end up being our closest series of the round of 16. At least on paper, these two, in terms of seeding, should deliver the clutchest matchup we will see this time around in Midweek Master 25. We are going to be here on Regions to kick this off, and we have got two very logical picks. We've got Sushi in the hands of the kid from the Danelands up against the Hungarian pretending to be British. It's Myriad on the Roos. A little bit surprised, actually. Roos making it through the banning phase. Bit of a rarity these days. We're on 2x speed just for the opening as we get into the early mid-game. A matchup which I'm expecting to be dominated by Pro Scouts on both sides. And I'm wondering actually what Voldemort wants to do with Sushi, because there's a few options here with Meditation Gardens if you want to go deep. Yeah, like this isn't too bad, but obviously you might be able to trim that. The most important one would be if you want to go all the way out into the east side. There's a lot of berry stacks, so usually you can get 2 if not 3 berry stacks together. Likely we're just going to see the Medi Garden at home. Okay, he does go for that forward one. So double stone and gold secure. But yeah, Pro Scout should be the name of the game in this particular matchup. Bruce, I still think are the kings of Pro Scouts, which is why they're so bannable. It's their ability to scale early. You can already see he's got 3 scouts out. And that's also giving him extra food leverage later on as he's winning the sheep game. Yeah, and the other important thing, the reason why this timing is so good and why this Civ is so good at Pro Scouts, unlike Shushi right now, you can start shoving in your deer. Unfortunately, Podemar already switched on to denies the deer stack. Smart moves. For Meta Tensei Esports, is that a real thing? Or did you just make it up? I mean, I see that they're a real thing in Apex Legends. Don't know if they're a real thing in AoE4. Would have expected to see some announcement of like a new esports org entering AoE4. It is, by the way, like very tough to justify being an esports org in RTSs. Like, there's just not really much value. You're not buying a team, you're buying a player, right? And like that player is like, it's very different. Ah, okay, so yes, they have entered this space. So Meta Tensei, they picked him up literally 4 days ago. So that's why I haven't heard anything. I'll be real though, like someone that I feel is like, whenever you're an esports org, market yourself. I don't know, man. I don't like fiend Reddit every day or whatnot, but I didn't see anything on it. Hungarian esports team mainly playing on Rocket League and Apex. Got it. We'll see if they hang around in Age of Empires 4. I think it's a weird subject. Like, technically, in RTSs, you can get people cheap. But it's also, and I've been through this with, like, influencer deals. You'd think because you can get people cheap, you just go and pick up the biggest players, and sure, it's not a big scene, but it's not a big cost, and you can flex it when you get wins, etc. Have them create content, maybe. And that's true. But it's the same reason why, even if I offered you up 10 creators that would have bigger impact than, like, a 3K average watch person, but these 10 influencers only have, like, 300 views each. There's a reason why you still take the 3K over the 10 300 viewer streamers, right? And it's the extra, like, overhead of managing them, documenting them, and doing everything around them. I think that's often, like, another thing that's, like, making RTSs less compelling. The exception is when there's a big publicity play. Like, honestly, I think RTS scenes more than most need these type of, like, EWC events or big integration events. The reason is it creates a marketing, like, buzz around the game. And you can see this, by the way, like, to the EWC point, They recently added, was it Fatal Fury, the fighting game? And all of a sudden, all these orgs are flooding to pick up different creators. And not B versus Louis? No, we mix it up a little. Actually, funnily enough, we didn't get Louis signing up this week. I think he wanted to take a break after coming so close in the Elite Classic 3. Expensive to manage a lot of not so big people. Exactly. The problem is, like, you know, even when you go directly to brands, etc., to try and get these deals when you're smaller, they just don't want to do it because it's overhead, even if you're offering them direct more profitability. But yeah, we'll see if MT hangs around. Big congrats to Mirad on the pickup. Really cool to see. The Pro Scouts play so far looking decent for him. He's getting the close by ones. Voldemar did play aggro, so he's able to secure the west side. Kind of to be expected here. I don't think you want to get into a whizzing contest up against Shushi here, because they can build these. Early pass guard will annihilate your early spear play. So much better for Mirad to just kind of nod his head, accept what he has got and what he hasn't, and play for the good has, which is going to be Horse Archers. Now, Horse Archers changes things quite a bit about this matchup. There's going to be a rush towards relics in the center that Voldemar's likely to struggle to contest, because your logical counter to Horse Archers, the most obvious one, is Chuganu. Chuganu are really immobile in this clash. So I think Mirad's going to try to play the flanks wide, and we'll like to see Voldemar play more defensive. Has still got some extra deer on the back of his base as well, so plenty of food to work with for the Dane. Long time no Roos. Second Roos pick of the day, actually. We had it in the Sort of series, and that game was absurd. All right, what do you think? Ones, if you think Voldemar's going to take the win. Twos, if you think Mirad is. We're about to enter the third age. You really want to open with your Lancers, right? But can you? I guess you could just aggress into the Roos base, but they're very good at defending themselves, courtesy of the extra 8 garrison spots on the Wooden Fortress. High trade house, nothing too crazy here, just kind of your standard. And it's going to be Lancers. He won't be denied his goodies. Mirad already has the Horse Archers on the way, though. So one like negative is your 2-unit comp can't be, say, Spear Horse Archer here because of the Chuganu threat. So likely we'll see what? Horse Archers. Do you want to meta arms alongside this? Sounds really weird, but Horse Archers have really good pen. So they can be decent at taking out Lancers. I've been thinking about whether I can get some more orgs to actually get involved in AoE for esports. I think the biggest challenge you have in esports right now is proposed value. Like, a lot of people, they just want to be signed, but they don't actually want to prove value for it, right? That's one of the biggest conundrums. That's also, by the way, why there's some interesting rumors about certain games you wouldn't expect esports orgs to be getting involved in, where they're looking to pick up creators. Because I think esports has reached the point where they've realized this big kind of like dumb money coming in is drying up a bit. And now like brands actually want real reliable figures. You know, signing people who don't stream to then go play at like a major tournament once a year isn't really profitable with them on salary. Versus, you know, getting creators that are also competitors. I mean, that was definitely, I think, a big value point in Dumu's acquisition by Liquid. Is like they have got a reliable, like 500 average viewer streamer. At the time, I think when they signed him, it might have been like 1,000 or so. But like it's much safer than just signing someone who's good at a game. Lol. Because then your insurance policy is in. Like, even if they're not winning tournaments, they still have all this viewership to offer you. Being good is not enough? Agreed. And I think some people don't like to hear that, but the reality is, like, esports just isn't at a scale where you can do that with a lot of seasons. Where you can be like, oh, being good enough is good enough. You know, when people are like, oh, if I don't get it, you know, why? Like, we're able to pay a football player, you know, like 100K a month just to kick a ball around and, like, train, and he doesn't have to do, like, anything else, really. Yeah, but the whole infrastructure has been built up to justify that. We just ain't at that point. Like, we're far from it. Even the biggest esports really aren't there in the way you'd think. It would only work, so like, if an RTS wanted to do this, you'd need to basically create a league format, a bit like what you see for League of Legends and Overwatch and Call of Duty, where you'd have like 20 of the biggest orgs buy in. Now, the problem with that is like, when you do that system, you're gatekeeping the professional scene, and you can't really afford to gatekeep a professional scene before it's grown enough. The only reason that some of those scenes worked out with that system is because they got big enough, they could create that funnel. Yo, why are we throwing Artesia under the bus? EG are the ones we throw under the bus. They need to turn the G to a D for more recent times. You can figure out the D would be for. This is a lot of horse archers, by the way. And it has forced the transition we were expecting. Voldemar is going for all 3 counters to horse archers. Chuganu, spears, and horsemen. But of course, the trade-off here is a lack of mobility on the map. Myriad didn't get an overwhelming lead because of that. It's only going to be a 3-2 relic split, so not dominant. And Voldy lightly looking to kind of just wall up, because another big weakness of horse archers is they suck at getting through walls. I don't know if I've exposed the weaknesses, and Roost players are now tilted to me. But guys, if you're up against a Roost player who's doing this, build walls. Overwatch, avoid what they did with their league at all costs. Yeah, but like, I mean, the grim reality that people don't maybe process is that Overwatch League was just an experimental league for dummies on the investor side to pave the way for what they really wanted to do, which is the Call of Duty League. Which, I'm not going to say Call of Duty League is like insanely thriving, but it's alive and kicking. More than we can say for Overwatch. What's that classic saying? He who goes first doesn't always finish. I do really hate what that league done, though. All right, negative Nelly time from KP. Like, it's on a positive angle of understanding like what esports needs. It's so hard to get brands to invest in esports that has real viewership because of things like the OWL. That really like made, for example, my job when I try to source sponsors for some of the Age of Empires tournaments makes my life 20 times harder, because like these brands hear these big stories and they hear that like the brands that done it were unhappy and didn't see a return on investment. The reason they didn't is because those type of tournaments bought viewership. 90% like embedded viewers, which is sad then, because you come across here and we're much smaller, but no, like, you know, EGC doesn't embed, I don't embed, right? But like the damage is already done because the initial perception is that esports not worth investment. So focusing on the clashes though, we have got the Knights now supporting. Myriad has gone for the full Cav comp just to enable boys fortitude to the maximum. Good map control, 2 Sacred Sides locked in as well. Voldemar. Food income is not looking great right now. No, the granary switch is now on the way. It's going to take some time though. He did switch the song to make it more efficient. We do also have bolt magazines on the way for better range exchange. That horse archer mass is spinning. Have they been working on HOTS again? I'm not sure. I think HOTS has a reliable player base. I don't know if it'll ever come back esports-wise. Chuk. I don't think there's actually enough of them to fin this herd. No, the night count is looking good for Myriad. So Surge has fought again. Behind this, is he actually inflating his own economy? No, he's playing Boar. He's not building farms. He might be forced out onto the berries before long. But like the thing with Heroes of the Storm, I don't know, someone said they have a lot of players. It's almost much as Dota. I don't know if that's true. But like, I don't think if you're dev, you're thinking, let's bring Heroes of the Storm back and like remax it anyway. Because like the fundamental issue with that is that some of the other MOBAs are already struggling. Didn't Smite just release, was it Smite 2 or whatever? I don't think they've been doing that great, is my understanding on it. And then you have Dota 2, which is like, in my opinion, in a, like not all-time low, but a huge slump right now for multiple reasons. I think League is like the only MOBA in 2025 that feels like it's thriving right now. It's like if you're Blizzard and you're Activision Blizzard, you're Microsoft, I don't think you're like, yo, let's like drop millions on revitalizing this. You're probably just looking for the new thing. Because sadly, we exist in a time where people want all the new things. Okay, so what's going to be the new thing here for Myriad? He's still sticking into Horse Archers? Is he just... Okay, 2TC. Is he thinking of going Imperial? That's kind of crazy. For the Gallop, you can just basically kite your opponent indefinitely like this. Then again, Voldemar has got the granary set up. Like, he has permanence of food in a way that Myriad doesn't. And that farm count already up to 20. Though abandoned their Golden Goose model, you don't get it. I think they were just greedy. Like, it's that simple. Like, Valve was just... Like, Valve made out like the money was going to be diversified through the year, and, like, it really wasn't. They didn't embolden the rest of the scene by, like, killing TI down like they did. They actually just hurt the entire scene. And they done it because they knew they could get more money. That's why they done it. But, like, with Dota 2 and TI, the other thing is, you know, maybe it kills their game, blah, blah, blah. Here's the thing. Valve kind of doesn't have to care. This is one of, like, the crazy realities. For those who don't know, like, Dota 2, you know, we had a point where Dota 2 had a prize pool of, like, 40, 50 mil. And that was built by 25% of the proceedings from DLC, from the skins, going to the prize pool. So that means that Valve was pocketing 150 mil. That sounds pretty good, right? Until you realize that Valve makes so much money doing anything that the time investment in their brain might not even be worth it. Like, dude, they could spend time on that or spend more time on penetrating the Chinese market and making billions. That's the mind melter. When you realize that when you get so big and you're talking in such high numbers, if the ROI isn't insane, it doesn't make sense for them to, like, spend time on it, even if it's still a good ROI. I've seen this with, like, investment capital out of, like, the Middle East into Web3. If the number isn't big enough, they don't care. It's crazy. Okay, so Pokey coming in. But Nestabee's counter is good. Voldemar, I think, is in a, like, stabilizing position here. And Myriad, in the end, didn't actually go for the tech up. He remaxed. Yeah, he needs to find a way of accessing these Nestabees. He's going to peel off a few knights to go around the back. But good micro. Voldemar pulls back the Spearman. The Horse Archers can't really contest under this fire. No, they're feeling the pain. Absolute bloodbath in this fight. The Nestabees are the MVPs at the end. The Knights are just struggling to get in. He's going to go for the dive now. And not enough strikes coming through. Knobs are going to have to retreat slightly. The Horse Archer trying to go for the snipe out, but difficult to do with the 85% missile resistance. No melee left. Myriad did begin a farm transition, but this was an expensive hole to burn in your pocket. He's only got 5 farms set up. Now he's playing risky games on the berries and the ball. But by the way, like what I just described from a investment standpoint is why so many companies are willing to play what looks like dumb, investing $500,000 on like the net, or like, no, 3 million on the next big game, rather than investing 300,000 on 10 fledgling ideas. That's why. That's why the gaming industry is like dying. It might not seem clearly on the numbers, but like if you look at the amount of layoffs and studios closing down, that's why it's happening. It's because people overspend in crazy ways because they get promised big ROIs, and then immediately afterwards go, oh no, we have no money. We don't want to overspend anymore. Game industry is wild at the moment, folks. Truly wild. Just like this strategy, Myriad is still not transitioning. It's just more cav. But like you're losing the battles in a more snowbally fashion now. The crossbows are going to counter out both the Horse Archers and the Knights. Spearmen are there to protect the Nestabees. And that just keeps him in a headlock. I don't really see how Myriad is meant to get back in this now. No, he looks hard stuck. He hasn't even got a really big villager lead. He's only ahead by 6. And Knobs, like, this is what makes it even worse. The gold veins are actually kind of griefing you, so the Knights can't access easily. Makes it much easier to kind of hug onto them. One Knight is trying to play hero here. No, hold on a second. Wait, that's one. I feel like maybe he's coming in a bit too late, though. This is only wave number 1. Wave 2 is scary. Villagers get found. Looks like he was trying to sneak around, maybe for a backstab with an outpost. Oh, Myriad. I mean, good map control early, but credit to Voldemort understanding his timings and not rushing out on the map too fast. I thought he was going to make that mistake with the Lancers early, but quickly pivoted once the relic condition was removed. Minimized the value Mirror got from that, and then just hunkered down for a good old meat grinder. How old am I? I am 32 years old. 32. Getting old. Now the horseman spam. I mean, this is really the kick to the nuts. Mira does have 2,000 food income, but now that there's horsemen, that's a lying number. He's getting found. Like, this right here is over half of Mirad's food income right now. Still out blobbed. I'm in my prime? I don't know. Like, are you truly in your prime if you don't see, like, at least 12 people a day flash their prime subs on your channel? I think that's what truly in the prime means. Dumu's... Wait, Dumu's only 35? I mean, whoa, okay, cool. Men at arms switch now. Wait, into crossbows? I think Mira's just kind of stuck on what to produce here. You can't produce spears against the repeater crossbows. You can't really produce men at arms against crossbows. Knights is feeling like a no-no because it's spear crossbow. Like, Voldemort is just kind of thumbs up everything he needs. If you think about like military mass, he almost has, of each of these type of units we just described, the same quantity as Mirad has full army. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. TC's about to go down. Voldemort, now that he's got him in the headlock, is just not going to let go. Look at that mini-map. It's a flood of yellow into the roost base. Great idea by Mirad to intercept reinforcements, so that's at least going to slow down the timing a bit. The problem is when your army is this small, all you've told your opponent is now like half of your army is not defending your base. So deeper we go, baby. You wish to meet me someday and learn some wisdom from you? That's when you're going to learn that I just like sit there cracking open fortune cookies when I'm not on camera. Like, watch this one. Just crack open this fortune cookie. All right, so Voldemort shall now walketh around to a... But why is it speaking Old English? These are some weird fortune cookies. He's going to go around towards the farms. And then realize... he has no farms. Oh, no. Okay, so this looks like he's holding for a moment, but remember, it's because the cut of reinforcements. The crazy thing is, like, Voldemort could probably make this much easier if he just rotated to the east side of the map. He doesn't care. This is now just a full-on food measuring contest. Infinite food versus finite. Infinite seems to be winning. Man, I gotta start doing these videos on, like, discussions about the game industry, though. I had so much more time to hammer down into it. Or rather, so much more to hammer down into, but not the time. Yeah, interesting game. We'll see if it makes the YouTube side. Part of me wants to just the discussion in the middle. I don't know. I don't want to be the doomsayer of, like, we're doomed on the game industry, but I do wish that, like, people would wake up. Like, games like Clair Obscur are actually a perfect example of that as well, by the way. I freaking love that game. Game of the year, probably. And the development crew was, like, maybe 20% of what a Ubisoft product has. But the quality exceeds what we've been seeing out there recently. Okay, Mirad, I think this is, like, the last hurrah. If he can't break now, he's lost the game. It's triple Nesta Bees as well, which means 2/3 of his army are worthless. Has got Military Academy on the way. But, yeah, units are now starting to leak over. So he's finally had enough of just letting him exist here. And the double outpost as well. Archers are going to try to snipe the villagers out, but there's just so little left of him. Just a good old-fashioned hunker down out the Shushi. I feel like we might really see an indie AA game Golden Age. Possibly. But like, people believe that was going to happen before, back when I was in university, because of Unity's ease of access, and it didn't really happen in a good way. It just turned into, I think, a regurgitation of assets after the initial wave. And then you're seeing the same now with Unreal Engine, where everyone's just using Unreal Engine and being lazy. Instead of creating their own unique art style, they just use the same similar assets. And that's why right now we've got so many games that just look the same. So I think we need to get beyond that first. Back towards like originality is important. There'll always be some beautiful games that seek through. But like, this is the thing. We talked about esports and how that's kind of struggling in some ways. I think also gaming industry as a whole is in that same hole. But the whole world is really, right? The Mirror's about to be in the hole in this series. I said about that being his last hurrah. He doesn't seem to be convinced yet. What? Voldemort building his base in your base isn't convincing the game is over? Ambitious. Like, you know, did you see the report recently, guys, from Elder Scrolls, where they're like, we're not sure how long it'll be before we get forced to switch over to Unreal Engine 2. And I'm like, Unreal Engine 2, we're on Unreal Engine 5. Nah, that jokes aside, but they were saying that there's probably going to come a point where they'll have to make the switch also. I'm like, oh boy. Now we're just like digging in the hole deeper. Alright, we're going to hit the fast forward a bit. We're going to speed up the Remax into the engagement. Call me Mr. Smith because inevitability is on the way, Mr. Anderson. He's going to have to make a stand here. It's about to reach the primary TC and the farms. But remember, all he has to do is just back up to the ones in SWBs. Like, this is critical mass now. The archers are going to melt to it. He's already lined up the shots! Second flurry comes in. He's already almost dead. And the third would just seal the deal. I mean, there's a second group of archers, but too little remains. Mira just does not want to give this up. So, no, while there is still an archer, I can let loose the miracle arrow. Okay, I'm not Jean. GG comes out. Game number 1 going to the kid. What do you know and think about Frostbite Engine? What do you mean what do I know about it? I mean, it's like been used beyond just the Battlefield franchise, right? Like, it's a decent engine. I don't think it's ever like... I don't feel like most games use it to its full potential of what it's designed for, but like it's become a robust engine, right? But like the industry is basically made up of Frostbite Engine, Unreal Engine. What was the other big one? Unity's kind of fallen off in popularity. Epic done a really good job on pushing everyone towards Unreal. But like the thing about Frostbite is it was expanded to be more than just like for Battlefield destruction, but that was his key emphasis on how it's created. You've even got games like, I believe there were rumors that Call of Duty was considering switching over to Unreal Engine because they've still been using, like, I don't know if people realize this, Call of Duty games are made on the Quake engine, a heavily modified Quake engine. And CryEngine is like, yeah, CryEngine is unreliable because the devs are unreliable. Like, has Crytek declared bankruptcy again? Because they literally came close before. They weren't paying their employees for like months. It's like, you haven't got the CryEngine. I think the CryEngine was like overrated. It was, you know, fidelically really impressive, but it was very hard for a lot of developers to deliver life in it. But like you even have like some classics like Source Engine came back into play. I don't know if people realize that, but Titanfall was made with the Source Engine. Both 1 and 2. A lot of people didn't realize that because when you look at Titanfall, you're like, wait, this is the same engine as like Half-Life 1? Bruh. Alright, so let's get one game on the board for Voldy. Left side win. G2, where are they sending us? So, game 2, Dry Arabia. Chinese versus Delhi. Really good matchup for China. See if anything ever happens for Lumberyard Beyond New World. Probably not. That's like a completely different story. It's like, I guess we dive into that as well. All right, this is just a tale of devs' failures, right? Like, okay, so that's a completely different story talking about Lumberyard. One and all, welcome back to the Voldemort Mirrored series. Voldemort now leading. gets Delhi into Chinese. Not looking good for him considering China is historically favored here, but let's talk Lumberyard a little. So New World used the Lumberyard engine. That was basically Amazon's Golden Boy creation that was meant to flood a new generation of game development. Lumberyard is probably unlikely to be used for much else. I don't think it's even at a point where it's going to be efficiently scrapped and sold in pieces. The reason why Lumberyard probably won't be leveraged is because Amazon doesn't have an insane interest in pumping 15 releases now. So for anyone who doesn't know the tale of New Worlds and the games that were being built by Amazon studios at the time, Amazon's whole philosophy on how they succeed as a business fundamentally contradicts how game development works. So, don't know how many people are familiar with Amazon's policy on the business. It's pretty capitalism, baby, and business doesn't always interact well with artistic. Their concept on how to make something successful is to throw more money at it to a ridiculous degree. So, like, for those that don't know, when the New World Studios were starting up, Amazon Game Studios, they were offering some of the best devs in the world, like 2 to 3x the normal rate, to poach them from all the big studios. And they brought in all this talent, and they just thought bringing all the best developers will make the best games. Well, there's multiple problems with that. For a start, there's the ego of you having all the best developers means who's actually right. And they'll have conflicting ideas, potentially. But the other problem was, as crunch times approached, do you know what Amazon done when they realized they were behind schedule? They hired more developers. That doesn't work in development very well. You see, guys, like, if you have more than one person working on an element of a project, it actually can slow things down, right? Because, like, you can't have 2 people coding the same thing at the same time, right? And then if they take turns, they have to catch up on what the other person done. When you bring new people in, they have to get indoctrinated into the systems you created. It just contradicts, right? And then the more people you add, the more middle management you have, so more time spent in meetings, etc. So that's why Amazon just fell flat on their face with that huge, ambitious Amazon Game Studios production idea. And before anyone was like, well, that seems dumb, KP. Why would Amazon think that's going to work? Because historically it did, in like everything they've done. If you look at all the different things they've done over the years, it was a success mechanism for them. We're going 2x speed, by the way. You know, like, when you think about how they develop most of their industries that they move into, they overwhelm. Like, what they're doing in grocery right now, the whole concept is they don't need to make money. They just need to wait until all the local grocery stores don't make money. Because then once they don't make money, you've created a natural capitalism environment in which you've created a monopoly, and then you can charge what you want. If you look at Amazon's business model, like 95% of the different business arcs are being funded by their web servers. Like, Amazon web servers, they're paying for everything. AWS is like doing it all. And like that is the way you create monopolies, by the way, because you can't buy your way to monopolies organically anymore. It doesn't work because there's anti-competitor laws, right? Like, to stop, or like anti-monopoly laws rather, to stop that from happening. But like, Amazon does it to a higher extreme than most businesses in the world. So yeah, Amazon. And that's why, guys, if you want to save your local grocers, you should use those Prime subs on my channel so that Bezos doesn't pocket all the change from your Prime subs. There you go. Supporting me is supporting your local grocery. It's funny how that connects. Anyway, we have got Ghazi beginning coming in from Voldemar. This is pretty standard. So why does China usually feel so good here? Well, for a start, they can accelerate into Pro Scouts quicker than Delhi can, but they also accelerate into Spears to count you out. And then the next step is usually Song into Chuganu. Chuganu will beat Ghazi Spear because if you play Chug plus Spearman, on the old Tower of Victory build, Delhi could actually stand a chance. But with Dome of Faith, the attack speed isn't quite good enough to clear all the spears to access the repeater crossbows. So, like, Long Feudal feels really good for China in this matchup these days. Now, it used to be... Another reason why China hard countered Delhi is they used to drop Barbicans on the Sacred Site to stop your win condition. But that was, like, required in the TOV days. Nowadays, your opponent's just not as strong to contest the mid-map. Why have we randomly just got into a conversation about, like, people being toxic about Beastie losing, whatever? I mean, I think I've been over this in depth. There's always going to be people that side with Beastie very aggressive on anything, and then people that side against him on anything, right? And sad reality in the world is you can't have one without the other because people have different opinions. I do think there's like an egg on the face feeling like if you're like, you know, you win with this score and you brag about it, like then you lose. And I think like you as a competitor accept that. I don't think people need to be overly toxic, but like just as much as people will cheer when he wins, there'll be people who cheer when he loses. That's just sadly the nature of being a public figure. I came to terms with that a long time ago. Like early in my casting days, I tried to impress everyone, and I realized that was a quick way to impress no one. But like, yeah. I don't mind when someone's cocky as long as they like take the knee. Like I always loved a guy called Saberlight for that in Dota 2. Saberlight was like, oh dude, to this day he's one of my favorite smack talk people. He would like big up that he was going to kick your ass before a tournament began. And then when he went out last, he just changed his name to like worst offlaner in Dota 2 history. I impressed you. There we go. I impressed David. And that got me loads of biddies. Oop, oop. So Pro Scouts is being a little bit harassed, but you see the value of these spears. Horseman follow-up now coming in from Mirroride is interesting. Didn't go for repeated crossbows at all, because he's still hasn't gone for Song Dynasty. Okay, this is quite beneficial them for Voldemar. I mean, Mirroride's position is still tenable, because he can play for Castle off of double Deer Pack. And then you'll have Lancers against this, which is just great. But being forced into Horseman is definitely annoying. But like, this is why, and by the way, this is why I'm always of the mind, like I always say, lift up the people you want to succeed. Don't put down the people you don't want to. And I remember even saying that in the UGC chat on the weekend for finals. I can't remember what it was about. I think it was like someone was flaming like Lidicor or someone else. I was like, dude, if you want to compliment the people you believe in, go for it, but you don't need to crap on the other people. It's like, you know, like I said, in the situation where someone loses and they've been bragging winning, yeah, egg on the face, whatever. But if you take it to the extreme, I'd rather... we saw it earlier, right? Like, if you guys haven't seen this week's bracket, Deniska took a dump on Dumu. It 2-0'd him, right? Did we talk about Dumu sucking and playing bad or what? No, that was not the focus. I hated when someone came in and done that. The focus instead was Deniska playing incredibly well. Because to say the alternative is to devalue what Deniska done in that game, in that series. Like, Mirroride right now, playing very well. He took the aggression on the chin and then counteracted it at the right moment. He didn't rush the counterplay. And it's so difficult to do that when you're up against Delhi triple Sacred Site capture. Because you feel this necessity to rush out. You know they're scaling eco. You know they have a win condition crawling in. The sick read by Myriad finds the right timing. And now he's going to get that Barbican down the center to cut the map and deny this win condition. Sick timing. But like, this is like, and you know, this, by the way, it's the whole public figure discussion. We'll get back to it in a second after this raid. I don't think it's going to hang around here. The spears have arrived. But the public figure discussion, I had this discussion with someone at Rebel Wall or Legacy about like their opinions being public. They're like, I don't know why I'm being like judged on it. It's like, because, you know, you are attached to this person. And that brings with it a certain assignment, whether you like it or not. Like a responsibility publicly. Like, you know, if you want to act one way, it does come back the other. But it always has to be within reason. Like I say, you know, never cross the line, never death threats, none of this crap. You know, you can praise the people you like, but you don't need to crap on the people you don't to the extreme. I don't know. Like, I like to think that we've done a better job than, like, anywhere else in that regard in the directory. Like, we always try to voice the positivity. Like, criticism is fine, but flaming is not. Voldemar at his best fuel and falls off in the late game. I think Voldemar likes the late game. It's just he likes to play it defensively. And players have gotten a little bit better at like contesting that via map control. And that's only going to change for maybe the worse for defensive players as the metas continue to develop around new maps with points of interest coming in on more and more maps. Dark Age pushes. Like, there's a lot more value in actually being present. And I'm fine with that. I don't think defensive players should be overwhelmingly rewarded. Defensive players already quite often, historically in AoE4, been the easier option. And I don't think the easier option should be the better option. If you're taking more risk, there should be more reward on the table. Like, actually, big shout out to devs for, like, the trend they're taking where map control matters a lot more. from a stab in. Let's find some worker kills. Nicely done by Myriad. And he has the age-up advantage. I think Voldemar's just in a really untenable position right here. He isn't gathering gold actively. Sacred Site control is going to be limited to 1. He's at least wrapping around the back, so a little bit of harassment there, but with double outpost, it's just so difficult to get kills. And Lance of PG on the way. Yeah, I like the Pulse Guard idea, actually. Lance's is countered from an age behind, PG is not. Your opponent's Ghazi aren't going to fare that well against it. Didn't mean to interrupt the stream? That's fine, we can do both. Like, we lock in when we need to lock in. But I said before, like, a big part about streaming is having these type of discussions, and it does lead to interesting, like, subcontexts in, you know, YouTube videos. Like, we had one the other day where we were talking about mana rebalance, and people, like, really took that, like, wow, yeah. So it can work. Isn't there a correlation between new players and community toxicity? In what way? I mean, new players are oblivious, so the only way it becomes toxic is when the veteran players make it so, no? Yo, what's up, Cool Jets? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. Welcome back to the Swarm. Whew. Yeah, we're just trying to breathe breathe the positivity into the scene wherever we can. You know, you see it by the way like we do low elo casts in the past. We'll have some fun with them, but we'll never make it hateful about the person. That's a big thing for me. Even though, like, I think there is proof from a content creation standpoint, not just AoE Forged in general, like being more hateful or like dramatic and polarizing is actually more successful. Weirdly enough. First PG arriving is going to bog him down. Voldemar able to find the age up though. Behind this, we have not got any relics secure just yet from Myriad, but double Monk on the way. Good position to block any immediate Scholar Pull, which is bad news for Voldemar. Usually the big advantage of going Cast Age on the daily timings is to hoover up the 5 relics straight away. Unable to do that here. Okay, so does Myriad need to switch at all? I don't think he's been given a reason just yet, but crossbows are on the way, so you might want to contemplate a pivot. It's just tricky because the most obvious one is Horseman, and food is not going to be eternal, right? So maybe he just tries to play into crossbow himself. Bit difficult to do into Delhi because they have got the Pakes tech, which gives them additional range. Being hateful and aggressive is always rewarded, and I kind of hate that. I like to believe that long term, like, I'll win out by not being that way. You know, it's the same thing I've talked about, like, when it comes to commentary and hosting. I want what's best for the show, not, like, what will look best on my highlight reel. And I hope that, like, long term, when I work with different productions, that goes to the extra mile for them. Maybe I'm naive and it won't, but I don't know. At some point in life, being the decent person has to be rewarded, right? Probably not. But let us just boil in that naivety. Surely, eventually. When I'm 45. When I'm 45 and then have, like, carpal tunnel and can't see properly, cataracts, and have to stop streaming, that's when it will pay off. Nice denial. Stops when the relic's coming home. Volmar trying to get the army home. Ooh. One of the awkward things about these crossbows, of course, you can get kited out by the PG. So able to pull away, find a better fight. Denies another relic from being returned home. It's already 2 in the bank for Myriad here. This could be a 4 relic game. Voldemar is at least sneaking for the east side relic. The west side being camped now, and the crossbows numbers aren't looking good. Not for this fight. He's outnumbered. And also, remember, when you retreat, it puts Expos at the back of the formation. So I think Voldemar, yeah, has to throw away the spears to get the space. But now you throw away the spears, the Lancers arrive. Dude just can't cut a break. Looks like the elephant will at least give breathing room. And I think Myriad, yep, appropriate reaction does come in. We talked about the crossbows being the end goal. This is where you do it. Crossbows is the best counter in the game to War Elephants. Being hateful with tarring? Yeah, I guess I'm like just hoping eventually people get sick of it. It's fine to have like a polarizing opinion, but like being hateful for the sake of being hateful is just... Why is it needed? I respect people who make a stand and have an opinion. It's just like when it's blubbering info out your butthole that makes no sense, which is like a big chunk of media these days. Change nectar. Oh, we'll put one off. One on after this. Worst of the day. Okay, so knocking at the door. Mira doesn't like that Voldemort has any gold. I think like he's got very good map control here. I don't know what Voldemort's like long-term game plan is. You could try to hunker down. You haven't got that mass relic grab that gives you gold gen into Imperial though. Has at least got the berries on the flank. So if you get like a small wall out here, we know that Voldemort likes to make an appearance around 20 minutes, then he should have food to work with. 100 live viewers on YouTube. Whoop, whoop. Look at you. Good job, YouTube. Appreciate the support. And then we got like, what? 400 people on Twitch? Hell yeah. Place to be in the weekdays, as we say. This is an ambitious clash. It's only 3 crossbows. Wait, is he just like faking him? It kind of feels like he's faking him out here. These are mostly repeated crossbows, so like this is a really good fight for elephants. He doesn't want to take it. That was the most ballsy stare down he could have done, man. If Voldemort just read that play for what it was, he could have ran him through. That was crazy. We did have an ambitious villager pull. I don't know what the hell they were up to. They are on the way back towards the berries now. Now, there are more crossbows on the way, so maybe this turns into a bit of a bait and switch where Voldemort has false security now, where he thinks he's safe. So Voldy's trying to get rid of the crossbows, but it's just so hard to identify them sometimes. Royalfant's going to stand his ground. PG are going to flop dead. A pretty good trade, actually, for Voldemort. Myriad may have misread the situation. Try to just get away from this now. We've got a lot of wood being saved up, so there should be a farm transition coming in soon. He already prepped the Song Dynasty for the TC escalation over time, right? It's like he's had that pumping for quite a while. Plus the worker kills, he's in a very good position for the granary switch up. An interesting game this is becoming. Could Voldemort now cinch this in 2? Myriad definitely threw away some momentum, but like the eco numbers do not lie. Not only does he have a ridiculous villager lead, but he's also got the Fort Relic coming home. Boar as well, something else that also Voldemort can't use to extend his life in this game. Where is that Fort Relic? I guess it's... Okay, we just haven't dropped it off. It is sitting in the base. Voldemort now switching men at arms. These are the type of players that I think the players in these situations don't feel comfortable with, right? Like, you know you've already encouraged crossbows through elephants. And now you're encouraging it again. Maybe the thought for Voldemort is like, hey, he's going to go horseman, I'll go MAA. But like, why not just stick war elephants at that point? Achieves the same goal, right? And also, maybe it's like he doesn't feel like he's got enough gold to justify. Usually, War Elephants feels good with, say, like 3 relics. But in terms of efficiency, like, you're splitting the food and gold difference, right? Like, War Elephants is close to 50-50. Men-at-Arms is drastically skewed towards food. And what worries me about this choice by Voldemort is, like, he does not have great food. No, he's, what, on his last berry patch? And then he has to add in farms. So an MAA play at this point is insanely expensive. So we've got the castle drops on the way. This feels pretty bad to do, guys. If you ask most Delhi players, I think they'd probably put the comfort zone for dropping keeps at around 60 to 70 eco. Closer you can get to that, the better it feels. But at 49, forced to do this. And on top of that, getting caught building the first. Will at least kite to buy more time for the rest of the workers. It's going to cost him a few. And on top of that, Myriad now knows exactly what's up. Which are the 5 most iconic units of the game? I mean, like, what do we define as iconic? Most known, it would be Royal Knights, Longbows, Nest of Bees, tower elephants. And maybe like men-at-arms. Like men-at-arms in general. I feel like most low-level players have really bad experiences with men-at-arms, right? Because it's like men-at-arms rushes can feel like one of the cheesiest plays because most players know to build spears to counter out knights, but like the crossbow switch is a bit weirder. And statistically, like the majority of players are around gold rank, right? If you're talking like the most cinematics, right? It's like Nesta Bees. I don't want to say Chug. War Elephants. Cataphracts actually is pretty up there for cinematography. Great Bombards. And, dude, Onobligation. Oh. Onobligation are so underrated for the cinematic value. Actually, yeah, Magadai should definitely be in there. But, like, Onobligation gets slept on way too much. Like, as a spectator element, watching those crazy psychopath ladies rush into an enemy line. Actually, yo, for iconic units, it's not even Magadai. The Khan is an iconic unit. I guess actually for cinematography, you've kind of got to put the Tower Sultan in there just because of when it explodes. Doesn't get much more cinematic than that. The most unnecessary explosion you could imagine. Now we have to include Yeoman. True, these days it will get there with the sync shots. Okay, so things have really slowed down here, huh? Voldemar's being given time for the farm transition, but it's only because Myriad's is better. Already up to 20 farms with double granary, 9 farms on the other side. And remember, although your opponent has gone for like 2 TC, so can you. And your 2 TC is 2.5. So Voldemar, he doesn't even have those active yet, right? Like, the village fortress is still 50 seconds away. He's going to need a secondary castle. And Myriad's already prepping the counter to them. Treb's on the way. Tournament idea, the most cinematic games. Sure, you just start people off with like demo ships, and then you find a Flying Dutchman cheat so they can build them to go on land. Boom. And Myriad's going up the dive now. Not really seeing the come together here for Voldemar. It's 4 Nesta Bees, and he lacks the answer is the problem. Without food income, you can't mass Ghazi to solve it. More Slaming Gav. We're going to go with the 2x speed. As we're kind of in just a limbo mode. I think Myriad's probably just going to wait for Imperial now. Understanding that his opponent is starved, and he plays late game better. Like, your opponent just doesn't have much tech scale value right now either. That is an ambitious spear. But he almost touched the Nesta Bees. Almost. Yeah, something that did happen that was interesting we didn't talk about was the Imperial Palace play. That's why I think Myriad's so comfortable. He can see how bad Voldemar is in terms of position in this game. He just keeps getting free information. Like, if you didn't have that, you'd probably see Myriad play a bit more urgently because you wouldn't know the exact state of Voldemar's base. This Imperial Spy has definitely been paying off. We're going to get another one in about 10 seconds. Voldemar has got the castle up. Myriad ready to pull the trigger on Imperial here. Sometimes going to look to house Voldemar. Hero Spy is not being used just yet. Now would be a decent time just to see if there's more castles dropped. That would also tell you where the farms are at. So you're probably wondering, like, what's Voldemar waiting for? He's got one play and one play only. It's going to be Siege. He's got Mangoes on the way. One of the problems for Voldemar is a lack of frontline, though. You know, it's all good having these Mangoes, but who protects them? Right now, no one is volunteering, really. You've got 5 men at arms and a War Elephant. I guess maybe the Elephant, but it's already 25 crossbows. Great Wall Gatehouse, very safe, by the way. He builds on the farms. This is pretty standard just in case the game goes later. Protects you against raids. And looks like he is forcing some attention here. 2x speed again. And this is being truly slow-rolled. I mean, Voldemort knows he has to go now, though. If he waits, Imperial Techs are coming in. In fact, it's already been rushed in. The PG about to upgrade in just 4 seconds. And now they're stacked on stats. Nesta B shots come in. Maximum value catches both the Mangoes and the Archers. Star steps them forward to chase him on the retreat. One Mango already down. Crossbow Archer count not looking good. And that single War Elephant that's been holding the line. Oh, he's going to need to phone a hospital line here to maybe resuscitate him because he's dead. Game over, no doubt about it. Castle drops, not going to be enough to protect him now against elite Palace Guard. And the Nesta Bees are just going to say good riddance to what little remains of Voldemar's army. Third game, folks. A decider between these two. Just around the corner. What do you think we're going to see? Is it going to be Knights Templar or is it going to be Mongols versus French or Japanese for G number 3? He's got the repair crew to try and maybe outplay Mangoes, but I think this fight for Voldemar, the idea is cool going mass Mangoes. The issue is just he needs front line. Maybe like 2 more War Elephants, but it's tricky. I think especially when you play against Chinese Shushi, sometimes you just like glance like, okay, how many of those are crossbows? How many are Chug? GG gets called. Myriad is taking us all the way to a deciding game. It's my old school CGQE. Ah, the good old days. That was a blast from the past. By the way, I'm not saying can't talk drama or whatever. I'm just saying it needs to be like reasonable. The problem is like nowadays, it just feels like people make up drama that doesn't really exist. And that's where it gets dumb. Okay, so final game of the series. We're going to Kawasan. Japanese versus Knights Templar. Haven't seen KT on this map. Kind of curious to see how it's going to play out. Alright, we'll speed this up to 2x as well. Comes down to this, a deciding game between Myriad and Voldemar, and we are for the first time ever going to witness Knights Templar on Kawasan. That's right, map with the 2 ponds. Should in theory be a very good one for Knights Templar. They benefit so much from these maps where they can bolster their economy with fishing because of how good they are at gathering wood. Japanese on the other side, a pretty reliable pick here. Actually, Japan and Abbasids, back when Kawasan was used regularly, were considered to be the kings of the ponds. And it was basically because of their ability to disable those docks. So we'll see how Knights Templar are able to alleviate that concern. In theory, pilgrimages should be really good, actually. Now, your opponent could technically wall you off semi-easily, but in terms of safe distance, like half the travel distance should be relatively safe for pilgrims on the long. Are you guys talking about qualifiers for the upcoming LAN? I mean, B could try to qualify. I don't know how hard it would be for him to get a visa. Cat was able to get a visa for the garrison. We'll see. I don't know if B is all in on AoE 4 per se. I mean, he plays a lot of it. It's hard to tell. It's also tricky for a player in his position. You have to remember, like, he's got a family, right? Like, how long can you go without thrusting big trophies before it doesn't make sense anymore? If you're full-time anyway. Coca Township. Pretty much the standard. 2x speed for the time being. We're just going to allow that to breeze through into the feudal age. Voldemar, we're likely looking at Kingdom of France as pretty much your go-to option here. Hospitalier wouldn't make too much sense against Shinobi Rush. Nor would the Axemen. So yeah, Kingdom of France it is. And we do have double dock. Voldemar playing onto both ponds, so look to contest. Interesting choice here. His timing is going to be a little bit worse, but should be capable of getting an archer ship out before the ninja arrives. Just to be safe, Voldemar is going to make it a double dock drop. So that's 3 docks invested versus the 1. Second one now coming in from Myriad. So he's going to look to conflict with the fishing economy of Voldemar. Hospitalaire? I don't think that's right. Hospitalaire and Hospitalier are both acceptable. Got history on my side here, folks. It's meant to be pronounced Hospitalaire, but then because of like French inferences, it's like Hospitalier became popular. It's like a sub-dialect term for it. So the original is Hospitalaire. Depending on your accent, either more or less emphasis on the air. Let's see who's going to need to be put in a hospital in this one. We've got more Shinobi on the way. That's already a Sabo on the dock to try and delay the pressure, but well, looks like Mira's going to tip his hat at it. Actually does have an arch ship coming out. A little bit surprised by that. I thought he'd just aggro the other side, which he's already doing, so shutting down the fishing of Voldemar. Voldy, gotta be said, a little bit slow on the pullback here. Yeah, and this is worrisome. He went double dock on his opponent's pond, solo on his own, which means he's now going to get denied where his economy actually is. That's bad news considering that he invested more. 3 fishing boats here, 6 over here. Second Shinobi's not being rushed out, so it looks like Myriad maybe allows that to exist. Second dock is being dropped by him, though. I guess he's just conceding the south side? Curious. If he's conceding the south side, where's the second Shinobi? Okay, he's going to arrive now. Oh, the timing! 3 seconds left. And he stops the Springles. So no security on this pond. It is just going to be a trade out. Okay, but who won this? That's the big scratchy head. I think Myriad, maybe? Just, like, slightly here? His fishing boat remax is going to be cheaper. Then again, Voldemar does already have a start on escalating fishing on the left side. And also, Knights Templars wood gathering is really good. You have also got land units now from Myriad. It is going to be... Oh, sorry, Voldemar. It's going to be played into the Chevalier as well as the Archers. So yeah, full counter into Shinobi. Does Miro just bypass and play for the next age now? Looks like it is. Yeah, he's going to go Castle Age. Both end up at the pond further from the base. Yes, welcome to Kawasan. Have you not watched this before? This actually happens more often than you'd think. Because naturally, you want to attack your opponent where he has economy. Well, usually what happens here is you divide the ponds because... About 80% of Kawasan spawns do this, where one player spawns closer to a certain pond. So what happens is you organically play there for eco, and then you follow up by playing onto your opponents. This guy's wiggling all the way. So what ends up just happening is you trade out. Now, if you're playing kind of equally and playing for the win condition of shutting your opponent's eco, you're going to take the other pond. Yeah, it happens more often than you'd think. Question is who benefits more afterwards. And I gotta say, I feel like Japan's actually better off with a fast castle tech game than Knights Templar. Knights Templar like to milk the age a little bit longer. Whereas obviously for Japan, there's a reason we always talk about the... You cheeky git. There's a reason we always talk about the Mount Samurai. Nice denial there though. Just getting rid of the timing on the undermesh makes it very difficult for Voldemar to look for an attack point on this God Vein. Even if he could. Square lakes don't exist in nature? Well, that's why this is a man-made map. What's confusing about that? It just all makes sense. This is what you get when men make maps. Who was it who made Kawasan? I'm trying to remember back now. Does anyone remember who created Kawasan? It was so long ago. This was Bidolin, right? I'm pretty sure this was Bidolin before he got hired. Okay, so he does discover the outpost. This gives confirmation to Voldemar of what Myriad's really doing. Question is what his response is going to be. You could try to play for siege engineering, but he's going for it. Does this feel a little bit late? So it's going to be stable play. The funny thing is I think Myriad could actually just play Yuumi to defeat this. Because your Vet Yuumi are going to be better than Feudal Archers, and then Chevalier Cocher have less ranged armor than standard Knights in Middle Age. So much more squishy. But when you've got this type of food economy, Knights are just irresistible, right? Myriad, whoopsie, a little bit slow on the reaction. We'll get Dove here. Some worker kills being achieved. Tech up now complete. First Mount Samurai on the way. Yorishiro drop is immediate. Scout denied, so he doesn't know if Voldemar's continuing it all in here or prepping for a tech up. That's really scary, actually, for Myriad. But this is nice. Love that. The Springle ship is going to see reinforcements, so he knows that this is the all-in. Voldemar is starting to slow down production a little bit, though. We'll see if Myriad's able to read the play. I mean, I think you could just keep gunning it now, no? Your opponent has got Mount Samurai coming, but you just cut off his gold. He's got a back gold. That might be the biggest paranoia for Voldemar. He does know that exists. I love the ram play. I guess he's going straight for the outpost. You could theoretically go for the farmhouses. It would have kind of a similar effect of locking production. Let's dive in. Myriad just trying to scrape together a little bit of pennies here and there. I mean, maybe you just build archery ranges now. You could also go horseman to use the food that you're accumulating. Mount Samurai, great move. Myriad knows he can't take a direct fight, so he starts to cut the reinforcements. Really well played. That also alleviates some pressure towards the outpost. You can go for the burn. That's ambitious, though. Villagers are going to hide back inside. I think at this point, you just need to run for the TC. Yeah, he waits too long. Voldemar not able to get the surround. But the pathing guarantees almost all workers go down. And Republic of Genoa now on the way for Voldemar. Genoa just the expected here. He has at least got level 1 on the Pilgrims. Level 2 probably not going to be far behind. You don't really want to be building Genoese crossbowmen into Mount Samurai. It's a bad trade. But if your opponent ever goes Samurai, going to be great. Then again, like the real reason why you do Genoa, why everyone does Genoa, is it's just better from an economy standpoint. That's the real reason. All right, 1s if you think Myriad's going to win this game. 2s if you think Voldemar's going to secure it. Bit of a shaky position for Voldemar, I think, in the next minute or two. Doesn't really have any counterplay into the Mount Samurai now, but he has at least eliminated this raw mass. The problem is by teching, you've told your opponent he can win here. You knew you had to make the play eventually, but it does just mean you are never going to be dealing with the Mount Samurai. Funnily enough, he actually goes to the Genoese crossbowmen. Archers just throw their lives away. We do also have a Yorishiro drop on the TC, so Myriad's going to be able to inflate his eco there. And he's checking the back gold. At this point, Voldemar's like, wait, he isn't on gold? Still? Yeah, but he's about to get back there is the problem. I wonder if you just maybe see a Yuumi switch. We have got him now going for the Monk, so it looks like priority is going to be rushing relics home. That does also alleviate the gold issues he's now been encountering. Although initially it does require more gold. I think with Voldemar, there's probably an urgency to try and get out on the map because you need to block relics but also protect pilgrims. So the biggest weakness of Voldemar now is the convoy, right? The reinforcement wave. That's something Mount Samurai can exploit fantastically. It's why I like that Voldemar is now switching into spears. Not before losing workers, though. Myriad has arrived. And already has the melee tech 1, which means he's able to double strike these villagers down. He's really scare him away. And this is better. I like this from Voldemar. He went Genoese crossbows, and I think he kind of reached the point of, like, why? I think what Voldemar was expecting is after he blocked gold, Myriad would go into Spearman or Samurai to be more gold efficient. He's wrong. Now, Myriad, I believe that might just be a Yuumi spam. It's credible here. Into crossbow and Genoese crossbows. It's actually a pretty solid answer. Is there a world in which he just goes for the Onimusha? There is Chevalier, but there's not many of them. No, there we go. It's going to be Yumi. Oh, the Flood. This is crazy. Like, no Euroshear drop, but he could also follow it up if he really wanted to. It's already pretty ridiculous on the scale point. So he's going to be able to produce, like, what, 12 to 15 archers a minute, I think it is? It's a lot. Good blocker on the close relics. Voldemar has started to skewer them. Myriad's been a little bit delayed. He did build that Shinto shrine quite early, but hasn't been able to get anything of worth out of it yet. Mira could go straight in. Cast the Crow in the center is an interesting play. Japan definitely uses the berries very well. But at this point in the game, you don't have great map control. You have waning map control. Like, you can win, but then you can lose. Because, like, your opponent has a dynamic force as well. So a little bit risky. I think instead he's going to try to play it a little bit slower. Try to counterplay into his opponent. And for good reason. The eco lead is building, guys. Yeah, the Euroshiro drop plus a few raids here or there with the Mount Samurai definitely paying off for Myriad. Also have relics finally on the way home for him. Voldemar's reaction is going to be Men-at-Arms. Very rarely seen by Knights Templar, but definitely makes sense into Mass Yumi. Everything else you're building is kind of counted so far. Now Samurai Clash. They're coming against the Chevalier. Retreat as well. Wait, what? Voldemar, was that a misclick? I think he failed to select the rest of the units. Like, that retreat was a bit weird. Then again, maybe he just knew the crossbowmen were never going to get away. Genoese crossbows are like slugs. Yeah, this is the problem with Genoese crossbowmen opening age. We talked about this in a previous series that you kind of need to build them early to scale because they're very much kind of snowball the unit if you want to make them work. But if you're playing a dynamic map where you have to be present aggressively, that's where they can suck. They slow everything down more than normal crossbows. Let's force a re-engage. Here's Mount Samurai. Do have the abandonments. They strike incredibly hard. And looks like the Chevalier are going to be washed out here. No way they can stand up against this. Reminder that those Genoese crossbows only get bonus damage against melee infantry. So irrelevant in the face of the Mount Samurai. Now gold on the front line. In trouble for Voldemar. Too many workers here as well. Let me continue to dive. Myriad. He smells blood in the water like a shark. Looks to pounce. And Voldemar, I mean, he has army, but guys, the numbers are a lie. Most of this military pop count is on water. It's going to turn into a massacre. Dive towards the TC. Woodline now idled out. Second wave coming in. The Mount Samurai will clear the way on the outpost, and this looks done. Voldemar doesn't have reliable influxes of food on land to bulk again. His gold income is about to strike down to next to zero. He's only got 900 gold left on the retreat gold here. Great read with the Yumi, just camping them here to receive the last of the gold workers. Okay, so that means we're going to be having Myriad in the quarterfinals by the looks of it. Well played series by him. Nicely executed. Had to come from behind early on here. Let me know what you guys think. I might try to upload this as a full series. Just because we have those nice little kind of, I don't know, TED Talks about game industry, esports teams, etc. in the middle. I don't know if people like those. There's a bit of flavor in the other game when less things are happening. This one was down to business fast just because of the aggressive nature of Kawasan. And now we just get a firm reminder as to why Japan feels so good on this map. Yeah, Shinobi into we both get food anyway. Into I'm much better at using that food for a tech play. 2x speed here. Voldemar, there's just nothing left, man. He's got no standing army on land. Villagers are getting found. This one is over. The only reason he thinks it's not is because he's got the fishing. But you're just trickling troops out into an unwinnable fight at this stage. Alright, it's not the Kill Yardi record. We're not down to 6 villages yet. I doubt we go that deep. Myriad is just prepping Siege Engineering to guarantee the end. Close series, though. I think the game's maybe a little bit linear in terms of like who had control, but interesting with the turns they took. We'll just have to see if Voldemar can make a better run next week. I mean, he's got that high expectation now after that week where he went all the way to semifinals after beating Louis MT 3-2. So we're always looking at it now, wondering, okay, which big name will he beat this week? Well, it won't be Myriad, that's for sure. Congrats on the sign, bud. Love the oh no from Pilgrims. Oh yeah, the oh no's and the runs. Like, we need more of those type of things in the game, I swear. Like, just in general, more of that crap. Yes. Okay, let's have a look here. So I think... So I know we've got more series coming up. We've got one in 2 hours. I definitely need to eat something soon, though. If we hang around for that. So if we could hang around for that. Let me just update this in the meantime. So we just had Voldemar versus Myriad. That's going to be a 2-1. Myriad through to the quarterfinals. And then I'll update. I don't think we'll have time for that one. So let me check what Numidan SAS was. Numidan SAS was 2-1 to Numidan. I believe we have got quarterfinals for WAM Numidan, and the Myriad quarterfinals is happening in like 2 hours-ish. Dumu and CSO eliminated. Yep. CSO didn't have time to play a series. Dumu lost to Deniska 2-0. Is Emma here? That's what I want to check. Depending on time, maybe. Oh, sorry, let me update that score as well, as that is a Myriad win. Because what I might do is eat, and then we can cast the Myriad series a little bit later. I might just tell you who's playing against. Because if we do it that way, we'll probably come back, do WAM Numidan, and then be into that one. I don't think we have confirmation on one of the other series I was waiting on as well. On set. I'm just going to ring Emma and do this thing. Alright, there we go. Sounds like I'm doing a helpline stream, doesn't it? So what we might do, like this is what I'm checking, is we might play an epic game while I eat, and then come back and cast another series. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'm going to put an epic game up. I just asked Emma what we got for food. She's like, tuna pasta with tuna this time. Guys, I'm not kidding. Last time we had tuna pasta, Emma managed to cook it. And we sat down. I was like, sure this isn't like mac and cheese. Like, why? It's like, it smells very cheesy. And then, like, we start eating it. She's like, yeah, it just tastes wrong. And then she goes, oh, I realize. I'm like, what's the problem? I forgot to add tuna. I was like, it's literally in the name of the dish. If out of all the ingredients, right, you can forgive, like, maybe not adding the turmeric or the parsley, but, like, tuna and pasta are kind of pivotal to that dish, you know? Just a little bit important. Okay, guys, I'm going to put up what a pretty epic game we had between Dumu and Wham. So I'm going to go eat. When I'm back, we'll have more live series. We should be looking at... Do I reveal it? Because I think we'll look at the Wham Numenon series. Yeah, so like it'll be B versus Myriad. We're going to have up next in about an hour and a half. So I'm going to eat, enjoy an epic game. And when I'm back, more recordings into live series to come. So stay tuned. Yeah, this game was epic. This is a really cool one on Lakeside. Where is my scene switch? I've lost it. There it is. No, pull your pants off and start swinging around the air, because that's where we're going on this map. Game number 2 in our quarterfinals between Dumu and Wham. And for the very first time, we are going to get treated to Knights Templar on Lakeside, a.k.a. Pants. If you're ever wondering why the hell does KP keep calling this map Pants, you need to go no further than just rotating the minimap. And there you go. It's some good old pantaloons. So the question now is Knights Templar Pants here? I'd be surprised if they were. This is a decent map for them. We know that Knights Templar thrives on maps which has fishing, because they offset their biggest weakness, which is going into the feudal age, losing out on villagers. Now, there may only be one deep water fish, but that's enough to offset the weakness. And there's still like additional through shoreline fish. And this is a sieve that gathers wood very, very well. So yeah, curious to see which way Doom wants to go with this. I imagine probably going to be a Kingdom of France like most games. Could Hospitalier be interesting? Hospitalier could be kind of a little bit intriguing. Just because of the Sacred Site win condition, you could kind of lean around it maybe. But that would involve getting genitals as well, which I just don't see happening. Ah, there's Moo arriving. Moo, I take it you still have refused to buy the DLC. Is this not pay to win enough for you yet? They're so good. In a weird way, I feel like Knights Templar is actually... Oh. Hello? Uh-oh. The micro... Yeah, what? Okay, I don't know why the microphone's doing this anymore. This is confusing the crap out of me. Sorry about that, guys. I was about to say, I think Knights Templar is actually, like, secretly a very noob-friendly civ because of this detail around wood. You know, there's some things which feel complicated, like, oh, how do I age up? Where do I age up? Why do I age up? Blah, 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 blah. But when you just look at it from a raw eco standpoint, just being able to gather wood and have wood, you know, never feeling like you're holding a bunch in reserve you don't realize or over-gathering. You know, the number you see is what you get. And it even extends the food a little bit because of the wood-food interaction. And no, Order the Dragon crossbows, to remind people, we use a pack. So you can see... Okay, it's not going to show here. Normally it did. They removed that. Basically, we have a mod. There is a mod that can be used, which is a tuning pack, which fixes the issue with different attack speeds. So, for example, it fixes Janissaries attacking slower than they're meant to. It fixes Order the Dragon Gilded Crossbowmen attacking quicker than they're meant to. It fixes Shuganu with upgrades attacking slower than they're meant to. So, we don't have that problem competitive. That was a bug that got accidentally introduced, and shout out to Hussein. He's very quick off the mark to create a tuning pack to fix that. A tuning pack that he unfortunately forgot to use in his series up against CSO. A series that he almost won, by the way. Okay, so it's just going to be Kingdom of France. I do get a little bit bored of Kingdom of France on repeat, but it's no surprise when you consider what it does for you. It's just... Out of all these bonuses, the most generically applicable, military units being produced quicker and being cheaper. And then, of course, the Chevalier give you an element of attack, right? It allows you to pressure your opponent's side in a very cost-efficient manner. Because cavalry can always get away from a bad fight. Demu's holding a lot of resources. There we go. He is just going safe passage straight away. I guess that makes sense against Order of the Dragon. It's not the best map for Sacred Site, right? Yeah, 102. Like, that's not crazy. Remember, the maximum you get is 130. Wait, no, is that the close site? Okay, no, he's fine then. This will be 130. I'm surprised that that is 102. I would expect that to be closer to like 80. Like, the distance is not that far. It's a good goal gen. Wham is going to be opening with archership, but Dimmu already has his defensive archership to answer in kind. God, I'm super paranoid about the microphone now. Don't know why I done that. It's like very weird because it's been fine for, I want to say 2+ weeks. Is it Pilgrim Gold? Why do you want to see the Pilgrim Gold? What did we miss? Is there something bugged? I think maybe Myriad's just obsessed with numbers. Might have a secret addiction as like a gambler. Oh, to further away sites. He's not changing sites. That's the thing. Like, he's legitimately just sticking to the same site. Outposts are coming up. Interesting that Wham... Yeah, so, like, looks like Archer play is coming from Dimmu. Wasn't that Wham's fault, though? Because, yeah, he opened Spear, forced the reaction, so then he gets forced into going Outpost as a secondary. But then the idea here is probably, what, Burgrave and just stick Men at Arms, so you don't feel like you have to go, like, switch unit types again with a transition. There's the gold. No! No! He didn't get it, right? I'm pretty sure he did not get that. We were on Dimmu's view, Wham's view. I think... Did Dimmu get that? It looked like that stab to the back stopped him just shy. He got full on Ned Starked. You think he did? Alright, someone can do an action replay. I do wish, like, the gold numbers would just show no matter whose perspective you're on, because it kind of matters for everyone, you know? Demo ship pressure from Dimmu. He's looking for full control on water. Interesting timing for this. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Knights Templar aren't really a civ that likes fast castling. So if you can get a win at a different point like this, then it has to feel worth it. This is interesting. We actually do have the Naval Arrow Slits, which is going to open up for the demo ship to clear the Hulk. That's what's a lot of our time. But yeah, like, this will be the kill. So pressure alleviated. Wham, just around the corner from the age up. And Dimmu is still trying to send it. Yeah, he's actually going for Rams now, which against Order the Dragon is quite risky due to the E-repairs. Are the dragons only played with Archon, or is the other landmark viable? I think Mindwork has its place. Archon just provides a lot more security, safety, and options. You know, there's a lot of examples like this in the game where, you know, some landmarks are just extremely situational. I wouldn't say Mindwork is in the extreme. It's just in the, you know, not 9%, sorry, it's like 70% of the games, it probably doesn't make as much sense. And we have some Clown Car. Okay, so this play now looks like what it is for Dimmu. It's not about getting kills on the outpost to secure access. It's just about forcing out the time. With the archers inside, it's less likely Wham wants to pull for the burn. Although we'll see, I guess. He has queued up Horseman. Yeah, spears aren't going to feel great here, though. Archers almost immediately killing him. We'll get the kill in the end. E-repairs forced very early here from Wham. Yeah, he's without gold as well. Hasn't pulled to the back gold yet, so Men-at-Arms opening is not going to be an option here. And then again, wait, did he just trade? No, I think he had another drop-off. Okay, so 166. This should be enough, right? You can get 2 Men-at-Arms out. That'll push your opponent away. And then what does he do with this? I mean, Dimmu adding in spears is a little bit surprising. He's committing. This is pretty crazy. I think part of the problem for Knights Templar that exists is that you feel punished for leaving Feudal Age. Does that make sense? The unit comp, which is most desirable, like that they do best, is Archer Spam. And Archer Spam weakens as you go to the next age. So this is like a very, very powerful time for Dimmu. That's why he doesn't want to give it over. But with men-at-arms already coming, Gilded Archers as well, it's feeling like the time is already gone. Veterancy about to complete for Wham. So once the men-at-arms are upgraded, they should just be able to afford this. 3 of them should be good enough. I think he's got, like, is it Rax and Burgrave? Oh, no, it's just Burgrave. Okay, so there is a little bit of time here. Double ram onto this thing, though. KT's one of the strongest feudal civs. I don't think that's any secret, right? Like, if you can produce archers efficiently, you're going to be rated quite highly in feudal, I feel. The problem is, like, Knights Templar, because they're so reliant on archers, because of the way they function as civ, I almost feel like their core identity is a mismatch. You know, when I picked up Knights Templar, when I played them in that very first free-for-all ever played of Knights Templar, my first instinct is I want to build heavily armored units because I'm Knights Templar. And I remember that game, I resisted building archers because I was like, why would I build archers? That's not very Templar-y. Right? It's like, even though it makes sense mathematically why you spam archers, conceptually, it's very weird that this civ does archers very well and everything else, I want to say, quite badly. Like, you've seen people try to spam Templar Brothers. It's very difficult. Chevalier Confrere is the only thing I see people comfortably spam. Rams. Did get through the outpost in the end, by the way. It's getting after a few farms to make it more profitable. But overall, this felt quite pricey. I mean, he spent 400 wood on this. He killed, what, 250? So I had time alongside it. But he spent a long time in an age behind now. So we'll be a retreat pattern back to the base. We do not have an age up on the way yet from Dimmu. They have trash unit eco, but no good trash units. I mean, their archers are the good trash units. I think they're fine. Like, I don't think Knights Templar really need buffs. I wouldn't mind things that wouldn't be buffs, but just like a pivot and identity. Like, the biggest change I've talked about is the rebalance of the commanderies. I think commandery choices have already been figured out, and they're quite linear. And I don't feel like it's a case of we don't know what to really do with them yet. I think people just do. Oof, nice blocker there. Denial on the Pilgrims. This is just hard to watch, man. He's now queuing Chevalier, which are not going to do well into mass Gilded Men-at-Arms. Chevalier will get wrecked by that. Remember, these attack quicker than standard Men-at-Arms, and they also have 290 HP. Practically double what a standard Men-at-Arms would have. I mean, he just looks stuck. He has at least contested water again, so there's not much fishing happening for Wham. So maybe Dumu's thought process is just to run his opponent out of food. That's something that Knights Templar is really good at, because obviously when you gather wood, you gather food. So it gives you a little bit more runway than other civs have. KT Archers have any bonus techs? They benefit from the fortresses because you get a ranged increase by a percentage, 15% range. That would be the main one. But like the raw value is in their economy. This is working, by the way. Like, where's the next wave of Men-at-Arms? Wham is getting grinded down. It's the food income difference. This is crazy. I can't believe that. He finds the stand ground, man. Chevalier count is not looking very good for this. It's definitely an expensive stand ground moment. He holds. Behind this, Wham has got 2 relics coming home and another one safe behind his base. So somewhat cozy. And the farm count is now getting up a bit higher. So we're up to, what, 7 in total? And I think that's the problem there, right? Like, you see that if he'd moved down to Deer or had something like that to play with, I think game over. Dimmu just doesn't actually muster the troops to defend this, but it's an issue of economy. Great read by Dimmu. I think it was the only move he really had to make. But sometimes it can be uncomfortable to follow through like that. You know, you get that doubtful voice in your head like, maybe I read this wrong. Maybe he does still have food. How do they extract food from trees? Well, because they're high in fiber. And I've heard that's good for your diet. Have you ever considered that, like, Knights Templar are just chopping down the trees and eating the leaves? Oy. Who's going to eat who here, though? Dimmu, good target fire. Just going straight after Gilded Archers. There is no scale armor, so this does hurt. And the men-at-arms are going to shed the Chevalier. Dimu is starting to prep towards Castle. You can see he's still reluctant to rush it, though. See, we used to make flour out of tree bark if there was nothing else to eat. That sounds horrible. I mean, like, I don't mean to judge, but I feel like you'd have to be barking mad to eat that. Yeah, I've got like that big goofy grin on my face right now. Anyway, you can see that he's expecting Wham to go out for more food. Instead of going for the deer, he's actually stopped off at the berries. Dumu did not build a new scout though, so he might not realize. Did he? He didn't. Oh my god, he didn't scout the berries, did he? No, he lacks the vision on it. He's just going to punt into them though. So yeah, he does reveal. Gets the gilded crossbow straight away. That's a perfect starting target. The archers need to go after the villagers though. Does he realize it? He stops off the gilded archer. Snipes one of the villagers. Actually crazy. I think Dumu, if he straight away kills the villagers, probably stops the outpost going up, or it goes up with only one inside. Still, in the end, maybe this is the better way to win the fight. He does get rid of the men-at-arms again. I'm impressed, man. These men-at-arms do not look as threatening as they should be. The Chevalier are overperforming compared to what I would have expected here. Villagers will have to make a break for it, but the archers could easily intercept them. Just great micro overall by Dumu. He's minimizing the archers lost in each of these engagements, just maximizing the damage dealt. And the crazy thing is, like, after this type of fight, most players would have said, let's tech up. Not Dumu, because he understands the state of the game. If Wham was desperate enough to come out to these berries when he knew that Dumu was still winning him, how bad is the food situation? We can see Wham has got a few more farms added in. He's up to 16 now. So it is stabilizing finally. I wonder if Dumu goes for a dock drop on the other side soon. Because he could try to take this away. The problem is the arrow slits makes it difficult. Dumu still flying a lot of wood, by the way. I wonder if he starts adding in farms, just make for a more efficient bloating castle. Because he has gone triple stables. And you'd think most people would switch Templar Brother, but the funny part is a lot of players stick Chevalier after teching. It makes sense. If you've got 20, 30 of these already, they're already scaling each other's health quite well. So inflate the number further is just more and more rewarding. You know, once you add another Chevalier in when you have 30, you've now increased your composition's health count by another 30. Triple, wait, what? Quadra Ram? This guy is crazy. Well, thankfully, he is going to trigger the tech up before he gets sucked into the whirlpool of another full feudal in. Republic of Genoa is going to be a good one. That's going to inflate the gold income. Still not the most impressive here. Also sucks the way Pilgrim Spawn could do this. He gets one at 101 and another one gives 96 because of where they start around the TC. Wham's defense is about to be tested here. Has got the emplacement. It is going to be a springle shot as well, so decent damage that can be done here. And every little is going to count. Gilded Knights are trying to absorb a lot of the attention on the west side, but they run into spears. The Rams slowly make their way around, and the archers trying to dive past. Oh, going to go after villagers. Dumu realizes this is not the type of fight to win anymore. He's been doing a great job, but it doesn't work past this point. So takes the opportunity to claim a few villager lives. Gets the tech up behind this and looks for the retreat. Yeah, you can see it. First, Dumu was like, okay, we've been here before. We'll do this again. But that sprint placement, guys, like every 4 seconds, just almost insta-killing a unit. Adds up pretty quickly. Then on top of that, you've got the fact that there was enough Gilded Crossbowmen to be almost one-hitting the Chevalier. And then, don't get me started with the Gilded Knight. Even running his spears just didn't give a damn. So, wow, finally able to break out. We'll be moving for the berries. Dumu just buying time. Now that the Chevalier have been wiped, no value in upgrading them, we are going to see an immediate switch into the Templar Brothers. Reminder, these units have more health than standard knights. They are chunky boys. They do have the interesting rule of Templars, but that doesn't come into effect until much later in the game. That's the one that gives more damage when nearby units are charging. I don't know, man. I think Dimmu... Could he have teched sooner? I think it's not as much he could have teched sooner. Maybe the ram into the base wasn't needed versus just staying out of the base and stopping your opponent from fooding. Because now you're at risk. And Wham is hunting for the hunters, of which you've got a lot. 22 out here. He will get the early warning via the outpost, so he should be able to break away. But the problem is, the outpost, the mill now seen, your opponent knows you were here. So he knows that he's denied food. It's always just so funny watching them walk out to tree lines like this. Our attack from Dimmu now. Not many Templar brothers, though. No, you need to be very careful around these crossbows. Has got his own Expos to answer the frontline men-at-arms, though. And the archers are reaching over, so able to scare off the anti-armor. Okay, nicely done. Dimmu, just every time, I think the thing that has really made a difference in these fights, the edge, has been the art of the bowman. I expect nothing else from an Englishman. It's the way he's been leveraging these archers over and over. The rest of the fight is more or less an A-click, but these archers are always cycling around looking for key targets. Even going to find the gilded archers before they have their hands on scale armor. We'll trade out the remainder here. Relics are looking good for Wham, though. He's already got 4 in the banks, and now he's got skill armor on the way. Meanwhile, poor little Dimmu is left quite the poor man. Only a single relic to his name. Yeah, I wonder if Dimmu is going to start moving towards fortresses soon. Would make a lot of sense from his current position. And we talked about this a little bit earlier, that most people stick to Chevalier. We're seeing it as well from Dimmu. Even from scratch. Like, he has none in the field. He's planning to pivot back to them. And I understand that. Like, the problem with the Templar brothers is, especially against gilded crossbows, they will still quickly reach a point where they one-hit you. So you might as well have someone that they're going to truly one-hit overkill, but you have double the count off. In comes Chevalier. How's Wham's economy looking at the back? Well, his tree, like, whoa. Okay, he's gone through that quick. It makes sense. Gilded archers, spearmen, farms. Which worries me. It means that he will have to break out soon. I mean, he has somewhat secured the south tree line here. Especially with spring replacements now coming in. That's another big problem, isn't it, for Dimmu here? And I think that's also why you want to go back towards Chevalier. He needs torches. Otherwise, you can't beat static emplacements. I wonder why Dimmu hasn't taken the Sacred Sites as well. Even if you can't force a Sacred Site stalemate for a win condition, you can at least get the extra gold, right? Because, like, technically, Wham isn't really in a position to rush out and decap those. He's playing a slow comp, and he doesn't have much walling, so he kind of has to stay close to his economy. Especially against raiding knights. All right, ones if you think Dimmu's going to win this, twos if you think Wham's taking it. Looks like we are getting him ready to lock in the fortresses. We still do not have a cap on the Sacred Site whatsoever, though. Wow, I'm actually going to be the one moving up for some outpost vision in the area. Of which, of course, all the dragons see pretty damn far. It's like any fishing attempts are going to keep getting shut down over here. If Dimmu ever does get rid of this dock, he can just move in for his own. And I love that. Look what Dimmu done. He left a sheep here. Just in case there's a villager waiting around behind. Fortress drop down the way in. Does he let him have that? numbers are deceptive. Like, you're doubled in terms of raw entities, right? Could be a scary fight to take. He's going to try anyway. Archers immediately start targeting that back line. It looks like the crossbow's being targeted first. Fortress is definitely going up. Yeah, wham. I can't believe this, man. Just looking at the raw numbers in the fight, I guess he felt a necessity because of the difficulty around sacred sites, but this didn't feel like the type of fight you wanted to ever take. Frontline's been broken, sure. A lot of cavalry died. You got drained as well. Your opponent also got a lock on the fortresses. He's got a second one coming on the south side as well. Dimu's just on it. Okay, and remember, this is going to inflate the gold income as well in more than one way, because you can also go for treasure towers, which has immediately been queued up. Life is good in the KT Empire. Ram does still have some good things going his way. Remember, the 4 relics is definitely no small task or small value. But it isn't Regnant, so we're not talking about crazy infinite gold gains. He has to take risks like this. Is that another? No, it's just the same fortress. I thought he had a third. I was like, bloody hell. I mean, he's going to soon. He's already got another 1,000 stone. We're at what now? 93,101. Would be nice to have just a gate here to make this a bit more efficient on the route. But only a small detail. The nice thing about Knights Templar is like having that difference in walk around. It doesn't really make that much of a difference because you have to remember the pilgrims spawn every minute. So even if they have to walk a long way around, like let's say you had to walk all the way south and then back around, it doesn't really hurt your gold income as long as you don't get interrupted. And what on earth? Like, no, I want to go. No, I want to go. What was that? I have never seen that before. They were just arguing over who gets the bank first. So weird. And it looks like we have got a switch. Yeah, goes to the safer sacred site, and now we're just going to get pretty ludicrous numbers. 130, then Genoa's going to give the extra, what, 30%? Then he's got treasure towers, so it's like, is it 180? No, it's 200. Where did this before? I think it's like 203 if I remember correctly. It's ridiculous how good it is. This strategy allows Knights Templar to get over 2,000 gold income in the late game. Per minute. Passively. Infinitely. Castle is going to keep being repaired here. The Treb count is just not really that impressive. Wham only has 2 in total. Another castle's coming up. The horsemen are going to try to rally in, but villagers should be quick enough at this. Unless the archers target them. They're not going to be able to quick enough, though. And now he's diving underneath double fortress. Make it triple. And there you go. 203 gold. Life is good. In the hood. The Knights Templar hood. Wait, did he actually build it up? Yeah, so he's been fishing all the way down here. Wham does still at least have a little bit of reliable economy back there. But I'm struggling to see the reliable plan now. I get what he's going through, going for rather the breakthrough, but finally we got up to 3 trebuchets. Almost feels like you need 4 or 5 here to rush this. Even more so now that Dimu's doing this. We have anti-siege for the siege. You'll be able to take out the outpost, but then after that, remember, the counterweight trebuchets can also target you. Now, the reason this is important, folks, is that without this outpost, Wham doesn't have the sufficient vision to see while staying out of range. We've seen this actually from Dimu, in a Dimu, I think it was Kilyadi game before, where the outpost vision, the extra vision that HRE and All the Dragon gets, was the difference between the trebuchets not being seen. He's looking good, though. We're down to 7 minutes. Now, Dimu building these defenses has definitely sacrificed his production of raw, real military. Not to mention the repair crew has been expensive. Fortress is about to break. Yeah, the problem is, like, Wham doesn't actually... It should have mattered, those outposts, but it almost feels like Dimu maybe would have been served better trying to snipe the Trebs. It's just so difficult to do because there's a villager nearby. This just gets repaired. Easier said than done for sure. You see how good they can be. Remember, the Knights Templar Trebs attack twice. their burst attack. So it kind of it means you get less opportunities to insta-snipe compared to standard trebuchets if you are lucky, but it also depletes the reliance on RNG, if that makes sense. Like, you get some form of more consistent damage because there's more opportunities for these pebbles to hit their target. Decapitem. Yeah, a bit ambitious. Does back away early before it become expensive. Wham's economy still in crazy town. 600 food is good, but it's not like you can afford to blow 10 horsemen and just go again. Second fortress about to drop. Wham's starting to look pretty good here. Military numbers definitely leaning his way. Dumu's reliance on the fortresses might come to bite him in the butt here. Especially with the full buff on that backline. Gilded Archers with 6 armor when Inspired Warriors buff is there. Great trade-off against other ranged. Dumu is going to be squaring up. Mango's moving in. Decent hit. Needs a quick reload, though. The question is how many troops you're going to lose before you shoot again. And how many are you going to claim in response? Look at that. The moment the Mangoes have to reload, Wham dives in deeper. Horseman close to breaking through here. Another castle being rushed up behind Dumu. It's full siege warfare. Half of his military population is siege. That's about to change. Horseman sneaking in. He's going to get counted out. Wham, the Trebs. They are truly deep in the war here. Another fortress goes up. But as quick as it's erected, it shall deflate here. Reload's coming through. Treb count looks good enough. The problem here is it looks like Dumu himself needs horsemen to deal with this siege. While they're finally arriving, the question now is whether they're going to be a little bit too late. Splintering begins. You can get the second one. Dumu, this is ridiculously expensive. But the castle is barely holding on. Treb count getting lower. It's only 2 remaining. Wow, he doesn't have the firepower anymore. Are you kidding me? Dumu, this is incredible. Incredibly expensive might be the other word for it. That is ridiculous. Dumu right here on this screen is using, what, 28 of his villages, I believe that is, to repair this thing. Now remember, when you repair more than 3 villages, it has an added cost in terms of your stone burn. So he's working overtime. It's 28 villages there, now another 15 gathering stone itself. Half of his economy is in some way or form focused on keeping this castle alive. And he's done it. Now you might be wondering, is it going to be worth it? And I gotta say, with he's got this many mangoes, as long as he sorts spears, it has to be. Difficult now for Wham to dive in. Is he out of shots to fire here? He's starting to look grim, folks. Dumu, he was on the edge of the abyss, it felt like there. If that fortress went down, game over. Now, Wham, he does have better reliable economy, right? The farm count is not that great for Dumu. Only 16 in total. Compared to what's probably like 25? Yeah, 23 farms, and of course, the Gilded Villages, a lot of them buff. So this is still not over. Technically, Wham can win the meat grind. The problem is, can he pump the meat out quick enough? We're up to 14 horsemen now. Almost 10 spears. And Spiral's getting added in by Dumu as well. This is full CG Dumu mode. Trebs are still trying to snipe each other. Fortress is down though. Oh, hold on a second. Dumu, he's replacing it with outposts now. Those are getting denied before they can be erected though. Mangoes, not guarded. Horsemen, they ride in. That's a freebie. Doesn't get as much as he would have liked here. He's going for a second strike. Would be nice if he get the third. Does give the gap close to the front line of spearmen. And a full surround here is on every single side of him. Wham! With a full 360 surround, but the pathing getting a little bit weird. However, the front line has been erased. Dumu has barely got anything left to fight back with that is bio. 16 crossbows. The rest just filling with cannon fodder. Wham, decent amount of Gilded Archers left over. There's also nothing to truly protect this from a decap now on the east side. Villages have to be pulled just to try and keep the remaining siege alive. Wham's going to slow down temporarily, but not for long. The Gilded Archers are poking. They have better range to the crossbows, so it's an easy exchange. And I think he's getting ready for one more pump here. We are down to under 2 minutes on the Sacred Site. Question now is whether Dumu is down and out of the food necessary to remass. He never built additional farms. It's just the 16. There's no additional food gathering happening. It's getting tough. Wham has textiles on the way, so I think he's getting prepped for a villager pull. Might be necessary just to get the decap. It's ridiculous. 47 siege population right now. It's 9 mangoes, but guys, this is what happens when you mass fortresses. What else are you meant to do with this? Pilgrim's got a pilgrim, so you've got a siege. This has to be feeling so vexing. Sometimes it can be very tricky for Knights Templar to get the station. I think this goes back to what we talked about, the issue of Knights Templar, right? It's like in the early game, it's about archers. And if you get to this stage, it's not even about your heavy men-at-arms or your heavy cavalry or all these cool units. That gold is quite often going to go to siege like this. Especially when you have sacred sites like you get on Lakeside. Horsemen are rotating all the way around the back. Unfortunately, that is going to be blocked by the wood wall. Come back around now. Villagers with the pull. Goes to dive him. The Springles. The Springles! Gets the torches out. The Mangoes are in a bit of a panic mode. They're going to have to trade out against the Gilded Archers, but Potato Aim right there. Wham! He's throwing it all away. This is ridiculous. Even if he somehow wins this fight, he'll have 0 economy left over. He pulled half of what he actually had just to try and make that happen, and it's still not enough to put a dent in Dumu's magnificent bald head. Look at that. 49 siege population still. And a GG call that has now got the Canadian wondering if there is any chink, any vulnerability in Benny Boy's armor. Nothing to see here. Everything was like smooth. Look, my bad, guys. I was trying to get it set up for the next series. So we've got Wham versus Numidon coming up next in our quarterfinal series. After which, let me update it. We're going to be having B versus Myriad. With the other set that'll be happening a little bit later today live. So we'll see how much of this one we can get through. Wham vs Numidon, definitely an interesting one. I think like Numidon's playstyle plays towards the later game, and I think Wham is quite comfortable with that element of gameplay. So with that in mind, I think for Numu, the challenge here is going to be to almost be coordinated for like a more early time, which it's not that Numu can't play aggressive. It's just that definitely it feels like a lot of time he's looking for the way to play into the late game. So see how that one works out. Who won Dumu? What, that game? That was won by Wham. Nothing could stop that good old Order of the Dented spam. Just full-on artillery comp. Boop, boop. All right. So, let me just get this saved. Draft is ready to go for Wham Numidon. Let me just get the game kicked up. Pretty crazy game between those two. So, if we can't get through this whole set, what we'll do is we'll hop into B versus Myriad when it's ready and then come back to this one. As B Myriad has definitely been the highlight we've been waiting for. We should definitely, bare minimum, have the Anatan series on Thursday, because he said he hasn't got availability tomorrow, which is great. And then we'll see about sort of series and how that squares up. It might be a case if that happens maybe straight after the quarterfinals, or that happens on the day as well. Don't mind that. Long Thursday. Why was I dissing you in EGC TV? I mean, you make it sound like we don't do it here. I'm pretty sure at this point, your name could be changed to GG. You know? Sort of series, good games. Oh, what? The one against Deniska? Pretty cool games, yeah. I think that was the series of the day so far, for sure. The people love it. I'll let the people decide. They can decide for themselves. We have the transparency to allow them to decide for themselves. So, let's get underway with regions anyway. Oh my god, dude, they used the other version of regions. Bruh. Alright. So I'm gonna have to restart my game, aren't I? And now I have to go download the other version of Regions to be able to start the game because some doofus didn't read the map pull. Reading is hard. Who's Swordov? Swordov has been around for quite a long time. He's not somewhat new to AoE 4. He's actually old to AoE 4. So he used to play back in the first Red Bull World LoL. In fact, he was one of the top 16 players. He qualified for the first Age of Empires 4 LAN. But then he took a break, went back to StarCraft, and has recently returned about 3 months ago. So like he's actually kind of a legacy player that returned after leaving. So yeah, in some ways new, but in some ways very odd. I don't think sort of started at release, if I remember correctly. I think he started a few months afterwards. I think when he, if I remember correctly, sort of really started committing when it came to the announcement of the Red Bull World LoL Legacy qualifiers. Might be wrong, but I think that was when it began. All right, so we need to download the goddamn Regions mod that we just got rid of, which makes me eternally happy. Which one was the wrong one? EGC Regions? Okay, let's get downloaded. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, only a short break. Yeah, dude. Like, 2 years short break, right? When your girlfriend is like, yeah, we need a short break from each other. It's been 2 years. You're like, well, she be coming back soon. Soon. Oh, wait, no. This is like, they were using Red Bull World LoL Regions, which is the correct one. So why did it not load? Okay, now I'm eternally confused. Dude, I'm so close to just being like, let's stop using Regions. I bet I know what happened. I bet one of them has a localized version of Regions, which is the incorrect version of Regions. The mod section isn't even working now. So that's great. Like, bruh. Why is... like, what? Why is this game so dumb? Hello? Alright, restarting the game. I just want to get my map, brother. Come on. I'm going to put on some background music while we wait. Mod section's always been janky. Could you imagine if it wasn't? Just imagine. Even just ending AoE 4 is taking ages. Like, seriously. It's definitely not server maintenance, because that's tomorrow. Alright, start the game up. Oh, we forgot about the tie, didn't we? That's a bit too close. Does that weirdly work? Or does it look cursed? Like, the line between working and cursed is... oh, dude, it's not going to work. Like, look how small... why did someone use, like, neckties? Look how small this collar is. Brother, please. Why? Does that work? I don't have that many thin ties, is the problem here. This probably looks cursed. Let's try it. Am I not wearing any pants? I'm wearing shorts, mate. So after we're done for the day, I can go for a swim with your mum. Whee! I don't know if I like that. Does that work? I feel like that looks pretty cursed. Maybe not? Kind of grows on you. It's like, I think it's the shirt that makes you think it looks bad because it's like super short arms, you know? Alright. Anyway. Yeah, I actually blame the shirt more than I blame the tie. Hey, is that our boy Marv? What up? A patio party. Yeah, dude. Like summer vibes. It's like it looks good, and then you put the arms up, and you're like, oh yeah, it's really short arms. And it looks kind of weird. Nah, whatevs. What's up? What up? All the what's up in chat. What's up is we're just getting ready for the next series. We're literally just like having issues loading regions because the wrong versions of regions keeps getting used. So we need to quickly remove it from our mod pool, and then we should be good to go. If I can now find it. This is me now looking for it. So Red Bull Wall regions was the correct one. I don't see another regions. Kind of sped up there. I'm very impatient with this. Already had to go for this crap once today. It's tiresome having to do it twice. Alright, so we should now be able to watch the game. Or I'm going to mold. What? Dude, the amount of things it told me I needed, it like some random map that made no sense, and like, oh my god, how do I get this off my screen? Brother, please. Oh my god, like, dude, like, what the look at this. Look, how is this a system? This is a joke, right? Like, how is this how replay mods work? In 2025! In 25! Oh, I hate this game. Okay, I just pressed a bunch of buttons, it worked. Scrolling. Could you imagine in my video games? What a feature. Oh my god. Alright, let's get to it. I literally just dragged my hand across the keyboard. Alright, what and all, we got there in the end. I literally just had to tackle a huge overlay issue where we couldn't even click into the game, but we done it. Wham versus Numidan in a BO5. And it is a historical classic. We've got Byzantines up against the Ottomans here. And it is going to be a military school beginning. We're on 2x speed just for the first 5 minutes gameplay here. Regions is going to be our opening map. A little bit of an interesting one here, actually, because like I feel like for a long time, Regions, well, not Regions, but Byzantines has been a really good matchup into Ottomans here, which is contradictive of real-life history. Now, depending on some of the new maps where you got points of interest, I actually think Ottomans might still now start taking the crown there. But on an older map like Regions, I gotta be a little bit biased towards Byzantines here. It's not just because Wham's on them. I think they have a lot of good answers and ability to skip out in the age aggressively fast here. And like, I think the thing that kind of uninspires me is this military school opening. That's why. Oh, God. The people who complain about the deer shoving, I love the solution I've just heard from some of the top players. Just kill the deer. Well, Wham just proved that that is the exact counter. So this military school is worthless. And you just built it against a Civ that typically is going to go Lombos against you. Lombos are really good for multiple reasons. So Lombos are going to be effective against the spear opening. Longbows can trade decently into the archers. And then when you follow up into Castle Age, it stops your opponent from thinking about things like Janissaries at all. You could theoretically go Javelins, but like the thing about Javelins is like, I don't think they really counter Janis any better than Lombos. But then you can't really play Camels into Janissaries, while you can play Landsknechter. So, back to the 2x speed. I just realized we didn't reach the 5 minutes yet. Minimum address is pretty standard these days. Sultani Trade Network has kind of fallen off in popularity. It's much better to have the flexibility of the extra food. And after Numidan got lamed on the deer, he's definitely going to need it. Only 8 sheep to his name. Likely going to need to spend the Vizier point on Anatolian Hills. Not really any other options from this game, considering like I'm probably expecting this to be just greedy Byzantines. And whoa, boy. Calm down. Whoa, boy. Down. 3 on stone? I think that's the new record. Most of the time, people do 2 on stone. 3 is a little bit crazy. It's a possibility you could have like a slow 2 TC, but I think it's unlikely here. It just feels a lot safer to play the system rush and let your opponent kind of headbutt into you. Speaking of which, I got spears on the way. Wham's going to react with his own Limitane play here. The reason why you go Limitane is, you know, even though you're seeing Ottomans go archers and it's likely they want to do it, the reason why you need Limitane is to stop your opponent going Sipahi, which is their premium unit. So it just makes a lot of sense. Akratoy activated. He will not be denied his stone. Funny how we keep playing whack-a-mole of hated mechanics in the game. But like, I don't know, is the deer shove really that hated? I think deer shove isn't... Deer shove and Pro Scouts isn't the core problem. They're a symptom. And I know people hear me say that about a lot of things on this channel, but like, it's true. When you look at deer shoving and you look at Pro Scouts, they're a symptom of a lack of economical diversity. There's not enough alternatives which compete for people to do anything but that on maps. Like, why are we still in 2025 looking at all these maps where deer is like a crucial element? Where's the new food sources? I'm going to keep asking for that. New food sources. Like, you know, let's say you can't shove an elephant, because an elephant, if you try to shove him, is going to hit you in the face. You know, where's the giraffes? Where's the chickens? Chickens would be the best, man. Like, chickens should be, if you poke in at them, if you go in their aggro range, they randomly run off in a direction. I think that would be great. And then you can have certain maps where deer shove does strategically make sense, or Pro Scout strategically does make sense, but it doesn't embody every single map. Whereas current default map pools for AoE4, there's always a deer value every single time. So it looks like we have still got the System Rush ongoing. Level 4 soon to come in. Numidan, I mean, this is scary, I think, to try and dive this. Your opponent's already got the first batch of Lombos on the way, and they do come in fairly fast once you start amplifying systems like this. Need llamas? Yeah, just have them spit in your face. What about skunks? Just like you get hit by skunks, you have inaccuracy. And this is the thing. This is why I like, you know, the other thing about the deer play is at least there's something Dark Age that's kind of interesting to a certain degree. And then you can follow that up by like introducing more points of interest. I want to see more diverse points of interest, which is something I've highlighted before. You know, what about ones that generate like neutral units to walk towards the enemy base? What about ones that allow you to, you know, send villagers out to gather food from there, or gather wood, or gather gold at a better rate? You know, ones that after holding it for X amount of time, it will generate a free unit. So Outpost coming up from Worm. He has extended on the second berries on the front of his base. Now, Byzantines, one thing that can be a little bit weak about them on this map is they usually have to play for the wide berries, which are super far away. But we've already seen Deniska in particular was able to get away with that with the longest aqueducts you could imagine. So wouldn't put it beyond Wham to follow suit in that regard. I mean, in a weird way, is an aqueduct not just another type of wall? POs that can't be interacted with until age 2, 3, 4. I like that. I think like one of my biggest negatives about the Wolf Den is the Wolf Den is literally only relevant at the start of the game because it gets burnt by then and then nothing happens. I almost like the idea of things like bandit camps that can be captured or burnt down temporarily but never truly removed. It's an element of you playing the map and not just the player. Maybe some people don't like that idea, but for those people, there's a veto system. Ooh, Nimu, hello. I'm liking the look of this, man. Like, it's a bit risky what he's trying to do into Byzantines, but the thing I like about it from Numidan is we already mentioned that he's a player that is very comfortable with the idea of the late game, but he's not trying to just camp towards there, right? Imagine how easily you could get in a game like this and say, Oh yeah, I'm Ottomans. I'm just going to rush Castle Age, smiley face. Wall pushing? Oh no, not the long wall. I mean, someone actually done that. It works. No. But even other ones like, so we got merchant camp. Why not have a type of merchant camp where it spawns a trader that goes to a certain trade post every X minutes? Maybe instead of giving you gold, it gives you like wood or food or something. Like, there's loads of cool things they could do. Now Clash coming in, Numidan. Overwhelmingly strong with this push. Sipahi are going to dive to the backside on top of the longbows. Now, this is without the imam, so any injuries are going to be permanent here for Numidan. But if he just steers towards the villages now, yeah, there's too many here. So he could just dive and get 4 worker kills. Instead, he hangs around on the horseman Sipahi. Wham! Ambushes him with a transition. Aggressively done as well. With the Conscriptio, these come out fast. More longbows are on the way as well. Few spearmen are starting to arrive. Numidan still has the edge in terms of military count. And he's going to force Wham to reinvest because Wham, he was actually stockpiling. He was up to like, what, 600, 700 food? A little bit of gold in the bank. But this is tricky, man. I think what Numidan done is he looked at the map and said, okay, he's got 4 gold. Double 4 gold. So if I just camp this, it's much easier to keep him the age than just try to play a tech game. Pretty cool read. And yeah, like the burning down Wolf Den, my opinion has been if the Wolf Den can be burnt down, it should respawn however many minutes later and be even stronger wolves, but even more gold. And I do think that wolves should give resources. I think instead of giving gold, they should actually give food. That would be kind of interesting. Like maybe only 10 food each or something, but something. And then you have like extra strategic layers there, right? Because then all of a sudden, if I need gold for my tech or whatever, I'm going to prioritize burning the wolf den. But if I want to get food, I go after the wolves. One thing you have to be careful of, I think that will inevitably lead to a rework on healing with monks, where you'll add a mana system. And honestly, I'm okay with that. I've been a big believer for a long time now that healing should have a mana system to it. Where you could potentially still have a heal without mana, but it would be very, very slow. Like maybe 1 a second or 2 a second. Whereas the active healing would be the full strength. We'd have a bar that depletes. And it's not like that's a new concept to Age of Empires, right? Because like the monks in AoE2 have kind of a similar system on conversions. Yeah, looks like Numidan did take a moment to reset here. Supply count's looking really good. It would have been nice to have seen spears get added in, but you see what longbows do to you where you just don't want to do it. Because if you had spears, then essentially that's your front line for Sipahi. Nothing gets hit that matters to you. Whoa, no, Numidan, that positioning. Oh, no, he had the control group set up wrong. So he walked forward with the meta, but didn't support the Sipahi and then didn't pull back afterwards. That's going to push him away. Like, that's exactly what Wham needed in that moment. If you had that a bit further back, I don't think 7 longbows can get sniped quick enough. Now, with the lack of aura, a bit more tricky. Has got a second meta arriving. Wait, Wham? Okay, that's a bit ambitious. The longbows go forward. Didn't have the sporting army. He's going to be rushing up an outpost here. That'll be enough to scare Numi away. I think Numidan, we're reaching the point where Ram makes a lot of sense. No, not again with the meta. Not again. Come on. Why are we doing this to ourselves over and over again? It's like we birth a Phil Collins into the world and then we just end him. It's just not reasonable. Magic and your totally historically accurate medieval RTS, right? Like, all these guys would definitely be willing to demo shit, blow themselves up. Because, you know, there's not already magical heresy at work with homes, like, you know, heat-seeking arrows in the game, right? Or how these men clearly worship Imhotep to summon a siege weapon from nowhere. Totally realistic. Or the fact that somehow 16 guys being this size get in that thing. Totally realistic. Oh, let's not also forget the part where deer will stand next to the other deer dying and watch them die and not really react. Do I need to go on? Oh, yeah. Let's not forget, like, 5 elephants climbing inside an outpost that big. and you judge my idea of magic. Well, for a start, how do 5 elephants get in a door that small? How does a village... Like, look at the villager size and look at the doors. All right, like, these buildings were made for hobbits. Look at the size of these villages and look at the houses. I feel like I'm visiting Frodo here. Let's see who's going to pull the magic out of the bag on this one. Numidon has started adding spears, so he went for it in the end. Very heavily delayed. Wham is flirting with the idea of castle. And this is usually the way you play this, like, give me a reason not to. Or give me a reason to say thank you very much. What's up, Blitzkrieg Blue? See you with the 5 gifted. What a legend. Thank you, mate. Smart lad right there. Subbing to this channel is an investment in not watching ads on Twitch. Smart. This feels a bit rough, though. Wow, he does actually buy time with this play. Numidon reacted to it, so he backs away. Tech up is now coming. I guess Numidon had to react to it that way. Like, for all you know, it's Expilatora's Horseman, which could just purge the village line fast. But Numidon is now out of position while the tech is happening. So he's going to re-rally back towards the base. The timing feels off. He's still leaving Sapahi out here, paranoid that he's going to get backstabbed. Man, he just got baited, hook, line, sinker. Numu, no, is going to commit in. But at this point, I mean, the gold has been gathered, right? Like, it's not enough. Okay, it is. He just dropped off. I say not enough for the veterancy. He's got exactly what he needs. So he could vet the Lombos, which he's going to be doing. And he gets the first few Pharangian out. It's going to be a burn attempt on the Aqueducts. But more being chained in behind this. Numidon is at least prepping his own tech play. Problem is, like, when you allow your opponent to tech first and then don't punish him, you feel like you're in a really bad position. So this backup doesn't feel that strong. Because now, because you haven't done anything, your opponent's now going to be able to push out into you with the veterancy advantage. I think that's why Numa's going to back up all the way. But the risk of that now is it opens the door for Wham to rush relics. And remember what we said about Castle Age? Castle Age is kind of weird in this matchup. Ottomans, I mean, playing Sapahi is great into Lombos, but you can't switch into Janissaries. Your opponent can go Cataphracts. And also, Limitane are always quite reliable against a lot of this comp. Like, Limitane have very good damage removal into Janissary. What do you get for Vizier points? Just the standard. That's why we didn't really talk about it. Military campus in Advanced Academy is pretty much what you'd expect to see here. You kind of notice if there's something else. Like, Pax Ottomana would have shown in the village account by now. He didn't even go for the Imam point, which you would have seen on the UI. Metas also would never, like, spam produced. Not many people really go for the meta aura anymore, where it gives movement speed as well. That ability fell off pretty hard, and for good reason. I feel like the problem you ran into is you still have a slow-moving army at some component. And also, the other Vizier points feel quite valuable by comparison. Like, if you're going to play an all-in feudal, would you rather have meta drummers or field works? Well, I can build a meta, right? Like, I can actually just get at stables or military school and build one of those. And while getting 15% speed is nice, I'd rather take the AoE heal, which is a one-offer. And then after that, you're usually looking at scaling into castle, where military schools just make more sense. So it looks like Numidon is going to get ready for the men-at-arms defense. Springwalls are going to be really good if he buys enough time to do this, but remember, he's against Horseman Lombo. This is like one of the trickiest compositions to survive with Springwalls against. Nice idle time forced on the deer. Is that all the food Numu has outside the Madrasa? I think it is. Yeah, so he's going to have to start fighting soon. Otherwise, he'll only be able to afford passive production, which is pretty much what he's on already with the military schools. I don't like the look of this. He's probably going to have to sneak out onto the berries. Is he really running back for the deer? Without wheelbarrow, by the way. Like, this is actually painful every time you have to run off. Do other imams also do the AoE heal? Yes. So it even tells you here on the ability. You see, imams area heal nearby units for 1 health every second, increases to 2 health in castle and 3 in imperial. So it becomes a full buff. Same with dervishes with the logistics wings. The increased AoE heal applies to all of them, and the always on applies to all of them. So any additionals you build past that point will still keep that ability. So that's another thing that's really nice about the imam play. It actually does have some longevity in the late game. Especially handy when you find yourself at like 200 max pop and pushing in between fights. Like a little bit of health here and there can actually be the difference between getting the next push in. All right, in by Wham. Looks like we do have a Janissary switch coming from Numidan, but against 23 longbows, it doesn't feel like a strong switch. Not to mention the fact he's actively spending for this. I guess with limited food is kind of what you have to do. Like mainly it's a gold cost unit and you don't have great food access. There is going to be a spawn of Sipahi rushing around the back. Looking for targets, but I don't know if Wham really cares too much. Just rally the Limitane out to defend this. And now start pressing into the base. And it looks like Numidan, limited reaction. He's going to lose the Gatherers on the Madrasa. Deer is going to be the next target. The dive-in is going to find the workers. He could activate Akratoy here, but I think they maybe are out of range of the system. So keep running by. Meanwhile, villagers on the deer. Wham's reaction not on point there, though. Got scared away. It's a little bit of a stare down. Numidan's starting to edge out on eco lead, but remember, against the systems, he needs a lot more. And now the clash comes through. Meta would be primed for the sniping. The attack speed aura has been activated. Horseman wrap around the back, and it looks like the archers have to play body blocker, but unable to do so. As the Sipahi get in, the Horsemen get in and wipe out better than Sipahi are ever capable of. Okay, so siege gone. Numidan now gathering in the fight. Men are heavily outnumbered. This looks like it's it. I don't see how you hold on here. There's way too many worker losses to be had on that tree line. He finally pulls away. And he also just got a glimpse of the amount of olive grove set up, so he knows that Wham isn't running out of food anytime soon. And guys, like the Varangian count, like it's still half of these are Varangian. So archers aren't going to trade well there. Lombo count is still good enough to keep raiding. And GG gets called. The Canadian opens the series with a dub. All right, solid start for Mr. Wham. Pretty much the expected. I do like the way Numidan played that, though. I think he made that look a lot more viable, a lot more competitive than you really would have expected out of Ottomans of how they've been looking of late. At least in that matchup. Game 2, we are going to be heading in to Coastal Cliffs. So we've got French versus Mali. How do you outproduce Ottomans? Yeah, oil. Like oil and system buff. Remember, he buffed his economy by 28% at that stage. So you balance out well against military scores. Yo, what is up, my boy Marv? I see you coming through the gifted subs. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the support as always. 150 subs. What a legend. What a goddamn legend. Oh, wait. Why did the browser stop? What? All right. And we are back. Game number 2 between Wham and Numidan. It's going to be heading into Coastal Cliffs, where we are going to have an interesting matchup here, actually, because the French are coming out into Malians. Interesting matchup, actually. Before the Pro Scouts, I feel like French had a really good time here, just pressuring you and bullying you around a bit, keeping you in your base pinned. Nowadays, the Pro Scout shift, I feel like French play Pro Scouts a bit more usually than Malians. But that's why it's interesting what Wham's doing here. It's going to be a spearman beginning for aggro, probably into a delayed deer shove. We're going to stick on the 2x speed just for the other games he scales the count. Interesting choice, though, because Wham, he did scout, right? Yeah, so he saw the back gold, and he's still committing to it. A little bit surprising. But worth it, I guess, if you can burn through a few houses. Great reaction out of Numu. Look what he's doing. Just a tiny wall here, so that his opponent has to go all the way around, or go underneath the TC. And... wait, no... Come on. No. Like, he does at least complete the wall now. But that's an outpost forced. Okay, if you're Wham, I think you're quite happy with that, because now you just take the spearman home. So you can, like, what, lane the enemy deer if you want to. You can shove your own. No? He just walks out and builds a mill. All right, this is a little bit funky from Wham here. How many more gifties till Emma can get a new pair of shoes? 69. I'll get us some pre-owned Reeboks. Outpost rush coming, though. I'm a little bit surprised Wham was committed to this in the end. Then again, Numidon didn't really react appropriately. He built an outpost on the defensive side, so kind of set himself up for doom here. And you know what the sad part is? Guys, look at Numidon's opening play here. This was to counteract this play. He built a mill out here and clubbed sheep down. This is a really smart play. We've actually seen this from Wham's brother on the ladder several months ago against Louis MT. Very crafty play. Gave him a lot of breathing room. The difference here, though, is like the positioning. I think the outpost in that game was a little bit further forward, like maybe here, so that you could actually counteract this play. So great read by Wham to just exploit this detail. And that means that Numidon is now going to be without active gold gathering unless he wants to go out onto the forward gold against a French player. Yeah, so kind of a uncomfortable position to be in. I mean, you do still have Pitmine with a few houses plus the Mansa Quarry. Unfortunately, the villages not able to reach, but the Mansa Quarry upgrade coming through soon. He will have the arrow slits to protect the remaining houses. And he has still got room to produce, like, what, 2 additional houses around here? You could even eventually get rid of the mill and add another one in. So it's not the end of the world. But my worry is, like, what has your scouts been doing this whole time? Because he went double scout, which is very weird here. The reason is actually on coastal, it usually doesn't pay off. It seems to in this game, which is a little bit odd. But the reason why normally double scout feels weird is on coastal, the map is so thin that your opponent can usually get half the map in time. I think what Numidon was thinking here, though, was because the Malian scouts produce notably faster than the standard scouts, 14 seconds versus the 20, he'd be able to get enough. And credit to him, man. He got 14 sheep compared to 8. But Wham's aggression is not going to stop here, folks. Remember, he already played out into deer, so likely we're not looking at pro scouts for French. We're just looking at aggression. School of Cavalry's on the way. Food and gold being gathered is perfect to start pumping knights non-stop. Don't like the mill play. You'll need the mill for the cow later. You can do that. You can just build them and walk them in. It's not that big of a deal, really. And also, keep in mind, Numidon was lightly looking at pro scouts play. So for him, this felt worth it. Really would love to see Wham just laming the deer on the back. He's waiting for the gold pull. But I think in a weird way, Numidon could just chill and wait for the passive gold to kick him up to pro scouts. It doesn't take too long. He's got 63 gold here plus the 75. Instead, Numu toggles straight onto the arrow slits. So prioritizes that upgrade. There we go. He has just switched back. So pretty efficient. Floated barely any extra stone. And Scout does see this coming. Now, Knight is on the way. The spear's already pulled back, so it's actually a really good timing for Numidon to go for this. Yeah, because the spears... What are they doing? Are they just camping aside? Yeah. He's waiting for the full upgrade. It's fortification first. That makes a lot of sense. Normally, the counterplay to this is you just eventually say, to hell with it, and pull all your villages. With fortification, that's impossible. It's just going to cost you way too much. And wait a second. Wait, what? Is he going 2 TC? I know, you guys are overthinking this. There's a very simple reason why Numidon is 2, almost 3 villages behind. 2, in fact. 1 is he opened double scout. 2 is it's French. Their TC produces quicker. So there's no nefarious... He didn't know how to produce villages. Everything is logical here. In fact, isn't there an argument the lead maybe should be big? No, I think it's about where it should be. I guess this is just about arrow slits, not 2 TC, right? Like, 2 TC is kind of crazy if your opponent's going pro scouts. 2 TC was the succinct answer to the old build for Malians, which was the Fulani. But Royal Scouts are going to be riding in. The Knight's already there, though. Yeah, this is a great reaction. Wham will be able to protect the deer. In fact, it's getting worse than that. Numidon ends up losing 1 of the scouts. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but that's better for Numidon, for Wham rather, because of how expensive the Warrior Scouts are. We do have Jav Donzo behind us. He's still going for more. This is so greedy. Did end up losing one of the spears, actually. So not ideal. All right, what's the plan now? I guess Numidon's playing long feudal into Feremba, like most players do. Long feudal isn't really scary for French, and their castle time is kind of scary, I think, even for Javelineers, if you keep letting them blob knights. So it's really important that Numidon's able to skin this count of knights a bit. You don't want it snowballing, because if you, like, tech up and you've got Feremba on the way with 20 javelins, but your opponent has 20 plus knights, I'm going to back the guy with knights. Because the way you'll be teching up is likely you'll be hiding in your base as a Malian player. Whereas, like, the weird thing with French is French don't really fully back up when they tech. Because their knights can always get away, they tend to loom around the mid-map in case they see an advantageous play. Bit of a calming moment here. I wonder, is Wham going to try to contest this again? Or is he maybe happy that Numidon's building more outposts? I mean, in fairness, like, what Wham is doing is pretty smart here. By not diving, you don't open yourself up to a counteroffensive, and that's really important because of the deer. He's already exhausted half the deer pack on the south. And he's already tapping into this one. Now, there could be an argument that Wham would have benefited from sending more villagers out to exhaust the deer faster, so Pro Scouts never pays off for Numu. But I think this is fine. Because of his positioning, you see what happens. Numidon is having to fight really hard just to get out into the deer. Outpost still a pain in the ass as well in the back, which means you're always running through the front side. Donzo count is getting good, though. We're at the point where they can do half the HP of a knight. Every 15 seconds, that's not too bad. Now, what is really cool for Wham, I wonder if he's going to do it here, is you could actually garrison heavily injured knights until they're healed in the outpost. Because he has chivalry coming in. So that gives you extra arrow fire to defend this area, and then protection for any heavily injured. So we have got the second deer pack on the way back. Nice, we're trying to sneak in, unable to do so, but... For Wham, we do now have archers on the way. So I guess the Donzo count just got a bit too scary here. Which makes sense. We're up to 13 compared to your 6 knights. I don't know what the exact threshold was. So you, with the Donzo javelin throw, you're going to do 14 damage. -3. So that's going to be 11. So by the time you have, like, what? 18 Donzos is a kill secure, I'm pretty sure. 17 or 18 Donzos should get a kill with javelin hurl. So we're almost at that threshold. Now, you can pull the numbers further if you go for Undermesh. And he does already have the Blacksmith play. Yeah, because someone that usually gets glazed over is Donzo's. That Javelin throw is range damage categorized. So you can remove 1 damage you take with Undermesh. Which also then gets more confusing with the addition of Knights Templar recently because their axe throwers do ranged melee damage. Is he even going to realize what's happening? He's starting to get a bit suspicious, but Wham, look at the archer count already. This is really important. Ram, he hadn't been revealing. I think he just got scouted there, so coming forward may have been a slight mistake. It's informed Numidon what's really happened. Ram should have gone on the boar instead of deer. The thing about the boar is you can always come back for that later. Your opponent can't. He can technically lame the deer, but he can't get them himself. So this is all about resource denial through game. Which, if you think about it, at the core of Pro Scouts is exactly what that meta was about. I get it, you don't. Same with the old school Fast Castle Relic Rush metas. I get it, you don't. Credit to Nemo with these outposts. Like, at first it seemed overly defensive, but it has just given him the early warning of any of these raid attempts. There's another one's going to come in on the pit mine. Nimu. We'll better garrison and shift away. Yeah, the boar is still going to be accessible after the fact for Wham. Like, you can pull it all the way back here. And then at that stage, your opponent, like, unless he lames it beforehand, you don't have to worry about him stealing the ball. Because we're not a Roost campaign. You guys remember that? In the Roost campaign, you could actually pro scouts the ball. It looks so stupid. You just pick it up and walk off of it. Like it was nothing. Like, how do you do that? Because I'm small, bro. Okay. There's so many weird things from the campaign now that I think about it. The one we always used to highlight is the Arsenal, which for those that have not played the campaign, the Arsenal was a blacksmith's specifically for ranged upgrades, I think it was. It was very weird. You also had archer behavior being very different in the campaigns, i.e. if archers got engaged in melee, they got their shivs out and they done less damage. Which I don't know, I kind of still miss that. I don't know how people would feel about that returning, but it kind of made sense to me. I think it was a pretty cool balance point for the counter triangle. Whereas, like, over time, we've had to have horsemen become more relevant through different means, like, slight increases to their range or their animation being changed, etc. So Tech Up's coming in. We do have Rainbow vs. Guildhall. So this is now a survival game for Wham. If he can minimize damage taken, he should be able to scale beyond the threat point. Campaign is a window of the past designing process the way before. Yeah, in some ways it's kind of annoying because like you have new players coming in and how those new players meant to see that as like an educational way to come into AoE4 if it's inaccurate. I think that is one of the big negatives is Age of Empires 4 design-wise had changed so much. Like, some of the things in the campaign just made no sense to be there. For example, Arsenals. Arsenals made no sense to be in the campaign because like at release, multiplayer didn't have Arsenals. So it's very out of date. So I do want and worry a little bit about how that makes accessing the game for new players even harder. Oh, we do have the Javelin upgrade. This is where it gets really annoying to play Knights. We talked about if the count was equal, you'd feel fairly decent with Knights because of the pressure point, but it's not there. It's 9 Knights versus 23 Javelins. How the game play if all units could attack on the move? Like, honestly, I'm kind of surprised they didn't try adding a unit in like that. You know what I think would have been prime for it? And maybe Japan should still get this. Onu Bageisha horseback. Probably give it a little less damage, but just imagine that idea of you just running along with a glaive. I think there are definitely like cool concepts like that would make sense. Maybe you make it an ability a little bit like things like Gallop. So temporarily you can attack on the move. Maybe it becomes too oppressive though. I think you'd have to have a unit that stats aren't too crazy. Nice. Now diving in. Wham does have the veterancy on the archers. And they can trade reasonably well into this. Especially with the knights just absorbing so much of the ranged blows. And that's the thing. Like the Donzos slow things down for Numenor in kind of an annoying way. He needs them because of the knights, but your preference would have been just being able to be javelins. Then your opponent can't really reach you. Musafadi a better option than Javelineer versus French? No. Because think about, like, look at the picture. There's a very obvious thing staring in the face as to why Musafadi would feel bad here. In fact, there's multiple bad things. So Musafadi's not going to feel great against French's range continuum. Archers will do bonus damage against you. And then down the line, you have the added issue if your opponent goes arbitrary, the melee armor halves your damage. It's pretty depressing. So, like, actually, sticking Donzo Javelins makes more sense because Donzos are countered by archers, but they are the counterplay of knights. So you know you've got an element that's countered, but at least you're countering something else with it. Whereas Musafadi is, like, the only thing you'd want them for is raiding. But the tricky part is because Wham already gathered all of the deers, he's not out of the base anymore, right? He's hunkering down. We already have the farms getting added in, so Wham, we talked about this guy. He loves defensive play. And if you remember last game, we had Numenor being the aggressor, unable to end, being forced into this weird position where Wham was able to flourish. There's a risk of this happening again, especially with Guildhall. And jabs are just so obnoxious. I don't think the Javelineers are OP. I'd never say that of this unit. But like I've talked about unit design before, the idea that some units just aren't fun to play with. Or play against, more important one. So like play with, you'd put Axe Throwers. I think Axe Throwers are conceptually a really cool unit, but they're not fun to play with because their connect point is weird. So you always, if you're like trying to be optimal, you misfire a lot. Or rather don't fire. With Javelins, I always wonder how people feel on the receiving end. It just feels like you can't catch this unit. You know, you hear people mold about Yeomans. It's like, well, Javelin is kind of a more extreme unit type of that. At least, obviously, they have to wait until Castle for it to really come online. So we do have Rams from Numu. Interesting. So it doesn't want to dive into an outpost. I mean, it is a spring replacement, so it makes a lot of sense. And a keep drop. Great timing by Wham. Horseman switch also on the way. I don't think Numu's going to expect that. You wouldn't expect someone to mass Horseman this early with lack of farms. Could prove to be a pretty sick play, though, if he can afford it. Pushing's going to come. The Horsemen are revealed already. Archers are going to start trading out. They just stand their ground. The reason why Horseman makes sense here is, like, long-term, I think Wham's a bit worried about gold access. Plus, Horseman is just as good of a counter into Javelins as Knights. In fact, kind of better because the quicker gap close. It does mean you're more hard countered by Donzos, but really right now you have to answer the Javelin issue more than the Donzo issue. Because even if the Donzo count scales further, there's a more easily applicable counterplay to that than Javelin is. So the idea is, like, if you get the Javelineer count low enough, what Wham can do is he can play into Springles. It's pretty underrated here, but against mass Donzo, Springles is a great answer. The reason why most players don't try to mass Springles against Malians is the jabs. Kind of crazy, actually, that he's just gunning for archers still. They're so cheap at this stage, though. I think, like, the castle is such an underrated element of French these days. A while ago, they actually buffed it so that it costs 10% less. You only pay 810 compared to the 900. And that was to counteract. I remember I talked to a dev about this. Like, it's weird with castles because after they nerfed castles on cost, they were essentially punishing French who were weak at the time because they needed it for the discount. So then they just made this pivot. This only applies to French, not even Jean. It was a very subtle change as well. Because French wasn't popular at the time, it kind of went under a lot of people's radars. It's so important. You can see because of this the savings he's making, right? Like a horseman costs 80 food, 16 wood. Gives you the capacity to out-Zerg the Malians. And that's achievable because with this build, Malians aren't about Zerg. They're about quality. Right? Like, I'm going to StarCraft this up so people's brain cells try not to melt when you're like, oh god, StarCraft references. But Fulani is Zerg, and Farimba is Protoss. I feel like Malian players are now insulted. Like, I have to do more than just build units with my Civ. Really? Because all I'm seeing you do is build lots of javelins. Every game. Every time. What you guys do. You really like those pokey sticks. Really like... Anyway. We have got to march out. This is a ridiculous amount of archers. Good God. I think Wham has been watching the Robin Hood TV show. Even with Trebs as well. Would Mangoes not have made more sense here? You're quite close to the enemy base, so the mobility is not that bad. Wham is going to be setting up farms ahead of his base here. Guildhall is up to 2,000 food. So he could look to pull the trigger on a red pass. I think that's what Numidan is thinking about with this Treb play, by the way. Yes, Mangoes would be better now, but if you know your opponent win Guildhall, you're going to need Trebs.
Now you're mine.
Horseman and Sally Forth. Yo, what is up, Marine Lord? Appreciate the raid, my friend. Hope you had a good stream. Hope the games are good. Games today have been a bunch of bangers, especially the Source of versus Deniska set earlier. We've got B versus Myria coming up next, but first of all, we need our resolution in this series. Wham, now with the commitment in. Horseman doing a good job of just baiting those Donzo's out of position. This is a lot of archers, by the way. 70. And the javelins are actually failing Numidon. He just doesn't have the firepower. Yeah, the problem here is I think Numu got stuck standing still too long. And you see it. Wham understands. He's now close enough. He can't retreat. Peppers him down. More horsemen coming. He still has the Guildhall pull behind this. But Numidon, pull my leg if he thinks he's got a chance in this. It just feels like the javelin count is going to go to 0. Numu is overburdening his economy. He's got a lot of gold gathering. So could maybe look for some sort of tech switch play himself, but I don't know if that's really going to be stronger than red palace drops. but I backstabbed him. How did the backstab not work? It's okay, guys. I'm going to try and backstab him again. Here we go. I've got him. We're going to... Army, come back. Army, come back. No. All right, Numidon has been exhausted out of Donzos. So Wham can now just blob into cavalry. Honestly, this is going to sound a bit crazy, but I wouldn't even mind him just pulling the Guildhall and spamming horsemen. He could end the game right now. His position is that strong. Just going to reset for the time being. The red palace drop is coming in. Okay, this is Numidon's biggest fear. This is the thing he wasn't ready for. And guys, like, chill. It's just math. Yeah, so I can explain the pit mines. So it's quite simple, really. Marlians is just such a brain-dead, straightforward civ of, like, just build cows, lol, that they can't count. Okay, I'm sorry, Marlian mains. It's the Manticore. Manticore, for some reason, counts as a pit mine. It does look like one, in fairness. And what in the ever-loving god of javelins are they doing? He's just trying to stand his ground against this. I mean, it makes sense. Your opponent, maybe he knew he was going Imperial, so he didn't want them to get away with it. But the crazy thing is, Wham just triggered Imperial Age, and he's still winning the fight. Numidon's going to back up, but I have great fears for him now. Wham's teched up. He can set up more farms behind this. He can switch Guildhall over to gold and start going for the big boy techs. And yeah, Numidon's gold is just an attribution of sacred sites, relics, and pit mines. I feel like it happens a lot for Marlians, more than most other civs, even when you're a top player. You can't make it work. But usually you need tech plays to make it work. And what is up, Wooden Shoe? He needs to get rid of ads to make this stream work. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. Remember, guys, the sub to this channel gets you 100+ hours of content every single month without having to worry about ads. And it also supports us in our efforts, content creating and providing endless tournaments there we foresee. So appreciate you all. I guess Numidon's teching up now. We'll go 2x speed for the moment. Because I am aware our next live series starts very soon. So it is going to be for the Huntress. He's going to try to hold on here. But this is rough, man. Like, the elite tech's coming through. Remember, this isn't Castle Age where you get them fast now. You have to wait a minute as Marlians. And I am skeptical to say you've got a minute. The numbers are not with Numidon whatsoever. Tech up gets seen. Wham is going to steer away for the time being. We have got elite on the horseman 30 seconds out. Now, Numidon, gold is fine. Food is now the problem. And to make matters worse, he went 2 TC. That feels awkward here. We've got a lot of cow just lingering around, by the way. He is now setting up the ranches to permafood them. I think he actually needs active gathering, though, more than passive. Because, like, that's all the food he's got. He's got no other food source in the game right now. Is this really... Okay, it's 41 villages now, so it's about to spike up to double. Remember, he had that gap in food gathering because of the landmark. Wham, already has cannons being prepped. We have got him burning down the moss, which is denying the gold. Elite Tech is coming in now for the Javelin Throwers. We do not have a secondary unit. We do not have time. GG gets called. He's going to wave the white flag, and it will be Wham now going 2-0 up. Okay. We have not got much time for a G3. So if we were to do it, we'd have to speed through it. So we can either do it at the end of the stream and do B versus Myriad now, or we can speed for it. It's up to you guys. We've definitely got time. I'm just checking. I definitely had some calls later today, but I think that's in like, I want to say 2 to 3 hours. So we should be fine. Let me double check. Yeah, we got loads of time. All right, we'll do B Myriad. And then we'll come back to that final one. So that's WAM at 2-0 up. I believe the boys are about to draft. Okay, their draft actually isn't up yet. Let's... We'll go between 2 and 4x speed. Like, I can't leave you guys without a conclusion, right? So we'll hop into Kawasan. Because they've got a draft, so I think like we might be safe. We'll see how it goes. Okay, we haven't got much time because we've got B versus Myriad coming up live. So we're quickly going to hop into game number 3 between WAM and Numidon. See if we can get through another game before we hop into a different series. If we're not able to cover all this, we'll cover the rest of it later. But we have got an interesting choice here. Shushi versus Japanese. Numidon is doing something different, though. Wait, what? Dark Age Spear Rush on this map is kind of funky. Normally, Japan benefits from just playing onto the pawns and playing for Coca. So, like, you either play pawns or you rush feudal. Both options feel very good because of the water play on Kawasan. This is a bit weird, though. Numidon, was he expecting a better... Oh, my God. I think he got scammed. No? Okay, he's double downing. I mean, you have to at 3 spears. He started to pull away, though, almost like he wasn't sure where the gold was. Now that he's found it, I think it's too late. Yeah, this is, like, painful. You saw what happened there. The reason why Numidon ran back, it wasn't just the gold. He was expecting Wham to go on the pond. And because Wham didn't, because he scouted him super early on, you now have an awkward situation where your spearmen are kind of irrelevant. Oh, man, this is painful. Wham doesn't even go for a risky location on the Meditation Garden. Goes for actually a low-value one. He could have placed it on the tree line, but it would have been out of range of the TC, so he would have got dove. Kurus... Oh, God, no. So this is like the pain of going Dark Age racks on a water hybrid map. You're up later. And then you won't have Coca to deny him. The reason, guys, is that we've iterated a few times. You cannot play into Coca if you play racks. Because what you're doing is you're building 2 unit types, 2 buildings into 2 unit types that will get countered by archers. Or in this case, Chugnu. Speaking of which, Chug already arrived. We're going to go on the 4x speed. Doc's going to be coming in fast here. And Numidon, I mean, he has no pressure now. Like, what's your counterplay? He has to go into Horseman, but he has no fish behind this. He's got 7 sheep to his name. If he could shove the deer in, it wouldn't be too bad, but I think because he went and guarded the pond, that option's kind of off the table. Yeah, the Chug are already going to hold him hostage. We do have arch ships coming out. It's going to be Wham playing for both ponds here. Numidon is opening with aggression onto this secondary pond, but it's too late. His opponent's already mirroring it. So Doc is up. He's already got an archer ship out on the south side, so that's going to patrol there. I'm going to stick with the 2x speed just because a little bit of back and forth poke. I think for Numidon now, he's probably going to try for a classic castle rush. Not sure you're going to feel great about it, but I don't know what else you're meant to do here. You're going to have to defend your pond, but obviously if you just do a back and forth there, you know your opponent's getting eco. I love that. Wham, remember, he built on the stone with the Meditation Garden, so he gets the stone passively to get into the Arislets. So even more frustrations for Numu. Not to be rude, but I think these square lakes are too gamey. What do you mean, dude? I think what's missing from the map is like a tree line that looks like a smile. And then you got a face. All right, so some of our maps, I think... And it's not just because we made them. I think they are like exactly what Age of Empires 4 needs, like receding. I love that we have maps that just kind of get named what they look like, and they're almost kind of arcadey or comical at times. Like, I'm just going to call it. I think OG Four Lakes, which was called Cross, was a better name than Four Lakes. Why have we got to cinematography every, like, name and map design? I don't know. I think, like, people forget games are games sometimes. Like, if someone was able to make a interestingly designed map that just ended up looking like, I don't know, a middle finger being, like, held up at someone, or just a smiley face, or whatever, I'd be fully game for it. Because, you know, guys, we definitely wouldn't make something that looks like someone is holding a middle finger up and then add it to the hymns cup rotation, right? We wouldn't do that. Oh, well, without revealing too much, I can tell you that it's not a finger. Anyway, back to the game. We have got Castle in the way, just not for the player who we would have expected. Wham is going to beat him to the punchline. Now, this is interesting. So Wham is going to tech first. Numenon, this is a little bit worrisome. He doesn't really have much map pressure either. Oh, yeah, toilet seat. Yeah, I've said about this before. Golden Pit should have been called toilet seat. If you have a look at the minimap on it and you see the little kind of toilet seat-shaped stealth forest, it makes a lot of sense. And once again, that's okay. Is that map being featured this week? Maybe. Maybe that map's being featured this week. We have got another Hymns Cup coming up on Friday. We'll look to drop Deets a little bit closer. I can confirm it is going to be Anatan and Wham playing in that, by the way. I'm enjoying those BO9s. Flowing Gate coming through versus Mount Lu Academy. So why is Wham going Mount Lu Academy over Shaolin Monastery? He could definitely afford to go Shaolin Monastery with this much food. I think for him, it's about the lean efficiency of gold and extra food to just outmass the Mounted Samurai, which is kind of crazy. You wouldn't really think that Sushi would want to do it, considering how good Japanese are. Wait, what? Bruh, like, nah. You've got... I mean, it's more fishing, but this is... Okay, that was... I think Numenon just mentally felt defeated at that point. I mean, it's a rough situation, but I thought he'd try to play it out. GG gets called. It's going to be a 3-0 for Wham. A little bit of an underwhelming end, to be honest with you. The teams guys like, hell yeah, do it. We haven't had, like, direct feedback, but, like, we did have part of the pipeline who you saw in here earlier, Ark. He was saying, like, he absolutely loves all the ideas we've been doing so far. Big shout out to Caillou on that one for being so flexible. We've also got Hussein working on something extra special because we will look to actually start creating new game modes as well. So yeah, like, I mean, this is what I'm talking about, though. Like, this is what we're trying to do. Is we're trying to create new creative avenues for entertainment with AoE 4. Show matches, weeklies, etc. There were... I mean, I guess I can be a bit transparent about this. I only got news today. There were some other ideas in the mix. I think we'll still have some things World's Edge coming, but there were some other pitches put forward that just, like, didn't get accepted. I'm a bit gutted because I think one of them in particular would have been huge for AoE 4, bigger than anything anyone else is doing. And that's not arrogance, because, like, the system I was creating for that wasn't even going to be me as the big notable stream or anything. It was going to be something that was just a win overall for AoE 4. So a little bit bummed out by that. But I guess we go back to the grind and we see if they come back and accept one of the other ideas. I've been told there should maybe be something. We'll see. I'm hoping we'll be able to get confirmation and announcement of something happening, because we've only got 5 editions left after this week of Midweek Muster, so we're almost out. Almost fired all chambers. Okay, but we do have draft rolling right now for B and Myriad. Let me have a look. Yeah, they're literally in the draft right now. Okay, so let me reset the stats here. B. Yeah, like I said, hopefully we'll have someone announced before too long. We'll see. I'll keep you guys updated on whether someone comes through. I would say, like, I think we took small numbers and made them very big with KPMM. If we don't get something else for next year, I'll be a bit shocked. But we'll see. Love the hymns maps. They're so good. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so like I send basic sketches across to Caillou of what I want, and then he puts the extra effort in of optimizing where certain resources go. So yeah, he's been integral to it. My hopes is like after him see this and they're like, yo, this is really good, we can get them to come back and sponsor bigger. And then hopefully like we can do things that are more fleshed out and not just one show match per week. And then we could do things like be able to pay Caillou. I'd love to be able to actually reward him something for the effort he puts in. I think he just doesn't mind right now because like similar to how we do our casting content, etc. And I don't necessarily make I definitely don't make a profit off of doing all this effort. I think he sees it's kind of similar. It's like it's something to do for the scene. So I appreciate him for that. Okay, so looks like we are going to get Coastal, Lakeside, Dry Arabia, and Kawasan. Boo, no Enlightened Horizons. I love Enlightened Horizons. I think it's genuinely my favorite map these days. Here's a banger. Let me update the title to be Live B versus Myriad. This will probably be the last series of the day. I don't think that B will be able to play Sort of, because I know Sort of is asleep by now. Didn't see him go off, but he's been offline now for a little bit. If we put all the time we put into games into something which got us paid, right? Right? Well, I mean, the difference is, like, I kind of need to be trending towards getting paid, you know? Sorry, just double checking something. Yeah, but, like, because we put in quite a lot of hours and content creation is kind of our journey, so... The goal is to reach a point where we can build the community big enough that, like, between subs and sponsored deals and whatever, it's not too bad. This month wasn't too bad because we, of course, and big shout out to them, had sponsorships with Opera GX, we got hymns, and we had the diplomacy is not an option. So, like, I think this month ended up being profitable. But, like, I've talked about, I don't know, I might start, like, releasing, like, transparent figures on, like, what I make. There was a Catliente, I love her. She's on Twitter. She every month puts up what she earns in the different platforms. But like, I mean, my Twitch revenue this month will probably be something like $1,200, probably. Which doesn't sound too bad if you live in like a developing country, right? But yeah, we pay. What was I said before? I think we're spending like £2,000 a month on full expenses. It's like we're still getting there, but that's why, like I said, it's not a case of I expect everyone to donate. I just like I always appreciate everyone turning up because if the numbers keep going up, it makes it easier to get sponsors on the line, like hymns or like diplomacy is not an option, etc. That's another big one, guys. Like when we do game sponsor streams, just come by and check them out. If you guys did not check out the diplomacy is not an option one or the Tempest Rising one, they were really cool. Tempest Rising was pretty cool. I prefer the campaign over the competitive there because I think they need to develop the meta. It's kind of like AoE 4 release where like this is definitely the optimal strategy. Diplomacy is not an option. We ended up, I think we were sponsored to do 2 hours and we done 3 hours. We're having so much fun with it. Am I including the sponsors in that estimate? No. So I'd have to check my contract on how much I can say because like if I say a number, it might just kind of give away like what they provided. But like you can at least tell that by me saying that we were in the green this month, like if I have £2,000 expenses and then I'm making £1,200 a month between YouTube ad rev and Twitch rev, you can kind of like understand the difference it makes. Because not everyone can have, I don't know, what's the big spender in this scene now? Defcon, right? It used to be, so I think the most known names for like subbing like crazy in AoE 4 was A to the 3, B Dodd, and I'm forgetting one. Who am I forgetting, chat? Can you help me out? There's someone else on EGC, I see them all the time. King Smurf does quite a lot these days. But I think B Dodd and A to the 3 were on another level. Like I still remember that B Dodd guy. It was wild. There was one streamer that he was giving them like over $10,000 a year, which blew my mind. And then obviously for Beastie, it'd be good old Defcon with his... Was it 8,000 subs he gave in the end? I think it was something like 8,000 subs, if I'm not mistaken. It was wild. That guy is nuts. And thank you, Jarman. Yeah, like, we're all hard on the grind, right? And we'll see how things go. Like I said, my next step goal is how do we involve new games? Like, I'd love to be doing more new game releases. Like, I am hunting day and night for a contact over at Ubisoft to try and do some launch content with Olden Era. I think that would be epic. Because then we, like, you guys get to see something fresh and new, and then we hop back and, like, we're able to show off, you know, AoE 4 to all those incredible new gamers and so forth. Like, some people see that as scary, like you're taking from the player base, but I don't think so. I see it the other way. It's like, it can be a win-win when done correctly. Yo, I just realized Vodka's playing it too. Fork, yeah. Claire Obscure is baller. Yes, I just said it's baller. Dude, I freaking love Claire Obscure. That's the dream. Just being able to, like, have a day where we could just hop onto something like Claire Obscure and everyone turns up, chills, and just enjoys the vibes. Like, I've been playing so much Claire Obscura, I am insanely envious of people who are variety streamers. It's like, damn, could you imagine your full audience just coming by while you just chill on a game that amazing? Not that I don't love AoE4, right? But it's like, it's that freshness of trying something different. Like, I've got 41 hours on that game already. If you guys have not played Claire Obscura, yeah, Game of the Year is correct. It is freaking incredible. I'm at the start of Act 3, and I'm loving every second of it. Alright, looks like the boyos are hopping in game, so I think we should be getting in shortly. Tell me why H3 is high, rated so high with pros. I can't win with it. They have an insane early game economy, a game economy that scales really well into late. They use the fast castle times better than most civs. Their marching drills is insanely powerful, too powerful in fact. It just gives them way too much dominance in feudal. Like, H3 is an all-rounding civ that never feels like there's a stage in the game where they're necessarily weak, and except for maybe, like, Imperial Plus. But the thing is, there's a difference in timing. Like, because of the advantages of their early mid-game, by the time they reach Imperial, they're miles ahead of everyone else. So if you want to really perform well with HRE, you need to start playing the game with more urgency and stop playing slow. If you are playing in a bracket that doesn't play aggressively, then HRE is probably going to feel a little bit worse. But, you know, those type of brackets, you're probably looking at English still being very viable. But if you're playing a bracket where people understand timings, how to attack, like you're probably seeing people, for example, pick Delhi, they find good success off of raiding with French, then those are the type of brackets where HRE will be really impactful. Eventually buying it right now, but you've been playing the hell out of Oblivion. I somehow resisted the temptation for Oblivion because I think I was busy with other things. And then really big shout out to the devs, actually. The devs, or rather the publisher, which is Kepler Interactive. And yo, what is up, TR? I see you with the 10 euros. What a legend. Thank you very much, mate. That goes into the Gucci fund for little Ezra. But yeah, Kepler Interactive rather sent me a key for Claire Obscura. And I was like, at first like, maybe I'll get around to it. And then I just like opened it and gave it a little try. I was like, holy crap. Holy crap. Like artistically, so visually, audio, like all of it. Gameplay, love the gameplay as well. Like some people like, it's a quick time action game. It's like, yeah, dude, but like, we hated quick time action games back in like 2011 because everyone done them. But no one really does them anymore. So it's very smartly enveloped because they added quick time action into a turn-based game. So much of it is so good though. Like they've done a great job with that. Love the characters, love the voice acting. Even small things like if anyone who plays it, you'll see this. It's really funny. So the game does swear, but any swear word is in French. So like there is adult language, but it's always in French for some reason. So be putain, merde. It's never, you know, shit or all those other type of words in English. But the rest of it, they speak English. Apart from occasional stuff like Mon Ami. Yeah, like incredible game. I mean, here, guys, I'll show you a quick like picture from it. The art style is incredible. Like stuff like this. They created such an incredible world with this. Would definitely recommend a controller. Oh, and be careful if you have like a low resolution monitor, because the counter attack system is vicious. So like my feeling is I don't think I'd ever advise someone playing on a 60 frames monitor on this game, because like I think your frame rate would be too low to play hardest difficulty. Then again, you could just like play easy difficulty, I guess. That's also an option if you don't like a challenge. And this is indeed game 1. Can we get predictions running? I need to make sure I've got everything else up correctly. So G1, we're going to have Jean versus Shushi. Sean a little bit different here. Not too crazy. It makes sense. But like draft-wise, he had some better options, though. Theoretically. Yeah, Chinese. Guess you don't want to throw it out this early. House of Lancaster has been seen here, but can be a bit funky, as we saw for Dimmu. Would love to see 1 week of KPMM with no bans. I know the pros dominate with HRE. The problem is, if you have no bans, HRE just gets picked. And HRE is like so here's the impact of doing that. Best of threes early on, you've put someone in a ridiculously strong position. You've given them a 33% slice of the series. Well, actually, no, 50%, because you only need 2 wins to win, right? You've given them 50% slice of the series to get the win with the freest win imaginable. It's that good. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, just look at statistics and comp series. It just does it. It's like a rare blood moon when H3 gets through. So as cool of an idea as that is, I mean, this is why also I'm a little bit bummed out we can get funding for other like tournaments, because like there are things I've had in mind where you draft for your opponents. There's also like a system in mind. I mean, I guess I'll talk a little bit transparency about it, because I just like don't know how I'd get the funding for it to justify it. But literally, I wanted to have a full like dedicated mathematician each day applying value sums to civs based on how much they got picked and banned, like an increasing and decreasing number, and then giving players a budget to work with where they only got so much new money per day, and they would have to draft. So you could just openly pick like certain things, or you could pay to ban certain civs, but it had a cost to it, right? So you'd have this dynamic currency system to picks and bans. I'd still love to do that, but like, I don't know. I don't know how many like big money spenders we've got for tournaments in the scene anymore. There was a guy that I think would have been up for it last year who was like talking to us early on about like $10,000 in prize pool support, but that guy disappeared. I don't know where he went, unfortunately. All right, let's get to it though. Let's focus on the game because we're gonna hype it up big. It's B time. He's back, but he's up against Myriad. One and all, welcome back to quarterfinal showdown here in Midweek Muster number 25. And this is going to be a fun one. We've got Jean Dark going up against Shushi on Regions. Pretty cool matchup, actually. Shushi do have some decent timings here. Pro Scout's linearity on this map might make them interceptable for Jean, though, because remember, on Regions, you start with one close deer pack, and the rest is on one side of the map. So very easy for an aggressive Civ to block. Let's see which way B wants to try and play this, because in theory, Jean should have the aggressive mentality here. You've got a hero that farms up XP alpha fights, and usually most civs in Feudal Age want to avoid that. And yeah, so I guess I should go over it now because I didn't start the YouTube video earlier. We were talking about a tournament concept where, like, the whole idea, and I really would love to find funding for this, I just don't know now where I'm going to get it. You would have prices applied to Civ picks and bans. And you could ban as many as you want on a series, but obviously it's going to cost you a lot of money to do so, potentially. And you are given a certain budget at the start of the tournament, and you earn a certain budget each day. And the idea would be every single day, based on the picks and the bans that get applied, and then also other complicated metrics like win rate, loss rate, the cost of buying a Civ for your draft would go up or down. So you see where that goes. Like, you can't just buy HRE all the time or ban HRE all the time, because at some point you're going to run out of money. And when you run out of money, what we'd have is probably something along the lines of a random system where your opponent gets to see your random before picking their Civ, right? So super punishing to do regularly. But you might do it occasionally because if you random, you get a bit of currency back. It's like this system, like I wanted so badly to create this, but like unless we can find big funding, it's just not going to work. Because we would literally be at the point where I'd need someone who's very good at maths each day, crunching all the numbers and applying the weighted system, right? The calculations every single time. It would be epic, in my opinion. Like, it would be incredible. So different, and it's such a different strategic layer to it as well. And you get wacky picks, because you'd be you almost be justified sometimes in not throwing games, but throwing Civ picks. Because your budget couldn't allow for it. Maybe because you've got a more important series in your eyes against X player later. Anyway, we do have School Cavalry and Meditation Garden coming in. That's not a bad Medi Garden, actually. What was that? 8.5 out of 10? I'd give it like, for this map, yeah, like 8.5 is kind of fair. He clips the gold and the stone. He gets the 36 food, and he gets probably about 24 wood. Maybe it's like less. But like close to 100 resources on Medi Garden on this map is pretty good. The master's really not that hard. Well, it's like layered math, right? Because you'd have picks that would happen versus like games. And then you calculate that as like what's the average median. And then everything above the average and below would get its prices adapted accordingly. Bans as well. Then you'd have to have like win rate, loss rate, which you want a weight system. So you'd want a utility-based system where you'd have a base rate modifier. You'd have an incremental modifier. And then you'd have a multiplicative modifier to decide those values. That already sounds like very tedious. I mean, someone who likes maths is going to find that cool. And I kind of find that semi-cool because that's like utility-based systems is basically how I coded most of my AI solutions in the past. But yeah, there's definitely like, you'd have to have someone who is like doing, I think, full-time job each day. At the end of the day, they'd have to log in, you know, like 2 or 3 hours or whatever. Maybe quicker if they're really fast and efficient. Yeah, it'd be data entry. And I think like if you have someone in the right position, they could scrape that data. Because like, technically, actually, yeah, if you have someone that just sets up a good system, it's basically just the admin who needs to do it. Because the admin would fill out all the results of the tournament, which would get pulled from Liquipedia onto AoE4 World. And then AoE4 World already has an esports section that would calculate. But like, this is besides the point. I still need an admin, which is a cost. I need a prize pool, assets, etc. Like, I think to make that desirable, we'd be looking at, like, we need over $5,000 to make sense of it. Because I'd want all the top players competing in that. Okay, so we do have Knights intercepting. Jean is on the way. First tier pack being brought back mostly successfully by Myriad. He's going to have to slow down a little bit here. Does have spears on the way. B is now going for Pro Scouts. I really like this approach with Jean. I love that people have identified her as an anti-Pro Scout Civ more than a Pro Scout Civ. So that means that you begin by being aggressive and then you do it yourself. So like you built a Knight and then he sends Jean over and then you Pro Scout like crazy. Like this is wild. He's going up to 7 Scouts and I see B do this so much and get away with it so frequently in a meta where most players stop at maybe 4 Scouts. He takes it the extra mile. Because it's all about windows opening and closing. Now that you're forcing a reaction with your opponent, he's eventually going to get enough spearmen to guard his base, but also come for the deer. So your goal is to strip him of that timing by being doubly greedy now. Doubly greedy really does feel like the correct word. This is ridiculous. Remember, there's only 12 deer over here, and he's gone for 9 scouts. That is wild. John's still going to be a nuisance on the front side. Has forced Myriad into an outpost early. And yeah, the idea of placing meditation gardens on the berries is good if you luck out, but you don't always get a tight spawn like this. So this right here would be pretty good because you'd end up getting 108 food. But you can't always guarantee that. And also, it takes so long. Like, your timing on aging up would be really bad, which is a horrible position to be in against Jean. Because Dark Age Spearmen are not going to threaten her. It's going to be like they're wielding toothpicks. This feels painful as well. Like, you don't have a quick kill point, which means Divine Restoration is going to go off. And look at what B's doing. He's trying to pull back to maximize the cleaves. Divine Restoration comes through. And he's got a long wait for that additional charge. But Myriad is heavily injured. And he's not going to be able to get the kill. Jean makes it back to base. Archers are going to now be able to pick the low HP spears. And look, Jean's back in again. Why? Because that's free XP. Oh, sick timing by B. Baits him in, hook, line, and sinker. I mean, horsemen alone aren't going to be able to carry this fight against Jean. Not with the knights now here as well. Not to mention the injuries that's already on some of the... Oh, no. Okay, I need to buy some new USB cables. I've had enough. We're going to see if that's the problem. Apologies about that. Microphone cut out for a second. I think we're good now, right? Is it perfect? No? Oh, God. Okay. Okay, I think we're good now. Right, I'm gonna buy, like, screw it. Off this stream, I need to remember to buy new USB power cable, new plug cable. I've had enough. It's one of those things. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, really good position that B took up here. However, things are swinging a bit. Look at what Mirad's doing. His tech timing's really good here. The night count is not that scary yet for B, and the Pro Scouts play, although it has won the day here with about, what, 2/3 at least of the deer being taken over here, Mirad's going to have an opening with Sushi Rush. Mountain Academy is really smart. I think he understands that he's lost the rush on the deer, so he needs to optimize his food. On top of that, the other issue here is you don't really want to be opening Shallow Monks into Knights. It's a feed fiesta, especially with Jean involved, because she would end up getting 20 XP per kill. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Like I said, I'm gonna try to remember to definitely do it tonight. Like I've had it. It's been clear we've had no mic issues for like weeks and weeks, and it just came back randomly. I think that's what annoys me more. If at least it was consistent, I'd be like, okay, yeah, this definitely needs to be solved. But it just crops up and then disappears for ages. I'm like, okay, I guess we fixed it with like that, you know, software update or something. Wait, what? Mirad's straight up going Imperial Red Seals. That's quite unique. I don't often see people go up to 6 Imperial officials this early. Okay, I think it was a misclick. There we go, he cancels it. That makes more sense. Imperial Red Seals is kind of crazy this early. Like, what do you need 6 taxmen for? You tax your people that hard, they're probably going to rebel against you. B. Well, he's looking to milk this right now. It's not a fortified outpost. No hand cannon slits either. So, yes, easily able to deny this. You can see Myriad wants no part of it. He's lost way too much military force in the mid-map. So, great read by B. This would also block out all gold. Second one's to the north side. And remember, no Shallow Monastery, so no sneak of a relic. And Myriad will only have taxation. Villagers have to try and run away here. We'll be able to do so, but the bigger issue is, like, how are you gathering? When are you gathering? He knows he's going to have to brute force this at some point. The spears are getting cleared. That means the knights can now charge in. A new outpost being built up, but the archers are already there denying it. Divine Restoration is also going to be pumped. Cleave's coming through. Now the Lancers, this is going to be the last one, the cherry on top that he needs to get up there. I think Mirad realized the mistake as well. Starts to back away, but it's too little too late. What a read by B. He doesn't fall back for the greedy response. He doesn't say, I need to play castle. This is the difference of 2025 versus just a year ago in our comp scene. Players understand their timing so much better and understand that the double down is worth it to play to win instead of play to survive. Okay. Really cool game won by B. No time wasted. Mirad's going to be feeling a little bit frustrated. I think the problem in that game for Mirad, like if I had to idea a point where it went wrong, I think he hemorrhaged way too many troops defending on the left side when the damage was already more or less done. Right? His unwillingness to concede he'd lost the Pro Scouts game, I think, put him in a really shaky position. Greatly read by B, though. Game 2, we're going to be heading into Coastal Cliffs. And we're going to be having Chinese versus Malians. I think in the Midweek Masters, Malians has been Mirad's best civ, if I'm not mistaken. On average, anyway. That's one that he was able to get a game off of Louis a week or two ago. So we'll see if it works out for him now. Can we run ads? No, ads already auto-ran. Are we getting another Energy Slapfest? Honestly, I don't know what happened to Energy. I feel like he just disappeared. I heard rumors that he was going to be committing to like 3 editions and then nothing. And I don't know why. But this happens all the time. Like I said, we literally last year around September, I think it's like August, September, had a guy who wanted to put together like a prize pool, 10K. He was talking to us. I was like really enthusiastic. I gave him some ideas. And then he was a really cool dude and he just disappeared from our community. I haven't seen him on anyone's channels anymore. I hope he's okay. Like, this is the waning nature of things, right? It's also the tough part of like taking people's word in those moments. It's almost like, and without sounding too untrustworthy, I'd be like, okay, I need you to give me the 10K now so I can start doing this. So there's like a trust element on their side, but like it makes more sense than me going, making promises, making the tournament, and then coming time and saying, okay, insert name, I need the money to pay out the players. And he goes, what are you on about? And I'm like, okay, well, I now look like I've scammed the players out of 10K. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many of those type of people still exist in AOE4, but I hope we can attract them over here because I like to think that we have a very unique approach to tournament creation. Mixes in very good competitive balance with like fun ideas. I think that's important as well. You need to be able to balance those two, which is easier said than done. Like if you want to be competitively balanced, sure, you could just choose Dry Arabia and Lipany every game or whatever, right? But I don't know, I think at this stage, like we've showcased more new maps into the game than anywhere else, maybe? Maybe. And that's intentional. It's to help flourish and inflate the count. Yo! What's up, Marshall? It has been a while. Hope you've been well, mate. Oh, don't know if it's because you've been busy or it's just the time of the day. I guess we are going a little bit on the later end. 7.5 hours, not too bad. Thank you, mods. And in we go. Game number 2 between B and Myriad. And after game 1, Myriad's going to have to get used to the idea that time might not be on his side. B had no chill in that opening game. Done in what, 12 minutes, 13 minutes, it felt like. Game 2, B keeps the trend of going to the east. It's going to be another Chinese pick, only it's the OG Civ this time. Myriad on his Malians. Honestly, one of his most powerful picks, I'd say. This is the Civ and the map, actually, that got him a crazy win up against Louis MT about a week or 2 ago in the Midweek Masters. Look at the spawn. It's not a nice one. Double Ford gold, make it triple. All the gold is Ford of his base. He didn't get anything relatively important safe behind him. Even the deer stacks, actually. Now, the good news is, usually China... Oh, my God. Usually, China is not an outburst rushing Civ. The bad news is, in this game, they are going to be. He's gone for the Rax opening. But that's kind of wild, actually. The way he done this is a bit different. I feel like normally you go for an Imperial official to justify this build, but B didn't. He skipped on it. That's very surprising. I wonder what the thought process is in his mind, because you're going to want to add in, what, like probably 4 spears to justify this and a villager pull afterwards. So the official supervision is going to be really good for the initial food income or the production timing. Like, either's very valuable here. I think it's going to be like a mixture where you'd want to drop off manually, switch to supervise, and then drop off with supervision switched again. So, like, very highly micro-intensive, but something that B is capable of. Instead, going no IO at all is very unorthodox. We'll see if it pays off. So Gamba is supporting B. I think that's to kind of be expected in terms of like the caliber. It's not that Myriad's a bad player. It's just obviously B has been, at this point, by far our most consistent grand finalist in Midweek Masters. He did run into a speed barrier last week, though, folks. If you didn't catch it, for the first time in several weeks, B bled. He got 2nd place. After being on a 5-in-a-row win streak, Louis MT shut him down in Midweek Muster number 24. Yeah, and now he is bitter, sore for vengeance. Bitter might be a strong word. He should have an easier week in theory because Louis MT actually didn't sign up for once. means taking a break week. Okay, outpost rush on each side. That is a lot of villages. Oh my god, Myriad spares no expenses. Sends out 10 workers to build this thing up. B, okay, I like that. He splits attention to multiple villages to maybe try and yoink a snipe. Won't be able to find any in the end. He's going to hang around. The garrison is correct. Myriad keeps all alive. Looks like a spearman is going to be going down. But, guys, this outpost is fine. Like, there's a reason why B didn't panic. Myriad miscalculated. Yeah, he needed to build the outpost one across, like, just here. Look at this. This is ridiculous. He's so close to denying that. But B gets the goodies up. Gets it in prime position. Another nice thing here is, like, this outpost is irrelevant because of what Myriad just done. I kind of hate to see this. He walked the villagers away. So, little tip for people playing Malians, if this is your defense strategy, the better way of doing this is to build a mill next to it. Especially considering that most Malian builds need a mill anyway, either for cattle or for pro scouts. So if you're going to build one anyway, you might as well build one here. And the reason is then you can drop some sheep here, club them, eat them, and then whenever the dive comes in, you garrison the villages. The problem with this play here by Myriad is B just gets to have his cake and eat it. He gets the outpost up, and it's not a stalemate because you have nothing to scare him. Now, that being said, B doesn't really have much push power here. He only built 3 spears, lost 1 on the dive. It's like, overall, it's not going to be the end of the world for Myriad. Because with Mansa, he can toggle across onto the stone gathering and look to just get arrow slits installed. At which point, this is no longer a threat. Ambitious now from B, though. He's going to go after the pit mine. Imperial Academy is coming through on the other side. Absolutely necessary here. And we knew that B was always going to do this. The way you can tell is on the opening, he did not build an Imperial Fisherman. He would have had some flexi otherwise, but honestly, like, the Barbican here, I mean, it would be good. It just wouldn't be worth giving up the taxes. The reason the Barbican would be good is you can drop it here on the relic, pull the boar in range, and then pull the other one from behind. Myriad has huge biceps. They're not that big. Look, all I'm going to say, chat, is like at King of the North, one of us gave Voldemort a piggyback, and it wasn't Myriad. Now, you can take from that what you want. I'm just stating facts. Yo, what's up, Fancy? Thanks you very much for that. Appreciate the prime sub. Welcome to Swarm. That's because Fancy supports my heavy lifting of Voldemar's. I like this from B. He's now just going to lane the deer a little, shove them as far away as possible, because he knows Pro Scouts is coming. Yeah, because he sees the mill here, but he doesn't see any cattle coming out, so it's kind of a giveaway at that stage. It could be for Wheelbarrow, but it just seems improbable here. Because, like, if you play Wheelbarrow, you have no food, why would you not be building cow? And the stables are now a dead giveaway, so B has full confirmation. Archer has arrived. Unfortunately, B never walked down to the stone because it's so far away, which means he doesn't have hand cannon slits. B, of course, now going for Pro Scouts himself. So by shoving the deer further away, he gets value by delaying Mira's follow-up play. One of the guys did get back to the outpost, which is pretty important. It means that you can't easily get on top of these deer without taking harassment. B, courtesy of absurd research speeds, already is taking the goodies. You know, you could actually just be a pain in the ass and drop the deer here. Because then your opponent doesn't really want to dive you. Like, you can actually force him to hard commit scouts to burn the tower instead. Oh, B, that was so unnecessarily greedy. Yeah, that was a little bit of a trip up. He ungarrisoned to try and kill the house. I'm wondering why, though. Horsemen have now arrived, though, so you can use them instead. And he has got more on the way. Village is now being pulled. I think, yeah, Myriad knows where this is going. He's not going to allow it. It's a good read. Look to counterplay. And second horseman is going to look to break inside. If you time it right and you get, like, the pull out on the horseman, you could find a worker kill here. Donzos are now only being produced by Myriad. Oof, didn't pull them out early enough, so it looks like he's going to retreat. Behind this, though, we have got B already now returning the deer. Second stable's coming. Okay, so is he thinking Horseman plus Scouts or just Scouts? Because we saw in game number 1, B done this obnoxiously greedy. Was it 9 Scouts in the end, I think? Greedy for most, but not for him. Diversifying to team games might possibly become profitable. So to that point, I think it's challenging because whenever we've tried to do team like tournament stuff, viewership is weaker from what I can see. And by the way, to like counteract the idea that it could work, if that audience exists, I don't know where they are or how to reach them. And maybe that's my fault and my failure. But there are sample groups to show that like team games are just not as popular. And like a perfect example is if you look at EGC's team tournament. Even 2v2 was nowhere near as popular as 1v1. So it's kind of tricky. I think the problem you've got is that there's probably lots of people that like team games, but none of them know like these tournaments happen. So how do you market to them? That's the biggest challenge of all. Like, what is the marketing angle to Age of Empires 4 gamers? They're not really people that use Twitter. They're not really people that use Reddit. A small contingent does, but most don't. It's difficult. Yeah. I've never really thought about that way other than the ones I know that they don't use. Like, the amount of people when we've done a Twitter giveaway is like, I don't have Twitter. I'm like, why? It's just free. I guess, well, actually, no, guys. I know. I'm being an idiot. It's obvious. Considering the age group, the place where all of the Age of Empires 4 gamers are getting their news is the local newspaper. The Daily Bugle. How could I forget? I think we're old enough for that. Horseman. Are they intercepting into spears here? Definitely ambitious. So he's trying to mop up the javelin archers so that the archers of his own can win. That's an interesting attempt to clash. I think B jumped the gun, though. He's outnumbered. Then again, maybe B should have expected this. Look at the economy. Myriad is hard investing, which you'd expect out of Malians because Farimbo is viable. But B doesn't want to, right? Like, ideally, he wants out of this age now. And that's a fair point. Like exactly what Chris just said. You know, the people who watch the directory for live streams, and even the YouTube content, it seems, are very 1v1 oriented. And that's why, like, your top creators are not people making cool, quirky game modes and meme maps, etc. They're like 1v1 tournament games and 1v1 analysis replays and coaching. And I'd love to do something to change that, but, like, it is very difficult to change that without a new influx of eyeballs onto AoE 4. That's the big hoo-ha hickory-do I've been struggling with for a while. And maybe the new DLC at the end of the year brings that. It's far from guaranteed, though. Also, when your scene's smaller, like, doing things competitively is harder in team environments because there's less money to go around. Like, we already exist in an ecosystem where, you know, maybe like 4 people can be full-time players, like financially. What happens when you then have to have funding for, you know, 6 first place winners instead of 1? Well, not 6, you know, it's 3 or 2 or whatever. The prize pools aren't getting bigger, but the splits are getting smaller. Yo, what's up, Melkor? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. You absolute legend. Thank you, thank you. First gifted subs on this channel. Appreciate you, mate. You need our own T90? I mean, I'm not going to, like, obnoxiously say I've tried to fill that role, but in some ways we have, right? Like, we try to provide the low elo entertainment. People would rather just get called a den. And then, like, custom. Like, we've done more custom stuff, I think, than most channels. It's just, I don't know. It just didn't take. Maybe we just needed to run it longer. Maybe the thumbnails weren't right. Like, I'm not looking for excuses for not, like, doing things, but at the same time, it's like, it's about finding the prospective size of the audience that's possible. Anyway, a little bit more focus on the game. We do have the Donzo account looking pretty good. Pressure is looking decent, but remember, this is coming across. Mirai doesn't have an age up. He also has got the Mansa on stone and has not realized this whole time. This is expensive. It's very wasteful. Especially considering the way he could have played this alternatively. He could have had cows being spawned by now, had the relative resources to actually buy into a tech up. And I think he still hasn't realized. No. This is getting expensive. That's been like that for, what, 5 minutes now? Does World's Edge advertise toys on the title screen? No. And that's kind of a big problem. Dive in onto the 3 line. Nicely done by Myriad. Does cut the workers. Counter's adding up here. Okay, be a lot of out of time on him. And maybe, I don't know, Nesta Bees could have made more sense here. He definitely had the option with the clock tower. But this is the tricky thing. When you play Fast Castle, you don't want to go straight Nesta Bees because you want to be mobile. Because the logic is if your opponent stays an age behind, he'll have more units than you. So you instead need to leverage your mobility and superiority in terms of individuals. He's not been able to do that so far. Crazy time from Myriad, man. I'm starting to think this might be his new main civ. You know, historically, Myriad has been known for his English and his Ottomans, I think, were the 2 leads. Which made sense. At the time he was up and rising, that was when those 2 civs were in particular powerful, right? You had the Ottoman fast in builds back then. Reliable English 2TC. He's adapting to the new frame of the game. Marlians, for a lot of players, I think is seen as like a top 5 civ, I want to say. It's pretty good. Yeah, not quite as good as Chinese and Sushi in some players' eyes. Others actually do rate it higher. We've seen, for example, the Canadian brothers in particular will be known to first pick Marlians in the draft. Okay, at some point, though, like, this is hurting me because he's in such a good position right now, but just imagine if he had been generating gold this whole time, how much better the position is. Maybe this is a long con strat. Maybe he's going to go Castle Age and then Castle drop the center. I mean, it might happen, but if it does, it's not because it was meant to, it feels like. Who knows? Maybe Myriad's brain is on just another planet compared to the rest of us peons. Stone gathering from B. 2TC? Without food access, that's a bit weird. Maybe it's just the keep drop because he's aware that this army is getting pretty big. Still, like, where do you keep drop that you feel secure? Maybe out to the north side so you can get your hands on the farm transition immediately afterwards. Diver's coming underneath the TC. More worker losses. B, this is sloppy right now. A lot of just idle economy. Lingering on the flanks, waiting to be picked. Make a bridge to fish. Oh yeah, let me just summon the engineering crew. They're on a coffee break right now. Goddamn engineers, they always just go for coffee breaks. Okay, Lancers get a freebie on the charge in there. Donzo count is shrinking a little bit, but nowhere near the point that B can break out of this right now. This is quite the ball grip that Myriad's got on B. What he needs to do now is give a little twist, and that is going to be the twist. Grand Fulani on the way. You're seeing that correctly. He's already scaled up to 9 cows, soon to 12, while putting up this much pressure. And he is not done yet. Double ram now coming from Myriad. This is looking better and better, man. Got a smile on my face. I'm impressed. I mean, B is not an easy player to get one over on. And remember, this is also a very powerful pick in B's draft. Chinese is incredibly highly rated by him and many players, as we mentioned a bit earlier. So it's not like Myriad threw away a very strong civ and B used this as an opportunity to toss a bad civ. He used as good as he got. Ram's now hitting to the village. The Lance account not really out of control yet. Donzos have to A-click into it. B. Remember, these are veteran archers, not to mention the Lancer factor, and there's no upgrades yet for Myriad, so an expensive dive here. Does at least clear the archers, but now it's Lancer versus Javelins. Luckily for him, it seems B is more focused on protecting his infrastructure than clearing the army. And that is buying time for veterancy. More troops, Congo lining across the map. Is this enough to give B the necessary breathing room, is what I'm wondering. Did he keep drop in the end? Or just trade? It looks like he just traded. Unless I'm blind. Yeah, he gathered almost the entire 1200 and sold it. What? All right, that's kind of nuts. Because remember, he got pushed off the forward gold. He did have an option to the north side, but I guess he didn't want to take the risk because he already moved his food there as well. So he just gambled on just selling stone, which is not the worst of idea considering the sell rates are decent. That's crazy. I mean, like, look at the rates. Sell 100 stone, get 70 gold now, but like before, it's much more desirable. From what I remember, like, in chat, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it higher for stone by default? Like 40 higher? No, not 40. That sounds way too high. Either way, if you think about it this way, with a 20% increase, it's almost like you're getting a 1-to-1 exchange. Because you're getting, like, at that point, 84 stone. 84 gold for 100 stone. That's crazy, man. And it makes sense, because without that, he wouldn't have had that many lances to defend. Now, we do have Javs upgraded to veterancy. Archers can actually outperform you because of the attack speed difference. You tend to overkill Javs by comparison. But you need to be careful when the fights get small. When the fights are small, that's where Javelins will once again edge out. And we do have Sofa play now following this up. Remember, this was Fulani, and he is full. Fully loaded for a win that I don't think B is capable of now. I mean, crazy that he actually was able to survive that dive, but the problem is he's out of food. Relics are at least coming home, but not much else. And this is also a game where he's taken substantial economy hits. Down 18 workers now. Yeah, did Myriad skip on production? No, I think it's just Taxman kills. Taxman kills counts in the worker kill count. And I think B, this game, we at least witnessed, what, 3 dying? Maybe 4. Double ram again from Myriad. This should be the cherry on top. If B could get maybe 2 or 3 minutes, you could see a world in which the farms come in, and all of a sudden, China looks competitive again. But that should not be happening here. All right. Is there any world in which B wins this? I think it's Nesta B's. Like, Nesta B's is probably his only course of action now. He's just not doing it. It's just archers. And the problem is sofas have now arrived. Sofas which have just been vetted up. They've got imported armors. And that's enough to convince him. GG gets called. Myriad pulls one back against the scariest player in midweek musters. All right, there we go. Finally calls it. So 1-1. Well played to Myriad. Okay. Let's see. So, what does that leave you with now? B gets next pick. There's Lakeside. There's Dry Arabia. There's Kawasan. With your draft, you could just play Kawasan. Japan into Knights Templar, probably. That feels pretty good for Japan. We've seen it once today already. And I think, like, Knights Templar is hard stuck on the right timing. Like, it's kind of a bit spawn dependent, maybe. Does Mongol do better against Knights Templar? Not sure, actually. I feel like the Sabotage option is a bit better. He could also just save that for Lakeside. So, like, having Japanese as an option in Lakeside makes a lot of sense. Knights Templar could also come out there. But, like, Japan... Well, it makes a bit of sense because the fishing's nice. The Sabotage play sucks, so you're probably playing Kuristo House, because remember, you can't reach the enemy dock. Because ninjas, what lamos, they don't even know how to swim. Could you imagine? Call yourself a ninja? Can't even master the terrains? What a pleb. Okay, so it looks like we're actually going to be going into Kawasan. And it's going to be the Mongol pick. Knights Templar coming out. Does that leave him a little bit weak? That actually might leave him a bit weak for Lakeside. Like, I guess he picks Delhi there? Maybe French? French might make more sense. But let's mark this one in. So we've got Knights Templar versus Mongols for Kawa. So one of my influencers, I got an Opera GX sponsorship for, and he's prepping for another sponsorship, and he just like the image won't load. I don't know why it won't load. Right? It's like I'm using Firefox, it's just not working. It's like, have you tried a different browser? He's like, oh yeah, I just use Opera GX and it works perfectly. I'm like, my man, you're sponsored by Opera GX. Like, why aren't you already using them, sir? Come on. Oh dear. That is comical. Oh, that made me laugh. Okay, yeah, we want it that way. Oh, this is going to be a bloodbath. One and all, welcome back to our series between B and Myriad. Mongols up against Knights Templar. And look at this spawn in Kawasan. It's a little bit rarer, but we've got both players spawning on the same side. In fact, I thought that they fixed this. Yeah, so Kawasan is a very interesting map because there's a few different dynamics. The most common one is flip spawns. So that one player spawns for this pond and one player spawns for this one. The other one that could happen for a bit, but I think that one might have disappeared, is a central spawn. So it's a coin flip which way you go. This one is the dirtiest of all. It may not be RNG, but it is bloodbath oriented. We've got both players spawning on the same pond, which should lead to a lot of early aggression and tug of war over one location. So Myriad on the Knights Templar is going to go in early for the dock drop. Makes a lot of sense. Remember, Knights Templar gather wood insanely efficiently. Mongols aren't too bad themselves, mind you, courtesy of the TC starting next to the tree line, but their focus is more aggressively aligned. We've got a Rax drop of Uvu already coming in for B. Yeah, and the alternative choice I think B had here would have been Japanese, but we talked a little bit about this in the pre-lobby. I think Japan, you're playing a little bit more greedy, right? Whereas maybe against Knights Templar, you don't want to do that because of how wood efficient they are. They might just out-blob you because of that detail. So I think in B's mind, if he played Japan, his biggest worry is probably the fact that Knights Templar have a very good timing on going Feudal Age, only a minute, and they have very good inflation on wood to get fishing boats. So in theory, what that means is like Knights Templar should be able to age up before you get your Shinobi out by comparison. I think that's what B was maybe worried about. So by playing Dark Age Spears, it gives him the immediate full stop on the strategy. Myriad, did he see it? He hasn't seen the racks yet. He's actually quite lucky. That was close. He almost lost the scout. Does get the info though. He does see the UV plus the racks. And he's going to get eyeballs on the spearman now on his dock. Okay, so do you react racks? Probably not. Just feels like it'd be a bit too slow. So he's going to play for the age. That's going to be a sack dock then. Pretty expensive. Does B stop at 4? No, double production. Makes sense. Once again, what do we know about Knights Templar compared to other civs? They are going to rush age up very fast, and they are going to have active production throughout. As in, active gathering rather. As in, they're not going to have anyone building a landmark. They miss out on 3 villages, but the trade-off is, it means that you should have a bit of a cleaner timing, in theory, into your first boat. So B doesn't want to risk that. And even if a boat does come out, remember, if you get this low, you can split the spears to finish it off. So even if Mirage somehow actually did get the tech quick enough, it wouldn't secure him. Manual drop-off now. So Kingdom of France on the way, but a minute away is going to be a minute too long. B should probably halt production here. I think 7's more than enough. Because if you keep lobbing spears, you're stuck in Dark Age, your opponent will open archers, and he'll just come out and clean this up. So you want to be competitive on your tech timing now, so that you have the second layer to stop him redocking. And B, great instincts here. The timing would benefit from having the Khan nearby. A little bit surprised he's actually still lingering out in the map. Did he not do well on sheep? 11 sheep's okay. Ooh, he sees him. Myriad. Oh, it was almost so beautifully crafted there, but B, great instincts, denies the secondary dock and now moves towards the gold. A little bit greedy sending all the spears. Remember, docks only take 30 seconds. And a Dark Age Spearman is not quick to kill. Oh, wow. He's going to let him have it. What? Brogan? So what was the thought process from B? I guess he's worried about Chevalier opening. I'd be more worried about fishing. That's crazy. So Mira now gets the dock up, which means he can get an archer ship, which means you can't burn this down. He is moving for a dock play himself, but this is quite the gamble. Okay, maybe it's actually not too bad. Mira had built an archer. So archery range 150 plus the archer himself. That's 230 resources that could have went into a bow. And Dockie's now coming up. I guess B just wanted the bounty. If he can't find any sort of production building outside the base, he's not making bounty off of it. He's going to come back now. But archer ship is already on the way. He's got the harden coming through, so that's going to make him a bit more tanky. Problem is, you're already being chased by archers. Like, 2 should be enough to clear this up. The archer ship is going to move across, and no, RNG. RNG is going to happen, isn't it? Don't you dare. Don't you dare. B. 90% gets blocked. And now he has a problem. Because on top of that, Myriad is going for the greed. He goes to the second pond. That's crazy. New village is going to be pulled. 2 of them, in fact. That should be enough to tap it up. If he's unlucky, he might lose one. Here's boat. A little bit late to start attacking. Okay, B's getting cheeky. I love that. And we'll walk away. He doesn't lose a single villager. Spearman ship's now on the way. Spearman are... Wait, what? Okay, that's crazy. The reason why Myriad wasn't moving that galley to attack is that he was busy trying to stay alive with the archers. And then the moment he looks back at the archer ship, B beats him with the spears. Reminder, this unit in red counters this in the green. But it kind of only counters it when, like, you kite and aren't completely outnumbered. Oh my god, no, stop, please, stop. That's another thing. You're noticing it, right? He isn't attacking. If you stand still, your units can get, like, staggered. They can get mini-stunned. You have to move these units when attacking. It's a very weird interaction, not always reliable with ranged attacks. I think it's just something that hasn't been highlighted that much in the community because most players do micro archers away a lot. Are you kidding me? No, don't you dare stunlock another. You dirty son of a... Is he gonna get another one? The Khan's gonna seal the deal. I'm baffled right now. The Spearman should not have traded even half as well as this into archers. Now, it looks like the dog play did end up being an L for B, though. He's sneaking on the other pond now. This is infancy stage, so Myriad actually hasn't built anything here yet. He may have won one pond, but now B's going to try to freely claim the other. A lot of resources being stockpiled as well. We do have Keshiks. Okay. So this is another way of burning down the docks over time. Especially on an unguarded pond. Spearman is going to be moving around. Looks like the villager is going to be in a little bit of peril here. Yeah, we'll have to run away. We do have Archer ship coming out first. So Sprinkled Answer is going to be good out of B. And I believe that is going to be a double Keshik pump. Yeah, so a lot of dominance on land. Pilgrims are on the way in already from Merit, though. So a lot of gold influx his way. Which should enable him to quickly get into Sprinkled ships here to now try and beat on both ponds. Man, B's tried to finesse his way back into control of this game, but gotta say so far, responses from Myriad have been on point. The only weakness, of course, was the micro and the archers, but he's been winning elsewhere big enough. Especially that dock claim was huge. So for B, this is do or die on this pond. If you lose this dock, I don't know what you've got Mongols for. Like, there's not really much they can do. Demo ship. Uh-oh. Myriad. Yo, dog. The timing ain't right. Khan could actually finish that off. Doesn't go for the dunk. Counter demo play coming in. It is going to be an equal exchange there. The Keshiks are going to be riding through. In fact, he's double downing on them. 4 Keshiks down the field. So Archer counter play is there. Myriad switching down to Spearman. Definitely a more lean and cost-efficient comp. Oh, but the Pilgrim. He went greedy-eyed. He couldn't resist it. I think he was getting, was it like 89 over here? Had to get that 130, huh? Help! Help! Ain't no one who needs help here. All I see is a stealth forest. Nope. Nothing but stealth forest here. It is kind of their own fault for wearing like brown and red. They do blend in. By the way, did you guys see the rules for the upcoming tournament, the LAN? I noticed there's color rules. I think it was blue, teal, and purple are all banned from water maps. This got me thinking though, why did we let green happen? It's like some things on green outline very well. But for example, this Uvu on the minimap is quite well blended. Oh my... Okay, they're wiping each other out. So no clear win yet. The Keshix is the big detail of importance. And it might be paying off. Did he get in? Yeah, I think he got 1 or 2 worker kills there. Free? Oh my god. B kept most of them alive. Now, Myriad isn't dead. Remember, he's still got the fishing, something that B can't flex. So 6 fishing boats versus none. B's going to keep contesting this pond because he might be able to come back from 1 pond down, but 2 is a death sentence. If he gets enough Keshix, he can then actually secure that pond because he'll be able to burn it down. I love how this Keshik just ignores all the things he could counter. He's like, that guy right there. He called my mum fat. Another sinker here. Demo ship trade out. The funny thing is, if your opponent takes an archer ship and you kill a Hulk with a demo, it's actually a fairly even exchange. You pay 180 plus the 230. Meanwhile, your opponent is going to be paying the 340, right? Like it's a bit of a weird one. More info on the upcoming LAN. I think they've got a Wikipedia page where there's some details. Turns out everyone likes the open scheduling format because I think they're using that early. We'll probably look to cast some of the games on the weekends here, actually. So, don't know if we'll be live both Saturdays and Sundays, but I think at least one of those days we'll be looking to cast on this channel. Okay, it's happening again. Like, deja vu, anyone? Because I feel like I've seen this exact play before. And while it's happening, once again, the Keshiks go in. Honestly, I don't feel like this is a win anymore for Myriad. It looks like it in the exchanges, especially with their pair crew, but every time he gets sucked into this, the Keshiks get something elsewhere. And B's still holding a big bag of reserve resources. Has got the arrow that's coming in the docks. That'll keep him here longer. I think his goal is just to kind of bog Myriad down so you can't just get the easy double pond. Spear count is getting scarily big, though. Yeah, Myriad is hard out blobbing. B's been very creative in how he's approached this. But, like, there's limits, man. And people saying that Myriad needs to wall. It's so difficult to wall on maps like this. He could have probably walled... Nah, it's too tight. I was going to say, if you have a gap between your tree line and your gold, you can create a small wall and a palisade gate to just juke. But it's so tiny, you wouldn't be able to fit one here. That's one archer ship down. He's going to force kill the demo. He actually needs to kill it faster. Is he going to rally this room correctly? Yep. Okay, nicely done. So it gets away. Demo's going to go down. He can now clear the archer ship. And that is Doc staying alive now for B. Kashik's not so lucky. Count is down to 5. We are going to see a switch over into archers. Interesting thing, by the way, he went Khan Hunter, so he can actually outrange the Knights Templar archers. So while KT is a better civ for building archers on economy, you're better on exchanges on equal footing. And yes, the self-explosion damage has been fixed, of which I'm very disappointed. I really hope they weren't going to fix that. Okay, looks like Demo is going to be able to get him, but it's like not worth killing now. Yeah, I think B realizes it as well. It's like, what do I do with this? So we'll detonate, but unfortunately didn't have the damage in to get the kill. burns coming through. It's starting to look a bit like a BL. He is trying to switch it up into castle, though. The problem is Myriad is going to beat him to it. Yeah, game feels close to over. Unless B can somehow make a land transition work. Step readout is going to be mandatory here. He's already prepping the marketplace to trade across. His food income's a little bit weak. But remember, between the pilgrims, the fishing, like Myriad's going to beat him because not only is he going to have the same timing in terms of resource, his tech time is going to be notably quicker. I'm probably looking at Republic of Genoa here. Yeah, the gold is just too good. In fact, the kind of sick thing here is because of how long pilgrims take to reach the sacred site, I think he's timed this almost perfectly so that by the time he techs up, pilgrims will be about here, and that will apply the extra gold income. Because it's not based on when they spawn, it's based on when they arrive. Are we about to see B behind in his quarterfinals? A rare sight, actually. Genuinely, he's not very good in the Mongols. I mean, most of the options aren't very good in the Mongols, I'd argue. This one at least gives economy. So tech up's complete on both sides. It was the step readout as expected. Ah, perfect position as well. Double gold gathering. Pilgrims are going to get intercepted. 2 of them already made it through on the new amount of gold income. Oh. Okay, so B is actually going to stick to Keshiks, which is to be expected here. We do have a Templar brother reaction out of the Knights Templar, though. I've seen this transition many times from Knights Templar, and I've seen many brothers fall and many KT losses. Honestly, the exception is usually on water maps, though. Water maps is where it looks pretty solid. Because the thing about Templar Brava is it's very expensive, but very slow to produce as well. Like these guys, they're a bit more chunky, but it takes longer. 38 seconds on the timer. Now, of course, he's going to be a bit quicker. Like, I think, honestly, whenever I see Templar Brava, it's only with the French Commandery. Now, you could say that's because, like, 90% of games are done with the French Commandery. But I think mathematically it makes sense, because otherwise these guys, like you see, it's 38 seconds compared to normal 35, and the higher cost. Your production time is a little bit wonky without the French Commandery. There might be wiggle room for, like, Antioch down the line, but for now, French Commandery is good. Not have more of an eco lead? Are you kidding me? He's got 18 fishing boats. He's fine. Remember, at this stage in the game, Knights Templar would have sacrificed 5 villages to tech. 3 for fuel age and, well, 2 and a bit for castle. 2.25 to be specific. B has to rush Imperial. It's not a bad idea. It's very hard to do against this type of economy. And also you need food, of which he has got none. Yeah, he's moved across to the deer now, as well as the boar. That's a small deer stack, so it's not going to run him long. And this wouldn't be enough to go Imperial. Even though between it, it's like, what, 3.2k food? You're going to have to produce units along the way. You're going to have to produce villages. It just mathematically doesn't add up. Like, there is a better chance of Mira going Imperial Age in this game than there is for B. Is it worth getting Military Academy if you're going Templar Brothers? In theory, yes. Like, once again, the problem is timings. And, yeah, Myriad is like me right now. I resonate with him so well. No blacksmiths until 18 minutes. The thing is, like, this takes a minute to get your hands on, and it costs 350 resources. So if you think about heavy cav at fast castle-ish builds, it's all about tempo. And tempo means how quickly can I get those knights out. So if you're delaying your timing by a minute, that's already pretty slow. 3 blacksmiths? Did he forget about this one? He may have. I think he forgot about that. Oh, dude. Like, Myriad's my hero, man. Like, I'll hold my hand up. I'm terrible for blacksmith timings. I'm always like, oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Myriad is pretty high ranked. I think at the moment he's good. He's 18th in the world. He's remained pretty high up. And he's just totally forgotten about blacksmiths. Templar Brothers getting a little bit ambitious there, by the way. Probably want to wait for the rest of the army. Yeah, wait, he's throwing away a lot of brothers. Army's now on the way. Warlord's going to be a big whiff. One relic home, though. 2 more on the way for B. I'm hesitant to say this will be competitive because of the food. Like, B still hasn't answered the food issue at all. He's found temporary solutions. You know, this is like one of those survival TV series where they have to just hop place to place, rummaging through stores. It's like, okay, eventually we're going to find stores that have already been looted. And then what? Then what, Jonathan? Then we start eating each other, okay? That'll cut down our consumption. Only Mongols don't have cannibal tech, so. Archers with the target fire here. Yeah, so he gets in position. I like that. He runs past. The Keshiks aren't being shotgunned down automatically by the crossbows anymore. Defense arrow is going to come through. Makes him last a little bit longer, but things are looking shaky now. He doesn't have anything really left to kill Templar Brothers off. And you know your opponent can spam a lot more than you can. Yeah, this is just a valiant last stand. GG should be around the corner. B, I'm looking at 540 food income, and I'm not impressed. Now, the numbers are militarily deceptive because you have to remember that at this point, Myriad has got 15 pop on water. So, like, minus that, it actually looks competitive. But it's the fact that one player has 11 Templar Brothers, the other has 2 heavy cav. It doesn't seem like a very fair fight. B's at least going to try for the Pasha spam. I think if Myriad chill pills, there's maybe a way. It'd have to be a pretty big chill pill, though. B. Myriad! Oh, that was sick. Yeah, micros him. He knows he's going after crossbows, so he intentionally keeps pulling them back, so you stand in the middle of the Templar Brothers. And that's going to be game. Myriad now on the verge of eliminating our most decorated midweek muster player in quarterfinals. Woo-hoo-hoo! Myriad 2-1 up. I mean, this does leave his draft weak in some other places we mentioned. And that's something that, like, I'm expecting like probably 5 games between these two because of what remains in the draft. But well played to him, man. 2 off a tricky opponent already. Yeah, so like, think about what we've got left over, folks. We've got Dry Arabia and we've got Lakeside. So Myriad's picks on Lakeside is a little bit weird. I think he's basically got French and that's it now. And then after that, Dry Arabia. Delhi makes a lot of sense. Byzantine's kind of like hit or miss depending on the Civ matchup. I think B, this is probably going to be Ayabids into Lancaster for Dry Arabia. Let's see if I'm right. I think they're now about to start the game. Because I did just see them in-game. Oh, they not started yet? Rogan? Okay, they're in lobby. We should be getting started in a sec. Let me see if I can find the draft picks. French I. Yeah, we're going to Lakeside. French was thought to be good here at first, but then fell off pretty hard, I want to say. And Ibids is a really good pick against French. I think they use the water a little bit better. But then on top of that, you got things like the Dervish Desert Raider openings, which are really, really frustrating for French to deal with. So pretty good position for him to be in. One sec, I need to close the door because for once, the weather is getting cold. Bruh, are you really about to make me do push-ups? With a tie on? That's just rude. Do you know how expensive it is to clean ties? Huh. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I predicted the extra push-ups. You guys had to do more, didn't you? Yeah, I didn't see that we're at 15. Chill. You know, it's a little bit hard to look at a count up when you're staring at the ground. Clearly, you don't know because you don't do push-ups. 3 minutes of ads running now, so you guys don't have to worry about them in-game. Oh. And also so that Helte can't see me not do the push-ups because he's not subscribed. One, 2, 3. Okay, attention at the beach. You think, guys, like, you think I have time to go to the beach? Like, when do I go to the beach? We do all of this streaming, and then when we're not streaming, we do influencer work. Then there's casters. Like, bro, I don't have time to relax. And I have 2 kids. Oh, you guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, duck off. Taking the mic now. Bro, I'm going to increase the price of it. You keep this up. Look, all I'm going to say is I do more push-ups than the rest of the AoE4 directory combined. And that's unhealthy. Go get them to do push-ups. And I'm blind. Thanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's actually a pain in the ass to get up off the ground. Ugh. Alright, I may have to take a pause on that. Change necktie. Done. Yeah, I may have to actually take a pause on the push-ups now because my head's starting to thump. Like, you guys realize I was literally knocked out with migraines yesterday. Chill. Chill. Calm down. Making my blood rush may not be the healthiest thing. No, I won't be sore. It's just because, like, I just had, like, knockout migraines yesterday. Obviously, like, you do more exercise, like the blood rush, etc. I think, like, what triggered it is I had physio in the morning. And then, like, when the migraine came on, it came on, like, even stronger than maybe it was going to. For whatever reason, it came on. Some protein now, and you'll thank me in the morning. That's why we need to get a protein sponsor. Sadly, the brand we were with before didn't like the way I think the agency handled their campaign, so been kind of looking for a new sponsorship that fits that. That reminds me, there was one I wanted to reach out to. I need to get back to them. They weren't really as much about, like, protein spam as they were just, like, meal replacement. But let's get ready to go. Let's hop in. Jesus, my head is actually thumping now. Alright, you guys may have killed me. It wasn't even like the strain of the... Like, it's not even my arms. Actually, my head. Jesus. Alright, let's get to it. Alright, after chat just made me do so many push-ups, I now may have actually invoked a migraine. We hop into what may be the final game of our B set. Yeah, but here's the funny thing, guys. You looking at the score, you seeing that right now? That's right. 1-0. Myriad is leading against the non-stop grand finalist present threat here. B, we head into Lakeside. His map choice, an Ibid pick up against Myriad's French. Now, this is tricky. Even if he gets to a game 5, Dry Arabia, I think Myriad still has decent picks for there. But in theory, this pick should get us all the way. French versus Iabids, this is a nuisance of French. Camel spam, just very frustrating to deal with for knights in general. Even the water play has some unique factors that feel really good for Iabids. The 75 wood discount on the dock makes your timing more efficient here. On top of that, there is the fact that you can typically get a quicker age up because of that. And the reason that's important is its tempo control for Desert Raider versus Knights. Now, one nice thing for French, they did at least buff the docks a while ago, so they now provide population. So you do essentially save 50 wood. So like, it's kind of interesting in a way. You're only paying 100 wood for your dock. All the push-ups, I might get a protein powder sponsor. Oh, we'll have to see. I try to pitch, so here's the thing, I try to pitch to brands, but the problem is when you are a small content creator, it's difficult. I think the problem is a lot of brands don't necessarily understand the intricate value of Twitch communities. Like, seeing that I have 350 people watching me on Twitch might not sound like a lot, but like, when you pull the numbers on an individual stream, what that really turns into is, I can tell you right now, stream summary, 3,500 unique viewers, 7,000 live views, and then God knows how many hours watched between you guys. It's like, yeah, it's kind of deceptive compared to YouTube. That's why we've got to get the YouTube numbers big. That's how you get sponsors easier. I've said it before. I'm like envious of people that are successful on YouTube because much as I love Twitch streaming and I live and breathe for it. Goodness gracious, in terms of sponsors and scheduling, etc. A lot more relaxing. Yeah, and also like when you do YouTube edited videos, your community cannot make you spam push-ups. All right, French, just about around the corner from Castle. Let's not do Chamber of Commerce because we like winning series in 4 games, right? Loggy Wing makes a lot of sense, and this is like a very, very difficult hurdle for French to overcome. Loggy into 1 or 2 Desert Raiders puts a lot of pressure on the French because the night opening doesn't work. So then you have to go Archers. But if you go Archers, then I just go Fast Castle. And you're stuck with Archers against incoming Camel Lancers. So kind of an annoying position to find yourself in when you play French. And it's not easy to snipe those initial Desert Raiders because of the Dervish heal. It's bad enough you already do so little damage, but like if you do the maths on it, you go from 19 damage on a Sword Strike, -4 down to 15, and then the enemy has 5 melee armor. They can melt you. I can do both like pig on SE2. What, YouTube and Twitch? Yeah, I don't know how we get a bigger YouTube audience though. Part of me has been tempted to kind of change YouTube to not be just uploaded games. Maybe like get someone to fully edit content. Or to do informative videos instead or something. Because we have a humble, loyal community there, right? But then, like, once you've secured that, you're like, okay, so how do we get to now, like, 5,000 and 10,000 and 20,000 people watching? Oh, and I forgot to say earlier, Kicks, the reason why people settled on 1v1s instead of 4v4s is because although 4v4s get to a point where loads of crazy things are happening, the problem is the impact of individual moves in 4v4s is highly minimized compared to 1v1s. It's diluted. Because, like, one night and what you can do compared to, like, one night in a 1v1 is day and night difference. Also, just actually, like, if you want to blame someone for why 4v4s, 3v3s, even sometimes 2v2s is not esports ready, blame the devs. Map design has been terrible for a long time for 4v4s and 3v3s. It makes it a really bad experience as a spectator. Yeah, like, the designs are flawed as well. You know, the meta in team games for years now has been you need at least 1 night player. Preferably 2. 1v1's the heart of competitive? I disagree. I think it's only the heart of competitive because RTS is designed that way. I still am a true believer that it's much more impressive to watch 5 people perfect their play while overcoming the flaws of their teammates and the enemies than it is to watch 1 player perfect over 1 other player. You also get a lot more swing dynamics with the team game environment. Of, oh, these people are leading. Oh, these people are behind. No, I think the thing we've said before is it's no coincidence that all the biggest esports teams in the world are team-based. It will always be more impressive watching someone overcome difficulties than watching someone perfect, in my opinion. Maybe that's just my personal style. Like I was talking about this with someone at Physio the other day. Like, darts is really cool, but in theory it's a little bit wonky because, like, you know, from a competitive standpoint, you can have the pressure and your opponent racing you, but like, although the narrative would change, the fundamentals of how darts would function as a competitive sport wouldn't be any different if you had players just throw their darts at a board away from each other and then compare the scores. It'd be a lot more boring. But like, in terms of how the game functions, it wouldn't change, right? Because like, it's not as if you throw your darts and they stay on the board. Right? Nice dive in here. Mira looking for decent pressure damage, but that's an expensive dive. Does lose the knight. And something funky behind this to talk about is the fact that Myriad, he went pro scouts. And this shocks me a little. B's starting to win more because of it, because although there's the arrow slits there, there's going to be pressure coming on the dock. Fishing modes are going to be pulled, so this is the all commitment from B to get control of water here. And the dervish. But we can kill him, right? We can kill him, right? He has to die, right? God, that sad realization when you realize that a scout would kill you quicker than you kill a dervish. This is the play we're talking about that just makes Ibid so annoying for French. Creative choice by Mira to just go full horseman, though. I kind of dig it. If they're like 50 players, like top 6 players in AV4, team games would be a thing. I mean, but that's a huge other issue we've got to discuss there. And it's the one that I always try to just hammer home to people. You are never going to get a competitive team scene over a 1v1 scene unless the prize pools somehow get big enough or everyone agrees to change their prize pool orientation towards team games over 1v1s. And even then, you still have the game design flaws of team games versus 1v1s. So there's so many issues to overcome, I'm afraid. It's sad, but... Demos. Ooh, big wallop. Nicely played. Gets rid of all the fishing boats. And he's close enough to burning this. And look at the panic. Myriad, he knows what's coming. There's potential for just a Desert Raider sneak on the backside. So he's going to look to deny that with a wall. Dock is close to being set on fire. I guess Myriad's just going to allow it. The weird part is the fishing boats didn't hang around to actually repair the Springle ship. So there is actually a comeback opportunity here for Myriad where he could just sneak the repair at the last second. He'd have to go soon, though. I gotta give it to him. Myriad has played this really wild. This opening's been pretty crazy. Still, you are on land having to fight into the dervish, and it's always the problem here. Any damage you do to them is temporary. Any damage done to you is permanent. So he needs to get out of the age soon. This Springle ship does go down. So B, he was over-invested and distracted. He wasn't looking. Great timing by Myriad there. Yeah, he loses the horseman bout, but secures the pond. Archer ship's not going to be able to deny the villager. So B, at this stage, I don't really know if you want to actually double down on this. It's going to cost you the tech. And I think he knows it. So instead, B is going to be playing for castle. I wonder, do we just see the military wing here? Military wing's been pretty popular recently. Makes a lot of sense into French because you know they want to be going knights. Team games and RTSs are longer. That's another issue. But that once again comes down to like map design. Map design can fix a lot of the weaknesses of team games. But it takes a lot of effort from the dev team. And I mean, I don't want to throw them under the bus. Like, bar some rare examples, I haven't seen great effort in that department. The new water lanes one in Fury is cool. I just think they should actually spawn you closer than you currently are. But it works, the laning function. Gorge is the other one, but like a lot of the traditional maps, like Dry Arabia should spawn players so much closer together. It's so boring how far apart they are. Guildhall now on the way. So Myriad is going to pull the trigger first. Guildhall shows you that he's not looking for an all-in castle timing. He's just looking to out-survive his opponent. Meanwhile, B is all about that timing. Military wing reinforcement is an aggressive line to take at the beginning of Castle Age. He wants to win the relic war. 4-1 relics. I think anything less is kind of seen as unacceptable here, considering the way that Myriad's played this. Game design's a problem? Sure, but there's ways around that. Like, I think one thing I highlighted is, you know, Stormgate, for all its failings, they were saying the right things about team game environments. They understood that they'd have to create a different system, essentially. And I think that's fine. If your 1v1 format doesn't make sense for team games, try do something different. Now, you have to find different ways than the unit's numbers being different, because otherwise that warps balance. But I could envision there being ways. Maybe like you have small secondary and third and territory bases that spawn for each player on the map somewhere. Maybe you have players like overlap spawn, or maybe they share a primary TC that they all produce their villages out of, so you have to take risks, and some players can come back to safety of the primary TC while others extend. Those type of mechanics, while a little bit funky, are understandable at least. Rare exception would be, I don't know how you'd function Knights Templar there with a shared TC. Okay, so B has got the Desert Raider count looking pretty damn strong here. Myriad is just sticking to his guns, though, and it is correct. Just Veteran Horseman is the optimal way right now. You could actually add in some archers to snipe. Are you healing is toxic? Exactly, because like the problem here is you're full melee. So unless you can swarm and stick on a target, they're just going to pull back and heal. Now, Veteran, see, did come through for these Horsemen first. The Desert Raiders are still actually like out-qualitied, which is why you're seeing him try to kind of forward with the Dervish and the Scouts. Messy fight to have to take here for B. Horsemen try to micro away, but it's a raw numbers game. You may have the tech advantage, you do not have the numbers. Now age up complete. Veteran see the Desert Raiders all the way in. I can't believe he's doing this to him, man. Of all the ways to do this as well. Like, Myriad, in his eyes, he done everything right. He teched ahead, he veteraned up, he attacked. And it still didn't matter. I tell you, the Dervish is crazy. How Dervishes haven't been nerfed is a bit surprising to me. In fairness, Ibids aren't seen as the most oppressive civ in the game, but this play can feel like the most oppressive one to encounter in Fuel Age. Desert Raiders committing in, second wave is coming through. Dervishes have abandoned the mosh pit, so finally a good trade for Myriad, but he knows why they've abandoned it. It's because B is winning on relics and still winning on military. This is a raw outnumber. He's going to get dove. Arbitraries get caught in the infancy, which means that Desert Raiders can micro them out just from ranged. The melee front line is abysmal. Myriad has got a lot of food income, but that's temporary. He's gathering the berries. Remember, although he went pro scouts, a lot of it got denied in the end. Now the veterancy in. I have a feeling, folks, we are going to be going to a deciding game number 5. Just feels undeniable at this stage. Yeah, at this point, your horsemen are getting sniped by ranged attacks in the Desert Raiders. That says everything it needs to about the state of the game. I think did they just bring them home? Where are the dervishes? Oh no, he actually camped out. He took both sacred sites. So B, sometimes you feel an immediacy to get the extra economy. He's confident, man. And it makes sense, by the way. Like, you might think that that's silly. It's not. A relic is worth 80 gold. A sacred site's worth 100. So actually staying there to cap it is an improvement on income. Even more so when you know your opponent can't get out of the base. Desert Raiders. Melee mode gets activated again. It just clubs them down so quick. This is so punishing. If you pull away, you lose the arbitrary. If you stand your ground, you lose the horseman. Either way, you're losing this game. And now the villages. They're going to run out into the open. And the camels are hungry for peasants. Yeah, this is over. God damn. I mean, I know this is meant to be an Ibid favored matchup, but when you see it like this, it makes you question why you even go past the loading screen. But we're going to go past it one more time. Game number 5 coming up in just a few moments. Damn. Ibid is just so scary. I mean, I think so. So the answer in that matchup, by the way, I've seen Louis do it. The answer is you just hunker down really quickly in your base, and then you just start scaling the arbitrary and don't come out. The problem is, the challenge is on that map, it's the relics. You feel like relics into Sacred Site is very oppressive against like Camp Arbitrary, because the Camp Arbitrary build is more about the idea that you will then just eventually go Imperial Age with a guild hall. So like it has its upsides, but also its clear downsides. What's up, Jordan? New to the game, just start playing a couple months ago. Hey, welcome. Love to see new faces in the scene. Is it interesting games to watch? I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. Yeah, we have top competitors here. Don't feel pressured to like play the game the exact way they are. Just take small inspirations. Usually, I like to recommend to people you watch games like this and you see them do something cool with Civ. You're like, whoa, I didn't realize, Ibis could be that fun. I'm going to try them now. Or maybe you didn't realize Japan's going to be that fun and B's going to show you something. We have got Delhi versus Japanese for the final game. Now, Delhi historically have been very strong in this matchup, but we've been seeing in the last few weeks, Japanese with these new Yumi timings, the Dark Age deer shoving, like have some answers, even on maps like Dry Arabia. Now, bar the statement at the start of the series where I said like Malians might be Myriad's best Civ, historically, in the last year, I'd say Delhi is his most refined. So this is definitely him putting his best foot forward at the end. All right. I'm going to do 2 minutes ads, by the way, so you guys don't have to worry about them. Okay. And this should be the last game, which I think is reasonable. We've literally been live almost 9 hours. Whoop, whoop. Fresh off a migraine, and we just still pumping. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, it's been a long stream, actually. I didn't realize we'd been that deep. I mean, props to Myriad for taking us this far. I think he doesn't mind me saying, like, he's meant to be the underdog here, very clearly. But pulling it all the way to game number 5. Learning Archer Kite was very important. Yes. The micro in AoE4 is a little bit weird because although micro matters, it's very much a macro-oriented RTS. There are much clearer micro RTSs in the RTS genre, I'd say. But some people like that because the slower pacing gives you more time to kind of process and grab onto things. So final game, minute to go. A reminder, no stream tomorrow. It's looking likely we should have, if not one, both semifinals happening live on Thursday. So if you haven't yet, !Discord, or if you're on YouTube, check the description because the link should be in there. Make sure you're joined there. That's our community Discord. You can feel free to meet other people, like-minded, join games, etc., meme out there, whatever else. But we always announce when we go live. And we are always posting out the announcements of when like the Hymns Cups are happening on Fridays and what time on Thursday semifinals and grand finals start. So it'll be posted there as well as Reddit. Want to do community games on Friday? We'll see what's possible. Maybe we were able to square something off. Maybe. I don't want to make any promises, but maybe. Like, I'm weighing up whether I do it this week. I don't know. We'll see how I feel on Thursday. Because, like, the start of this week has been rough, I'll be real with you. But we'll see. All right, let's get ready to go. Has he got him dead to rights? That's what we're about to find out. One and all, we hop into a deciding game in our best of 5 series between 3D Clans B and Myriad. And Myriad is what I would call his most refined Civ of 2024. Obviously now in 2025, but I mean that as a compliment. I think Myriad came a long way on Delhi, and to be a highly competitive player, I think this is a crucial Civ to your roster. Now, historically, this matchup has been a wash. Japan with, I'd say, about 10% win rate in competitive against Delhi, it's incredibly low. But a new dawn shines upon the Japanese empire. The rising sun is rising early these days. This Dark Age Rax play has kind of changed things up a little, actually. Japan's biggest issue against Delhi is food starvation and lack of ability to justify fast castle. I think this spearman opening has changed a few things. So you get pressure onto the enemy gold to slow down skull spam into a potential deer shove down the line. Great read by Myriad, though. He's already denying equity. First of the deer stacks has been taken out. The kind of punting blind as to where his opponent is exactly here. So how do you make this work? This matchup is a little bit of a weird predicament historically for Japan. If you try to play long feudal, your units feel weak because your economy is weak. If you try to fast castle, well, you've given Delhi 3 sacred sites, and now they can fast castle too, and you're just worse off. So, like, normally the way I'd say you want to play Delhi, Japanese here, rather, you're probably looking at trying to scale into Horseman, and then you want to make your way towards Imabanaman, because with the damage buff, you become like Ghazi. But this Dark Age Spinman Rush opening, like, it's not a bad idea. You know your opponent wants to begin Ghazi, so by doing this, you can force him into archers, which means you can counterplay. In the meantime, you get to be an absolute pain in the ass like this. Blood Spear now arriving. Myriad, wait. Oh, no. Did he miss math? Well, the Scholar Heal's coming through. But if you focus fire with the spears, you should be able to get kills. Might even get the body blocks. He's looking for it, because you can actually, with 3 spearmen, pin villagers against the buildings. And Myriad still doesn't have the gold. Oh, man, this is painful. Yeah, he's still short by over 10 gold. This is so infuriating. This is kind of your nightmare. He's going to top them off health-wise. And Mira's just going to rush it. He says to hell with it. The B could actually just take out 1 villager right now. Target Fire comes in. Skull's going to try to heal, but... Switch is over. And this has definitely paid off, by the way. Look at the timings. B is going to start his tech at the same time as Myriad, despite the fact he built a Rax and 3 Spearmen. And folks, it gets better for B. He didn't lose any spears. No, so overall good timing. Kura Storehouse now coming through. Second Deer Pack was not lamed by Myriad. That's quite important. It's a long shove, but if you guys have watched B's games, like I've checked my Discord and seen players molding about B for deer shoving 2 Deer Packs into his base pre-7 minutes. This guy might be the single most prolific deer shover in Age of Empires 4 right now. They never write that play off for him. I think B and Louis have benefited immensely from Season 10 because of how good they both are at that detail of play. Now, this is interesting from Myriad. He lets the mining camp go down. Why? You need gold. You don't have a backup gold option. You're about to go Dome of Faith with 1 scholar. I'm a bit worried. It's like 50 wood doesn't sound like a lot, but it slows your Ghazi timing, and it's just a side investment. B, he's actually gonna shove the deer away. Is he hiding them in the stealth forest? Yo, is he doing it? You dirty son of a... He is. Wait, is he gonna try to hide them against the tree so you can't see them? Because that's even smarter. Like in a stealth forest, depending on graphic settings, you would see them. But if you push them up against the tree line and kill them, he might not know. Unfortunately for him, Mirai did see. He's just taking them away. All right. I know it's a long shot, but hear me out. If B pushes these deer all the way back to his base, he is the best deer shover in the history of Age of Empires, all games, full stop. Imagine you're shoving this long. It's like, oh, a second deer pack? Great. Now we're pushing 14 deer away. I mean, it really does hurt Myriad, guys. It seems memey, but the deer being so far away means when he gets the gradual pro scouts for free, it's going to take what feels like a century to get them home. Crazy play. And benefits be even more because I should have known. He's pro scouting as Japan. What do we say Japan's biggest weakness is in feudal age? A lack of food. What's the other weakness again in Castle Age? Lack of food. Like, at the core of Japan's issues, it is food. So this fixes it. Let's just push these deer so far away. Archer player's coming out from Mira, but that's actually pretty good for B, because he's opening stables, which means he can go into Horseman. I think an underrated player here, and I wonder if B's going to try for it. If you're up against archers, like, I kind of highly rate Horseman Onobugeisha. It's sick, actually, because Bugeisha destroy Ghazi. And because you've got Horseman blob with them, you have a very mobile comp that can chase down archers together. Need a high APM for this? Sort of. It's like semi-high. It's not as high as I think some people think because there's a delay on deer being aggroed. So, like, you click forward and then move away. So, like, medium APM is my opinion on it, personally. At this point in the game, I'd call it medium APM because there's things you're doing, but it's not like absurd amounts of things. You're not managing 4 different villager lines to different areas of the map and building X number of structures and producing, 20 plus units, queuing them in different buildings. At this stage, you're like in a more calming phase, so it's more manageable. So he did lame some of the deer that were returning to their original stack point. We do not have horsemen arriving. Ghazi reactions on the way. B is going to start off by taking his own deer here, which makes sense. You need to get the better food gathering rate for this comp. Sanctity is close. That's going to be tricky against B's horsemen, though. It's not going to be for free. Also, remember, B has been gathering quite a lot of stone via the gold gathering because he needed it for pro scouts. So he almost does have Daimyo level 1. That's a big deal. Uma Bannerman is going to allow you to contest Ghazi. But wait, did you guys know that Uma Bannerman will also increase the damage of your scouts by 0.3 damage? Whoa. That's a 15% damage. Okay, I'm going to stop now. Funny little thing, by the way. Technically, Japan does win in scout-offs because they have extra melee tech. Such a trivial thing. I'd yet to see a game where it matters. Oh, dear. There's only one civ that would be better in a full scout war than Japan. Do you guys know which civ that is? I mean, situation you could argue Hippodrome is even better. But the civ would be Malians. Bruce Boyer, if you're having a scout off, you're having a scout off on Fusillade, my friend. Also, at that point, I get plus 3 damage. So now my Uma Bannerman's even better. Alright, cheers, Fat Blop. See you later, Bud. Horseman. About to say, see you later to the archers. Ghazi positioning is good. Myriad's just trying to bait attention onto the worst unit. B, just sticking to targets. He's getting decent archer kills. A lot of them are low HP bar right now. It's kind of awkward. He wants to get that finishing touch because it has a snowball effect. But B ends up punting away a lot of his troopers, and this is bad. Guys, look, he's switching Yumi after losing a fight like that. Is B breaking? I mean, this felt premature. What he was aiming for there, ill-advised. He did not have Uma Bannerman. He punts Horseman. Now, he has been getting the Pro Scout deer back, which is definitely a big deal here. So you get some leeway on your food income, but there are limitations to it, man. Now it looks like he's going to look to intercept the second gathering. Great timing as well. Oh, the horsemen are dragging attention. This is actually quite important for B. Does Mirad realize? It's awkward because even if you realize, your opponent's going to keep running back into your reinforcing archers, so you kind of have to respect it. But it looks like he's had enough of this crap. He's going to be moving in. Guys, Mirad is in a really good position right now. B doesn't really have anything. He's going to try to steer. Unfortunately for him, Mirad does not have a scout here. Oh, squeaky bum time. Does he know? He's getting so close. But the pro scouts are going to sneak by. So big deal. Gets it home. B still does not have the Daimyo mana. No, because he put the stone into level 2 melee tech. Which makes sense. Like, it's a more reliable damage scale point. And we actually have Samurai getting laid into the cake. Now remember, at this stage, the Horsemen have almost the same damage as Ghazi. Slightly less HP, though. Still, it's a decent exchange. B's doing a great job on this. Myriad seems a bit too reluctant to engage, and it's actually costing him more than he's gaining. We'll go for the recharge. Good strike there. Triple Sacred Sight is also locked in, so remember, Myriad, he has a lot of influx. He can use that to play towards Castle. B has to be aware of it. He's going to look to deny Sacred Sights, but by the time he would, Myriad will have stockpiled the resources. Now, the question is whether Myriad is going to remember a game earlier in this series. If you guys remember on Regions to kick us off, what killed Myriad in the end was his greedy castle play against an all-in feudal. And B is prepping for all-in feudal. So there's a very big risk attached to what Myriad is about to do here. Now, Icom is much better in this game than it was in that one. Scholar count is decent, but veterancy may be something that still ends up eluding Myriad. It's going to take him over 2 minutes at the current pacing to get veterancies. For double what you actually normally get if you paid for it. B now has the abandonment coming. But timing might not be on his side, I'm afraid. House of Learning's now coming in. He's going to find the villagers, though. This is a good start. Great micro from B to maximize the damage. So 4 worker kills. Denied the berry gathering before it could begin. We do have pro scouts coming in on the flank, though. Awesome Spear are rallying. B, I think he knows what's happening. The army didn't look that big, so he's a bit paranoid now. I feel like production slowed down a little bit here. He's still actively adding, but not to the same degree. Okay, no, skip that. It's just he wasn't investing the resources yet. Is this achievable? He gets the confirmation of the tech. His army is a little bit split right now, though. Human Bannerman has arrived for the buff up, but there's already knights on the way. Homeblades also has been queued up. 2.5 minutes away. Veterancy only 1.5 minutes away for Archer Ghazi. He has to take the flash, right? Like, if you wait... The problem is the whole army's not here yet. Yuumi are starting to arrive. Horsemen are just going to go for the backside of the engagement. Chase the archers away. He says, okay, veterancy might be on the way, but if you have no army, I don't care. And horses, they do win on the left side as well. He's doing it again. Has Myriad's Greed killed him a second time in the series? Archer count is shrinking. Almost half of Myriad's army is now Scholars. The Knights are now coming out, so at this point, B definitely needs to consider attack up, as your army's starting to get cut down. 2 of the relics on the map are already on the way home. I'm hesitant to say B's done enough damage here. It doesn't feel like it. I think he knows it, but this could be a nice solid hit. Warlord's going to come out. B will just have to wait on it. That's buying time for the Lancers to arrive, though. Spinman will look to engage in the mosh pit. Archers are going to try to actually counter this, but beautiful move to Yuumi. He dives beyond to guarantee the after retreat. And now the torches come out. Now, the Scholar may be able to get away, but the 5 villagers are going to be forfeit here. In fact, he's already chasing after the Scholar. Yeah, he's going to find it all. Big hit. B behind this is slowly pocketing resources that tech finally. He knows over time the Lancers will win. For the time being, the pressure is real here. Yuumi once again just pursue the archers. Because remember, if you're going to win this fight, you need some spears. Now, spear count is a little bit lacking, but the health bars are even more lackluster for these Lancers. This is crazy. Like, Yuumi should feel like plastic here. But this is an educational lesson. Sometimes veterancy is not worth it over blob. Remember, Recon really kind of honed me on that. We talked about it like a year and a half, 2 years ago. He's like, the amount of times, like, he's like, people always think that veterancy is the win condition, but actually just numbers beats veterancy a lot. Makes sense. More crap beats less. And we're seeing that really put to the test here. B is almost ready to pull the trigger. This could probably be a Yuumi upgrade rush with Floating Gate. Because your Yuumi are kind of your MVP here. Myriad just feels like he needs more time. His food macro is crazy, by the way. That trickle on Horseman on the gold really cost him. Floating Gate now on the way. There's still 3 relics out in the field for play. Sacred Sites are being locked in again. That's going to draw attention away. Okay, good for you, buddy. Okay, so probably 3 relics for Myriad. 2 which are attainable for B. Good to know on the Sacred Sites. Left side 1 is also being decapped, so Myriad's gold income is being minimized. Myriad, wait, has he misread this as weakness? I mean, it is a tech behind, but is Myriad big enough? There's barely any Lancers here. There's still some Spimmin littered in. He's trying to target fire them down. But the Yuumi are just, once again, the wing condition here. Archers are getting mocked. Love that as well. When he sees anything low HP, he targets it with everything. Yeah, to me, this is just out micro right now. Mira's been put in a really sticky situation. So finally does clear the melee mosh pit. It is going to be a staggered retreat from B, but Yuumi upgrade is on the way, and I believe that was a Yorishiro drop. No, it's on the way. Yeah, he understands the importance of this, right? No, he's going straight for the stables. Okay, so he'll just passively go for it. Okay, I guess I can kind of back that. Logic being is if you dive back in now, if you have veterancy fast, you're not going to want to fight Lancers without frontline. So Mountain Samurai production important. What does Myriad look to do here? Okay, crossbow switch. Your opponent's pretty deep into Yuumi. I guess you kind of have to do this. It doesn't feel great, though. Because he knows that even though he's got home blades, the deflective armor plus Uma Bannerman is just better. Like, there's no competing. Even the Uma Bannerman alone will make Japanese Mounted Samurai better than home blades Lancers. That's just a fact. Like, it's just basic maths, right? Because you do 4.8 more damage. Actually, more than that because you've got Katana. So you do 5.2 more damage. Sorry, not 5.2. It's 15%, isn't it? My brain. You end up doing... Let's try that again. 3.9 more damage compared to 3 damage on home blades. Looks like villagers are getting found here. B's like, yo, I will lease you 1 mounted samurai. Myriad panics. Like, no. I have heard tales of their Naginata wielding skills. How the hell did he scare him away with 1 samurai? That is crazy. What? Well, he's going to dive back in now. B isn't really paying attention. Or at least doesn't care for the villagers to garrison. Wait, what? Okay, gets him in now. Strewn replacement's coming in. So at that point, I mean, the Lancers are heavily injured. Samurai did melt. Other side of the field, though. Oh my god! He finds everything! No wonder he was losing the berry workers. The Yuumi dive pays off in droves. That's ridiculous. That was an extra, like, what? I think 12 worker kills there? Apologies, the green ambushed me. Didn't see it on the berries. And similar to Myriad, I was distracted by this. His villagers get away. I think, what, 4 died there, maybe? Absolutely worth it. Now, there is a hard time coming. He is outnumbered on the next fight. So he needs to hunker down. But, folks, it's a Yorishiro drop TC. He's already now escalating an even bigger villager lead. Meanwhile, Myriad is in desperation mode. He has to go farms. Yeah, and this is where Kura Storehouse is such a lifesaver. Already insulating you on a farm transition. This is the thing that I always recommend for people. Like, Japan is deceptively a decent starter civ for players, I think. Because although there are complicated elements like the Bannerman effect and the way certain units function, the thing that is very, very comfortable is the food transitions. With Kura Storehouse, Japan runs out of food slower than practically any civ in the game. Maybe like English is a bit better because the farms are cheap. Like, how many games have you played where you've just ran out of food? You're like, oh crap, now I've got to rush 50 villagers on the wood. Japan doesn't get that issue as often. Myriad, what happened to that military lead? Oh my god. I can't believe this. This has to be so painful. I mean, you get 3-0'd whatever, but you take him all the way to game 5 after leading in the series, and then you die like this. To Yuumi on a flank raid. Absolutely incredible out of B. I think the biggest takeaway from people, and it's not easy to do, but what B is really represented here is the idea that just because your opponent ages up doesn't mean you have to freak out. Gonna make YouTube your new home. I mean, I appreciate that. I always say to people, if they want to go the extra mile and support the channel, watch on Twitch and watch on YouTube. Both generate income. It's like the reason why we kind of push Twitch a little bit harder. It's not that I don't appreciate YouTube. It's just like, sadly, when it comes to sponsors, YouTube has no public-facing injection for showing live stream viewership. Whereas Twitch does. You can check Solynome. That's why it's kind of easy to sell sponsorship slots on like live streams for Twitch, sadly. But yeah, YouTube for VOD. Always watch YouTube VODs because that actually gives us ad rev. And I mean, if you only just tuned in to the end of the series, you should go back and watch the rest. This has been a back and forth bloodbath. At this point, I think it'd be fair to say B has more interesting series in Midweek Muster than any other player. There's times when he just 3-0 sweeps, but you get so many crazy ones like this. I think part of that is the volatility of B's strategies, but also that freedom in which he plays is his biggest edge against some of the best players in the game. And also, praise to Myriad, man. Like we said, this guy is ranking up. He's ranked 17th in the world right now on pub leaderboards. He's been doing a great job on improving himself to become a well-rounded competitive player in 2025. Despite all that effort, though, he's just still another level, as I'm sure Myriad would happily agree. There's just something about B when you face him. You know, it's not as if you've seen this build order before. That's the thing I always reference when I watch B. And I've heard it from players like Myriad as well. Like, this is not something he plans ahead of time. He sees the game state, and he reacts in such a fluid way with unorthodox strategies that it's a marvel to watch. Now the Mounted Samurai in on the farms. Myriad, where did the army go? He moved out to secure the keep, but left no one at home. Henhouse unguarded, and the wolves get let in. All farms gone idle. I mean, there's an argument that B could just stand his ground on the fight here. It's going to intercept some of the Mounted Samurai coming in. Behind this, B is ready to upgrade to Shogunate soon. He's rushing it, right? Yeah, active stone gathering. So we're going to have maximum level farm soon. That's hard to compete with. Remember, every single level of that daimyo is going to increase your food gathering rate on farms by another 20%. It's crucial to escalating farm efficiency for Japanese because they don't get standard ecotechs like other civs would. Looks like Army's trying to leave. Gazi are going to dive onto the Yumi. Wait, what are the crossbows doing right now? Senji's stuck front lining. There is a lot of them, though. Yumi go for the trade out, so they're just going to throw their lives away to try and get rid of Expos. There's a lot of them, though. It's a good fight from Myriad. Much needed one, but wave number 2! How are the Yumi still alive? This is it. Surely Myriad's going to get ran down. For a second, it looks so good, but never underestimate the Bannerman effect. Myriad is dead, gone, dusted out in a 5-game series. And we have got a fun one coming up in semifinals. B going up against Sort of. Crazy set, though. Big props coming out to Myriad here, man. Like, this was, I think, one of his best foots put forward. B is never an easy opponent, but at points in this series, Myriad truly made him sweat. And I think, like, this is kind of proof of the improvement of him as a player, and proof, in my eyes, Midweek Muster works, man. Like, you've got these newer names. You can see it there, just making deeper runs, being more threatening. We saw Deniska take out Dumu 2-0 this week. We saw Sort of making deeper appearances. Like, if this isn't proof that Midweek Musters work, I don't know what is. GG's, Myriad. A valiant effort, mate. Oh, so close. You can almost taste the victory. Being is freaking Japanese. I don't know, like, if you're feeling it. Whoopsie, wrong score. I don't know if you're feeling it as well, Myriad. I was saying at the start of this game, like, in the last 2 or 3 weeks, I feel like Japanese win rate has been looking decent against Delhi with these Dark Age shenanigans. It's more impactful than you'd think. But that was crazy. Like, he idled you so much on that gold. I was kind of shocked that he was mirroring the timing. Yumi outpost vision is useless because you can't run away in time. True. Like, yeah, we did you get distracted like us? Because we were looking at your lances. We're like, why is B not like hiding? And then we looked at the work account. We're like, wait. Oh, that was crazy. But yes, props to Myriad on a valiant effort. But that does mean that we'll have B up against Sword of in semifinals. I forgot to update the leaderboard. We did already watch Wham versus Numidan. That was a win for Wham. So we've got Wham versus Anatand and B versus Sort of. I just haven't had a chance to update that bracket. So we'll be confirming locking those series, but it's looking likely that both series will probably be happening before grand finals on Thursday. So a very long stream, probable on the day. Just can't get away because their speed. True. Like Yumi are Zoomers, man. I kick W when people moan about Yeoman. I'm like, Yeoman is slower than that, by the way. I know we did not cast the CSO game because the CSO game never happened. It was a default win. CSO didn't schedule a series, so he forfeited. Oh, blimey. Never thought Myriad was at a high level, but he's proven himself in the last few weeks. I mean, that's the point, right? It's not about where you are, it's about where you end up. And I've said this already about Myriad. I think I even said to his face, like, he's improved a lot recently. It's showing. I hope it works out for him, man. Like, there's a LAN coming up. I genuinely don't think it's a stretch to say Myriad's in the running there, right? Like, is it 12 players? I'm trying to remember how many players it is. Two, three, 4, 8. Okay, 8. Might be a bit tough. Not impossible for Myriad, but like, yeah, 8 is like tough. I'd say Myriad is like approaching top 16, which is, I don't know. I think you'd see that as a compliment. That is a compliment. Better than Crackety. I mean, Crackety hasn't really been grinding that much, though. Is it true that British love spam? Not really. I think that's a bait. I'm more of a corned beef fan. Corned beef is Pogly. All right. But guys, I think we're going to get ready to wrap up the stream. So absolute pleasure. Thank you everyone who's watching. YouTube. Here, I'm going to shame the other way. YouTube, big baller numbers there. Well played, guys. Up to, was that like almost 150 people watching? Twitch, what's going on? Down to 310. Numbers meant to go up. Bring a friend. All right. Anyway, guys, this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you, YouTube. We'll be back on Thursday. Make sure you join the Discord so you see when the schedule goes live, when the game's going to be starting. Probably around like 1 or 2 p.m. UK time is usually about right, but we'll confirm that in. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you guys